625. Qin Qingdu glanced at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon immediately put away that unnamed flying sword. With a thought, all the flying swords hid in the Qi residence without any sword light and finally merged into one sword. Such flying swords that could ignore the obstruction of the river of time was actually very unreasonable. This was all thanks to this intrinsic flying sword. It was located in a small world created by the other intrinsic flying sword. The superposition of the two abhijnas allowed for such an elusive effect. The intrinsic flying sword that a Qi refinement warrior refined by chance was ultimately a remnant of another sword cultivator. Compared to a sword cultivator's intrinsic flying sword, the two were different in form and spirit. The difference was so great that it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even though the former had been refined, it was still half an external object. The latter was truly a matter of life and death. It had all sorts of inconceivable intrinsic abhijnas. The pine needle cough thunder was an imitation of the hateful sword mountain. Needless to say, it was more of a talisman's technique. It was used by the pure martial artist Qin Pingon to escape or fight for his life. The 1st and 15th swords were true relics of ancient sword immortals. However, even after being refined by Qin Pingon, they were still unable to use their abhijnas. The exquisiteness of the sword could only stagnate at the realm of extreme speed, toughness and sharpness. This was the so-called reckless waste of God's gifts. However, after exhausting all his efforts, Qin Pingon was still stuck at this level. After all these years he would not feel sorry for himself. Qin Pingon put away the other intrinsic flying sword's mysterious abhijnas. On the training field, the small world that enveloped Qin Pingon and the eldest sword immortal Qin Qingdu dissipated. Bai Lianshuang stood by the corridor in the distance. After confirming her guess, the old woman turned her head and wiped the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand. In fact, when Qin Pingon left the secret chamber of the Ning mansion as if he was sleepwalking, the old nanny had already sensed that something was wrong. However, at that time, Qin Pingon was in a daze and had not completely woken up. He did not know that he had not only nurtured a natal flying sword, but also that this flying sword had already appeared in the world and used its natal magic to protect its master. Therefore, wherever Qin Pingon walked, there was a small, almost natural world around him. When Grandma Bai saw the old man, her surprise was no less than that of her son-in-law finally growing a natal flying sword. She hurriedly bowed and cupped her fists, respectfully saluting the eldest sword immortal, and then silently left. On the way there, the old woman raised her hand non-stop. Qin Pingon took a deep breath and cupped his fists at the old sword immortal. He then bowed without saying a word. There was no need for words. With his hands behind his back, Qin Qingdu slowly ascended the dragon beheading cliff. Qin Pingon followed closely behind. Qin Qingdu said as he walked, "She was the earliest benefactor of the human race. I still remember this old almanac. I have remembered it for 10,000 years. When you first came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I actually already found some clues. Although her 3 strands of Sword Qi are no longer entrenched in the 3 acupuncture points, I am very familiar with that Qi. After all, my swordsmanship came from her previous master. However, other than worrying that this is a scheme of the mastermind, I also have my own selfish motives. I, Qin Qingdu, am returning a favor. How to repay it and when to repay it, I have the final say. That's why she pretended not to see her hint. She didn't personally rebuild the longevity bridge for you, nor did she do anything to help you nurture your life-bound flying sword. All of this was so that we could meet again after 10,000 years. I owe her a favor, not Qin Pingon. If she is unhappy, she can come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to find me." Qin Qingdu sat on a long bench facing the south. He could see the wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The old man lamented, "So many ancient people are my old friends, even my juniors. So many ancient gods and barbarian demons are my enemies. They are even souls that died under my sword. You won't understand how lonely it is." Qin Qingdu laughed. "It has been many years since I saw the wall from so far away. I remember when it was first built, I once stood on the side of today's Taixiang Street. I joked with my 2 good friends, the Dragon Monarch and Guanzhao, that with such a high wall, we can defend for 10,000 years. We finally did it." Qin Qingdu turned his head to look at Qin Pingon and said with relief, "Today's fortune is not something you asked for from others, nor is it given to you by others. You fought for it yourself." Qin Pingon stood up and clasped his fists. I still have to thank boss for imparting the Tao and protecting the Tao. Qin Qingdu said, if you really put it that way, it is barely acceptable. It's just that looking at the process with a good outcome, there is kindness everywhere. Looking back at life with a bad outcome, there is malice everywhere. Qin Pingon laughed. I'm just stating the facts. I have a lot of grievances, but I don't have the guts to nag at Sword Immortal boss. This was the truth. If he was still stating the facts, if he had successfully rebuilt the Longevity Bridge in his first time at the Great Wall of Sword Qi and became a Sword Immortal, there would not have been so many accidents. He would not have needed to carry a long Qi sword and go to the East Sea Monastery in the Tongye continent. Perhaps there would not have been the battle at Old Dragon City after that. There would not have been the heart-questioning game at Calligraphy Lake where he could only cultivate his heart to make up for it. There would not have been the life hanging by a thread set up by Gao Cheng and He Xiaoyang at the Skeleton Beach. There would not have been the strenuous and unrewarding heavenly tribulations. There would have been a completely different scenery. As for what kind of life it was, there was no way to know if it was better or worse. There was also the predicament at the Great Wall of Sword Qi today. If he really wanted to nag, Qin Pingon could argue with Sword Immortal boss for a few days. Qin Qingdo nodded. Kid, you still have some affinity with your elders. Qin Pingon asked softly, when can I reopen that item that's so close to me? Once the war gets intense, I'll definitely have to accompany Ning Yao and the rest to leave the city to fight. He only said half of it. The other half was, of course, the lack of an item that's so close to me that I can't use it. It will hinder me from picking up scraps to earn money. If I have to carry a big sack and run around like Gu Jianlong, I'll have a basket full of righteous words. Qin Qingdo was puzzled. Why don't you ask Yan Ming about such a trivial matter? Why are you asking me? Qin Pingon was skeptical at first. He always felt that with Uncle Yan's style of doing things, how could he, who was personally appointed by Sword Immortal boss to help him sneak into the inverted mountain to worship the Sword Pavilion, make such a big mistake in an item that contained the painting of Sword Immortals? However, Qin Pingon quickly understood. It was indeed a trivial matter. He could just borrow an item that's so close to him from the rich and overbearing Uncle Yan. Qin Qingdo did not care about Qin Pingon's little scheme. He guessed that this kid had borrowed something from him. As for whether he would return it, it was hard to say. However, Qin Qingdo's so-called affinity with his elders was very accurate. Yan Ming, who had high hopes for his only son Yan Qian, would not be stingy with an item that's so close to him. Yan Ming's attainments in the way of the sword were not high, but he was good at making money. Therefore he liked Qin Pingon very much. This was very different from Yu Qing's impression of this young outsider. Yan Ming was a patriarch of a big clan who had high hopes for Qin Pingon from the start. Qin Qingdo looked like he did not care about anything, but in fact he cared about the younger swordsman. Qin Qingdo suddenly said, your two natal flying swords are not as simple as one for attack and one for defense. They are different from people of the same age like Qi Shou and Gao Yeho. Their flying swords are not weak and their skills are not shallow. It's just that in the future the possibility of connecting multiple flying swords together will not be as high as yours. One had to know that the scholarly sage was in charge of the academy, while the mountain lord and the water deity were in charge of the mountains and rivers. As for Qin Pingon's intrinsic flying sword, which had been praised by the elder as, what a fine sparrow in a cage, it was still up to Qin Pingon to discover if it possessed such a supreme divine ability that could raise a realm. As long as he became a swordsman and had a natal flying sword, he would be able to survive the most difficult stage of creating something out of nothing. In the future he would have the confidence to talk about high and far places and be free in body and mind. Qin Qingdo stood up and said with a smile, finally you have some decent skills. Just as they were about to return to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the old man turned his head to look at Qin Pingon and asked, previously when the sword wills and the river of time washed over your body and soul, how did it feel to be so thin that your bones stood up? Qin Pingon also stood up and said with a bitter smile, it was countless times more difficult than when I practiced in my hometown. I definitely don't want to do it again. Qin Qingdo smiled and said, what a coincidence. Qin Pingon's forehead was covered in sweat. He shook his head with a straight face and said, boss, Sword Immortal, it can't be a coincidence. Qin Qingdo said, it is. Qin Pingon accepted his fate and said helplessly, Senior, you have the final say. Qin Qingdo laughed and said, this time the process of your bones standing up and body melting will be much, much slower. Qin Pingon asked with a trembling voice. You are already a swordsman, why do you still have to do this? Qin Qingdo gave an answer that Qin Pingon would never have thought of. The resentment of young people is not good. After the old man finished speaking, he disappeared. The whole Ning Mansion's dragon-slaying cliff and the small pavilion appeared out of thin air in a small world that sword immortals could not break even in 100 years. Qin Pingon was suppressed and sat in the middle of the pavilion. From the top of the pavilion, the sword light was like a strange waterfall that flowed at an extremely slow speed, smashing onto Qin Pingon's head. The body of a martial artist in the golden body realm was like a porcelain that had not broken after being smashed on the ground, but countless cracks appeared. Especially the head and face that were the first to be bathed in the swordwell waterfall, it was the first to suffer. If Qin Pingon could still use his Yin spirit to travel far away, he would discover his true body. The current scene was even more tragic than the face of the Lady of the Flying Eagle Fort in the Tongya continent. Not only the skin, even the pair of eyeballs were starting to crack slowly. The most torturous part was that the changes were spreading out bit by bit like the growth of plants and trees. Compared to Qin Pingon's experience in the secret chamber of the Ning Mansion, one was fast and one was slow, two extremes. After the waterfall touched the ground, it did not rush out of the dragon-slaying cliff and the small world of the pavilion. Instead, it was like an ancient well that bore the weight of the rain from the heavens. The well water gradually deepened and the water level gradually reached Qin Pingon's knees. This was more than just being buried in a white blade. It was clearly like being ground to death inch by the boundary between heaven and earth. Sword cleansing, sword cleansing, sword cleansing. It had always been sword cultivators who cleansed their swords. When had there ever been a sword cultivator who used his physical body as a sword to be cleansed and refined? The old woman sensed the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth again from afar. She was gratified and said, I never thought that young master would become a sword cultivator. He's even more diligent in his sword practice. Over at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Zhou asked, how was it? Qin Qingdu laughed and said, first there was the beast ancestor who held a long sword and pointed the tip of the sword at the wilderness. Then there was the natal flying sword that imprisoned Qin Qingdu. As the senior brother, what else do you want from your junior brother? Zhu's face was tense as he said, it was eldest senior brother and youngest junior brother. Qin Qingdu clicked his tongue and said, I beg you people of the sage of literature lineage to have some dignity. Zhou was in a good mood and really did not pursue the matter this time. However, he could not help but frown and asked, since he has the natal flying sword, why didn't he immediately rush to the battlefield? Qin Qingdu said, I begged him to come. That kid has become a sword cultivator and is so arrogant that he refused to come. Zhou laughed heartily and said, it's still eldest senior brother who is a sword cultivator. Qin Qingdu suddenly said, a war is ultimately not a fight. Your youngest junior brother understands this better than you. However, there are some things that I will tell you later. This time, the demon army's attack on the city quickly created an extremely spectacular accident. On the battlefield, the physical bodies of 5 towering mountains were directly erected. They were all extremely tall mountains in the wilderness. This was the great demon Zhong Guang's mountain-shifting divine art. After this battle, this ascendant realm great demon directly damaged his Dao foundation. It was equivalent to him withdrawing from the upcoming siege battle. He could peacefully recuperate in Commander Jiazi's tent. The price that the wilderness had to pay to move the 5 mountains was definitely not limited to the great demon Zhong Guang's cultivation base. For example, the mountain gods that originally guarded the 5 mountains were all mountain lords of the upper 5 realms in the wilderness. Now they, together with the mountain temple and the golden body, had merged into the fate of the 5 mountains. Otherwise, even if the great demons of the wilderness could move the 5 mountains, they would not be able to break through the torrent of sword chi and move it to this battlefield. Although the 5 mountains were only half the height of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, to the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it was still a huge problem. Not only did the demons advance faster and more steadily, but the 5 mountains that appeared out of thin air each had a protective spell formation that flowed with the light of treasures. Within the spell formations were the great cultivators of the wilderness who had set up the formations early on. It was as if they had given up half their lives. The great demon Zhong Guang was able to successfully place the 5 mountains here not only because of his own cultivation base, but also because of the demon race's secret arrangements in the opening battle. In addition to the magical techniques and treasures of the cultivators on the mountains, they had completely cut off the roots of the mountains and rivers. In the end, they had worked together to refine the 5 mountains and hand them over to the Ascendant Realm Great Demon Zhongguang. Thus, the price was enormous, but if they succeeded, it would be the turn of the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi to pay with their lives and flying swords. In addition, the sovereign great demon who had once been the ruler of the Yaluo, the woman in the dragon robe who wore the imperial crown, seemed to have replaced the withered bone great demon Bai Ying and was in charge of the latest phase of the siege. She was called Xianxia, and it wasn't as if no one in the world of wastelands didn't know her true name, but those who had the right to know were ancient existences who knew her well. Whether or not they knew her true name was meaningless, and neither side would truly fight to the death. She had already given all the rivers and lakes under her command, including the Yaluo, to another great monster. But before handing over her property, she had naturally held back some of the water from several rivers and stored it in her natal artifact. At this moment, the 5 great mountains towered above the earth. She personally oversaw one of the mountains. She didn't reveal her true form, just like a young lady from a noble family who was enjoying the scenery. At the foot of one of the great mountains, she was all smiles. She gently bent down and shook out a total of 5 jade-green water droplets from her dragon robe. She smiled and said, "Go, the mountains don't move, the water flows. Act as a moat." In the end, a raging river appeared at the base of each of the 5 peaks, circling around the 5 mountains. The water was extremely vicious and filled with baleful energy. Many of the ghosts that had managed to survive on the battlefield had not been able to do much and would have been refined by the sword qi sooner or later. But when they entered the water, they became malicious ghosts that swam aimlessly through the river. In truth, before the mountains and rivers interconnected, many of the sword immortals in charge of their respective duties had attacked almost at the same time, both to cleave the mountains and to save the life-bond flying swords of the middle 5 realms. Even though the sword immortals attacked very quickly, there were still hundreds of life-bond flying swords that were suppressed by the 5 mountains that suddenly appeared, shattering on the spot. If not for a sword immortal who was not known for his immense killing power, who used his life-bond flying sword to transform into a golden godly spirit and forcibly held up the mountains with his shoulder, successfully stopping them from taking root for a moment, the losses on the battlefield where the sword immortals of the middle 5 realms had attacked were unimaginable. This time even Nayland Xiaowei did not hold back. He struck out with his sword, and the red life-bond sword that was as slender as a reed disappeared in an instant. It eventually transformed into an extremely long red flood dragon that was covered in flames. When it wrapped its body around a mountain and sank into it, not only did the mountain's rubble and vegetation were destroyed, but even the entire mountain was about to shake. Nayland Xiaowei's flying sword flood dragon and the peak great demon's river clashed with each other. The flood dragon created countless huge waves that slammed against the mountain. Lu Ji attacked almost at the same time. Yuqing Yao Lianyun and Li Tumi also attacked. Indeed, the Savage World's move was far too troublesome. Its influence on the future of the battlefield was extremely far-reaching. If they were not careful, they would give the enemy what seemed to be 5 cities as a stronghold. With the endless methods of the other great demons, it was very easy for them to attack from one point and directly turn the battlefield on the ground into a dangerous confrontation between the mountains and the city. Flying maidservants wrapped in ribbons and hugging peepas appeared around the 5 mountains. They were as tall as the women of the mortal world, except that there were tens of thousands of them. As a result, it was an additional protective formation of the mountain. They each played their peepas and various sounds of nature rang out. Some were graceful and gentle, while others had the forceful charm of a general taking off his armor. Strands of water spiritual qi were guided by the peepas and mist rose. In the end, they transformed into jade-green threads that swept into the sky. They connected with the multicolored ribbons that fluttered in the wind, as if they had draped a green veil over the 5 mountains. Li Tumi directly confronted his sword on a mountain peak. The woman wearing the imperial crown summoned a pitch-black Dharma idol that grabbed one of Li Tumi's massive flying swords. The flying sword was originally meant to slay some of the demonic cultivators at the peak of the mountain. However, after it was stopped by the great demon Yangji, not only was he not worried that the flying sword would be taken away and hurt the foundation of a sword immortal, but Li Tumi, the chief consecrator of the Yen family, instead became ferocious. Not only did he summon his second natal flying sword, Silver Thread, He drew a long silver sword radiance between the mountain and the city wall and pierced towards the center of the Dharma form's brows. Li Tumi himself flew forward with the wind. He held the long sword in his hand and stood straight like a rainbow in the sky. The Dharma idol was so large and the sword immortal was so small. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Li Tumi's immortal companion and 3 direct disciples had all died at the hands of the great demons of the Yaoyuo. In any case, he was all alone. If he did not confront his sword now, when would he? The woman smiled charmingly. The great sword immortal's courage is indeed a little big. Then let me make you lose your courage. 5 mountains, 2 defensive formations, thousands of demon race cultivators who specialized in attacking the talisman faction, more than 1,000 Dharma treasures, and Xianxia personally overseeing one of them. Even if the sword immortals attacked together, they would not be able to easily shake the foundation of the Dharma idol. He did not care about this. He knew that Li Tumi, who was in a killing frenzy, was already determined to die. He wanted to blow up his own body in 2 sword orbs. He also wanted to destroy most of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, which had lost the initiative, and win a chance for the sword immortals behind him to destroy the mountains. Once the 5 mountains were allowed to take root on the battlefield, they would become more and more stable. Future battles would only become more troublesome. Even if the 5 mountains were all gathered, even if only one of them was lost, there would still be 4 remaining. If none of the sword immortals of our generation died in a great battle, could it be that everyone would just stand by and watch the juniors like little fatty yen die first? There had never been such a saying in the 10,000 years of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The left and right swords cleaved the pitch-black Dharma idol into 2. Not only did Li Tumi not take the opportunity to retreat to the top of the city wall, he even released a resplendent sword beam. Together with his 2 flying swords, he crashed into the middle mountain peak. Everyone, Li Tumi will take his leave first. Xianxia frowned. The black dragon robe on his body suddenly floated away from his body. Like a cloth covering a bonsai, it instantly enveloped the entire mountain, preventing the suicidal sword immortal from completely destroying the mountain's array formation and roots. If that happened, the Great Wall of Sword Qi would not be able to withstand the continuous attacks of the sword immortals. It would also cause the trap hidden deep in the Great Wall of Sword Qi to surface prematurely. With the mountains gathered on the battlefield, if the Great Wall of Sword Qi's attacks were not strong enough, the sword immortals would naturally be able to gain a foothold. It would be equivalent to pushing the battlefield a few hundred miles closer to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. If the sword immortals did not give up and did not go overboard with their attacks, it would be even better. It would be like adding fuel to each other's fire. Every time the sword immortals sent in their forces, they would be slightly weaker. This was the situation that the savage world wanted to see the most. That was because the sword immortals at the Great Wall of Sword Qi were qualified to add fuel to the fire. In the opening battle, the savage world had purposely made it so that it did not hurt, but in the second battle, the Great Wall of Sword Qi would be severely wounded. A group of sword immortals would be killed. But Li Tumi's suicide attempt had already infuriated the former mistress of the Yaoyuo. Xianxia communicated mentally with the other 4 peak great monsters hidden in the other 4 mountains, telling them not to panic. In particular, Xianxia was adamant that the old man in the middle of the mountain was not allowed to act on his own. What surprised her even more was that left and right had failed to save Li Tumi and even made an unimaginable attack. After Li Tumi had resolutely destroyed his golden core nascent soul, all of his soul and 2 sword orbs, Xianxia's immortal armament robe had actually suppressed his momentum. If everything went as expected, he would only have destroyed half of the protective array and would not have much of an effect on the mountain's foundation. But left and right had thrust out his sword, using his vigorous sword intent to tear apart the mountain covered by the black dragon robe and slash at Li Tumi. Li Tumi, whose sword light had been half restrained by the black dragon robe, laughed noiselessly as he departed the mortal world. After this strike, Li Tumi's body and Dao vanished. His 2 life-bound flying swords exploded with a thunderous boom. An immortal sword cultivator did not even leave a trace of his soul behind, causing the entire mountain peak to be blown apart. Not only that, the 100-some monster talisman cultivators near the mountain peak, whose lives were directly tied to the protective array, all of them under the nascent soul stage were killed. A slight change in one part would affect the entire situation, causing the slowly stabilizing foundation of the mountain to tremble. After left and right had thrust out that sword that was bound to provoke endless criticism in the world, She did not stop while she was ahead. Instead, her body swelled with sword chi and she landed on the much shorter peak of the middle mountain. She gripped her sword with both hands and nailed it into the mountain peak. How big could a mountain be? Could it really withstand the sword chi of left and right? The great monster Xianxia was furious, but she was also decisive. She gave up the immortal weapon robe in order to stabilize the fate of the mountain. Not only that, but she also ordered the peak great monster, who also had a throne and was half her Taoist companion, not to make a move. It was too difficult to kill left and right, so she could deal with left and right personally. The rest of the 4 mountains had to kill a few great sword immortals like Li Tumi. Otherwise, the second stage of the plan would become a huge joke. She revealed her true form and her huge body instantly climbed to the top of the mountain. Xianxia did not care whether or not she would kill innocent talisman cultivators along the way. Other than this middle mountain, which had caused a huge commotion, the other 4 mountains were relatively stable, but that was only relative. Hidden official, who had been playing with her braids, was in high spirits when she saw this scene. She turned her head and looked at Qin Qingdou from afar. The old man said, "Go play by yourself." Hidden official bent her knees slightly, and a violent tremor came from the top of the city. Hidden official, who looked like a little girl, left the city. She directly smashed through a mountain. The extremely slender and short little girl, after landing, patted some dust off her head, and then began to run back and forth on the ground. She used her head to chisel through the entire mountain. Every time the little girl broke through the mountain, she would be covered in dust and grime, but she would wander around casually, looking very happy. The 2 close friends from the snowy peak continent, who did not look like sword immortals at all, looked more like fishermen and woodcutters. Sword immortals Zhang Liao and Li Ding looked at each other and smiled. If it was an ordinary step-by-step battle, it would be fine. The 2 of them would live as long as possible and kill more beasts. They would not feel guilty or uneasy. But since the other party happened to come up with such a method, how could they let a bunch of beasts who did not have many books in the whole world win the momentum and monopolize the limelight? No. Therefore there was no need for words. The 2 sword immortals, both sides almost at the same time, left the great wall of sword chi on their swords. Like 2 rapidly falling meteors, they chose a mountain. One landed at the foot of the mountain, the other halfway up the mountain. The fishermen of the world liked to row boats, and Zhang Liao, who had an innate affinity for water, was no exception. But this was the last time in his life to go sightseeing, so he did not have to deliberately pretend to be cultured. Sword immortal Zhang Liao directly stepped into the vassal river of the Yeluo and said with a smile, "Snowy peak continent sword immortal Zhang Liao." And after slowly ascending the mountain, Li Ding, who was walking back to back with Zhang Liao, released sword light from his 7 orifices and bones and smiled knowingly. "What a coincidence, I am also a snowy peak continent sword immortal." The 2 sword immortals calmly went to their deaths, directly destroying the roots and water of the entire mountain. On the city wall, the eldest sword immortal narrowed his eyes and stared at a place and then took a step forward. The gray-clothed old man standing at the northern entrance of the Jiazi tent smiled. "No hurry, you and I will be responsible for finishing. As long as you don't attack, I will definitely not attack." In any case, Qin Qingdou's greatest ability is to watch the juniors die in front of him. The gray-clothed old man looked at the great demon of Middle Peak, Xianxia, and gave her an order. The greatest trump cards of each of the 5 peaks no longer concealed themselves. Whether they were Ascendant Realm Great Demons or Immortal Realm Sword Immortals, they all left their original hiding places. As for whether the mountain could continue to take root in the battlefield, the lives of the thousands of talisman demon cultivators on the mountain, and how long the protective formation could last against the sword immortals, it was no longer important. The 4 great demons all rushed toward Middle Peak, wanting to meet up with Xianxia, who had revealed her true body. Surround and kill. In the territory of Middle Peak, a short old man hovering on a sword appeared. He was suddenly dozens of feet tall with white hair and eyebrows. He carried a long staff on his shoulder and slowly rose into the air on his sword. During this period, every time he opened his mouth and sucked, dozens of women would be swallowed into his mouth as if he was chewing soybeans. Dong Sanging laughed and said, "That little bastard." Qin Shi and Qi Tingji wanted to follow Dong Sanging and leave the city wall. These 3 old sword immortals had all carved a large character on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, Qin Qingdu said, "Let left and left cultivate the sword with life and death. If there is no battle in the world, there is enough here." Life is too smooth and too much of a loner. His sword skills won't be that good. Dong Sangying, who was rushing to the battlefield, and hidden official who was still playing on the battlefield and left. They needed to confront Yangji and the Sword Immortal, two of the most powerful great demons in the wilderness, and the other four great demons. On the wall, Yanji bit his lips and remained silent. On the other side, Qin Quan and Qi Shou were fully focused on the battlefield and did not notice Qin Pingan. He was motionless and his face was full of struggle. When Qin Pingan's out-of-body spirit could move freely, it was already too late. On the battlefield, there was an even bigger accident than the sudden appearance of the mountain. Hidden official broke through the sword Qi with a punch and directly pierced through left and right's abdomen. If left had not dodged on the line between life and death, their hearts would have been smashed by the punch. Left had already retreated a few miles away when Dong Sangying grabbed him by the shoulder. Dong Sangying took the full force of the old man's attack and left the battlefield with left and right. Apart from a few sword cultivators, everyone else on the Great Wall of Sword Qi was astonished. They were shocked to the extreme. Hidden official spat out a mouthful of blood, then tilted his head and looked at Qin Qingdu. He raised his middle finger and said, "Old farts deserve to die the most. Go to hell." Qin Qingdu's face was expressionless as he glanced at the hidden official. Then his gaze shifted to Dong Sangying and Zhuozhuo as he muttered to himself, "Zhuozhuo, your little junior brother told me earlier that we should be careful of the hidden official." Other than Dong Sangying, even Qin Shi and Qi Tingji had to be careful. Qin Shi's resentment was too great and Qi Tingji's ambition was too great. Most importantly, these two old sword immortals with outstanding battle achievements felt that they had no qualms about the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but their hatred for the entire vast world was etched in their bones. However, Qin Pingan only knew about the past of these two old sword immortals. He only knew about 37 major and minor incidents and only 6 key sentences. He still could not say whether they would betray the vast world. It was still up to the eldest sword immortal to decide. On the ground, hidden official waved her hand. The two sword immortals, Zhou Xian and Zhou Xian, who were attacking a nearby mountain, immediately stopped and came to her side. With their backs to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they headed towards the vast world. On the other side of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Pang Yuanji swayed and finally fell onto the wall. This young sword cultivator's face was unknowingly filled with tears. He could not understand why this was happening. Without the pressure of heaven and earth, Qin Pingan could finally move freely. However, he did not scold Qin Qingdu for deliberately hiding the truth, nor did he visit his severely injured senior brother. The world was full of right and wrong and the flow of good and bad was not simple. Therefore Qin Pingan only sat where he was. He opened his folding fan and covered most of his face, only revealing a pair of eyes. He stared at the battlefield in the south and said slowly, "There's still a fight." 626. This battle was extremely short. The scale was small and people died quickly. It was like a border army meeting on a narrow path. The wasteland world did not immediately launch the next round of attacks. Obviously, many of the key military camps did not expect this result. There were too many surprises and they had to adjust the details of their strategy under the established framework. Instead, they gave up the remaining 3 mountains on the battlefield. The large mountain in the middle was completely shattered by the battle between Zhuozhuo and Yangji. The other mountain was destroyed by the 2 foreign sword immortals of the Snowy Peak continent at the cost of 2 lives. Then it was forcefully split apart by Lu Ji's sword light. The remaining 3 mountains were in shambles. One of the mountains was destroyed by the hidden officials Luo Shan and the bamboo nunnery sword immortal. This was probably the last battle achievement of these 2 traitorous sword immortals. If they met again in the future, they would exchange swords with each other. They would fight to the death with their former comrades and fellow sword immortals. On the 3 mountains, the few demon cultivators of the talisman lineage who were lucky enough to survive could only wait for death. Even if they escaped far away, it would be meaningless. Their lives had long been linked to the survival of the mountains. There were also some fierce and ruthless ones who were decisive. They called for their friends, gave orders, and reactivated the Great Mountain Barrier Formation. Even if they died, they would make the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi send out as many swords as they could. Sword immortal Zhao Jiuqi found Qin Quan, and together they flew on their swords to a mountain. Zhao Jiuqi wanted to protect Qin Quan and refine the mountain as much as possible to help Qin Quan use it. Mother asterisk her, if I leave the city now, I will feel like a traitor. Chen Quan was inconsolable on the way. F asterisk King Bamboo Nunnery lowly Luoshan, before today you were all friends I was willing to exchange my life for. Zhao bastard, tell me, will you also stab me in the back in the future? If you will, give me a quick death. When we reach the top of the mountain, I only ask that you don't stab me like a wishy-washy woman. Let me die faster. Zhao Juqi cursed, why would Song Qian like a trash like you? Qing Quan's face turned pale. Although the Great Wall of Sword Qi had won this battle, none of the sword cultivators on the city wall were happy about it. The hidden official actually betrayed the Great Wall of Sword Qi and brought the two sword immortals from the Luoshan Bamboo Nunnery to join the wilderness. On the previous battlefield, the hidden official had severely injured the left and right guards, who had been fighting alone with a single punch. Apart from those sword immortals whose sword hearts were sufficiently clear, almost all sword cultivators, especially the young ones, were shrouded in a haze that could not be dispelled. Qin Pingon fastened the folding fan to his waist and steered the talisman boat towards the thatched cottage. Wind Snow Temple's sword immortal Wei Jin temporarily stayed in a small thatched cottage. He sat on his left and right by the bed. His abdomen, which had been pierced by a punch, was filled with sword qi. The sword qi could not produce flesh and bones because this was simply the second round of the dangerous battle. Senior brother needed to use the sword qi to resist the aftereffects of the hidden official's punch. Otherwise, for a sword cultivator of the upper five realms who had tempered his body, no matter how serious his injuries were, it would not make Dong Sanging feel shocked and feel that something was wrong. Dong Sanging, who was guarding the door, said angrily, Qin Qingdu, what the hell is going on? Is the hidden official possessed? Qin Qingdu, who was standing on the wall in the distance, said without turning his head, you are not blind. What your eyes see is the truth. Dong Sanging flew into a rage because this old sword immortal had always had a good impression of the hidden official. He felt that the hidden official was a rare kindred spirit. The old sword immortal's most valued grandson, Dong Guanpu, who was once regarded as the next candidate to become the sword immortal of the engraving sword, was very close to the hidden official in the early years. Dong Sanging had already seen the young man who floated to the ground and put away the talisman boat. He was still angry and continued to shout at Qin Qingdu, then you should have killed him just now. Qin Qingdu sneered, Dong Guanpu's defection to the wilderness was exposed. The entire Great Wall of Sword Qi knew about it. Did I know? Did I kill him before you guys made a big deal out of it? Qin Pingon pretended not to hear anything. Back then, when the sword immortals gathered on the city wall, the eldest sword immortal personally killed Dong Guanpu. Qin Pingon saw it with his own eyes. It was just that at that time Qin Pingon's thinking was still very shallow. He did not really understand the Great Wall of Sword Qi. And what puzzled Qin Pingon the most was that Ning Yao said that Dong Guanpu was a good person. As a sword immortal and a descendant of the Dong clan, it was true that he betrayed the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He was a good person, but it was also true. How should he settle this score? Perhaps to this eldest sword immortal, guarding the Great Wall of Sword Qi was really just guarding the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Dong Sanging suppressed the anger in his heart and told Qin Pingon that his senior brother would not die. Then the Dong clan's patriarch left the place. Qin Pingon did not enter the thatched cottage. Instead, he gently closed the door. After witnessing such a magnificent and tragic battle where sword immortals and demons could die, one would feel even more insignificant. After witnessing the choices made by his eldest sword immortal, Qin Pingon felt that if he were to walk through the mind-examining game at Calligraphy Lake again, he would be able to do whatever he wanted even if he was at the same cultivation level as before. Qin Pingon did not stay at the thatched cottage for long. He went to where Ning Yao and the rest were. Ning Yao looked at Yanji and then shook her head at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon nodded, indicating that he understood. Yanji's eyes were red. He clenched his fists and placed them on his knees. The family's head consecrator, the immortal realm sword immortal, Li Tumi, was dead. This old man was the person that Yan Qinian hated the most when he was young. This was because Li Tumi, who looked down on Yan Qinian the most, had personally said many terrible things about Yan Qinian when he was young. Li Tumi, who looked down on Yan Qinian the most, had personally said these things. That was why Yan Qinian had become the laughingstock of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Otherwise, with the status and wealth of the Yan family on Xuanhu Street, and with the temper and shrewdness of Yan Kei's father Yan Ming, the head of the Yan family, Who would dare to trample on Yan Ke, who was the only son of the Yan family? Even though Yan Ji had risked his life again and again to become a true swordsman and become friends with Ning Yao and Xianxia, Li Tumi, who was worshipped by the Yan family, was still unwilling to look Yan Ji in the eye. Yan Ji humbled himself and begged Li Tumi to teach him swordsmanship. Li Tumi only said that he was old and poor. How would he dare to teach the young master of the Yan family swordsmanship? That would be misleading him. Xianxia did not expect that when Li Tumi was willing to teach him swordsmanship with a straight face but a hint of a smile in his eyes, the old man would die just like that. He would become the first great sword celestial to die on the battlefield. Qin Pingon sat beside Yan Ji and did not console him. This was the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The person beside him was Yan Ji. There was no need for him to console him. Anyone could get through this. Who would be unfamiliar with the death of a loved one? Other than the deadly Tumi, there were also the temporarily living Wu Qingpei Tao Wen Zhou Qing and the rest. Who was not like that? Even sword celestials were no exception, much less sword cultivators. As well as so many people whose intrinsic flying swords had been shattered, each of them living a life worse than death. It was fortunate that only he had heard the last words of Sword Celestial Elder. That was because there were too many hidden meanings in his words. For example, the hidden official knew that Dong Guanpu was a traitor, but he did not convict him. Qin Qingdu would not say much about this. If he dragged it out, so be it. Dong Guanpu was a child who thought too much. Even if he deserved to die, he was still alive. Every day he lived was a day. If not for Dong Sanjing's insufficient swordsmanship and accumulated insufficient battle merits, he would not have been able to intimidate the sword celestials from the large clans on Taixiang Street and Xuanhu Street and incur their wrath. He would not have been able to use his battle merits to protect the life of a traitor's grandson. Therefore, Dong Sanjing was unable to protect Dong Guanpu, which led to a group of sword celestials going to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to denounce him. If not for the hidden official's bloodline turning a blind eye, Qin Qingdu would have turned a blind eye and allowed the Dong family to detain the unfilial Dong Guanpu. At most they would have thrown him into Old Deaf's prison. That was all. Ning Yao sat beside Qin Pingon. "Are you all right?" Qin Pingon said in a low voice. "Very good." Ning Yao actually had a lot of questions, but there were so many that she did not know how to ask them. Qin Pingon said gently, "You don't have to think too much. Let me think about it." The two of them looked towards the south. Yan Ji suddenly asked, "Did I disturb the two of you?" Qin Pingon opened his folding fan and fanned Ning Yao. He smiled and said, "Everyone be more aware." Dong Haitan, who was about to sit beside Ning Yao, stopped. He did not stand up or sit down. His posture was strange. Unexpectedly, Qin Sanqiu sat beside Yan Ji, Fan Dash sat beside Dong Huafu, and Stack Zhang sat beside Qin Sanqiu. In the end, everyone looked into the distance. Quietly they waited for the next battle. Peng Yuanji was speechless for a long time. The young sword cultivator, who was regarded as the next hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, had a dark heart. His heart was dead. Sword Immortal Gao Yuqing, who had been beside Peng Yuanji, sat beside him in a daze. He wanted to say something but he did not dare to. Marquis Gao Yeho sat beside Peng Yuanji and said, "Bear with it." Peng Yuanji was in a daze. Marquis Gao Yeho was silent for a moment. Then he said, "If you really want to know the answer, don't be so depressed. Instead, strive to ask the hidden official yourself one day. Let her tell you the answer personally." Peng Yuanji muttered, "You are not me and I am not you. I can't do it." Marquis Gao Yeho sneered. "All right then. From today onwards, the hidden official's lineage will cease to exist." Unexpectedly, a young lady came quietly behind them. She crossed her arms and said, "I'll take over the lineage." "It's settled then." Peng Yuanji smiled sadly. He turned his head and asked, "Lu Duan, why didn't you leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Sword Immortal Guijia and that Qin Pingon both wanted you to leave." Guizhujio's eyes lit up. She shook her head and said, "No matter how much they respect and admire my father and master, that's what they think. As a sword cultivator, shouldn't we have our own way of living and dying?" Peng Yuanji smiled bitterly. Even if she understood the logic, what could she do? Marquis Gao Yeho gave her a thumbs up and laughed. "Lu Duan, well said." Guizhujio looked at Marquis Gao Yeho and said helplessly, "Why are you praising me? You should praise my master for teaching him well. This is called praising two at once." You don't know how to do it. Marquis Gao Yeho was speechless. Only Ning Yao and Dong Budi could gain the upper hand in dealing with Lu Duan. Gao Yuqing could not help but laugh through her tears. Guizhuzhou glanced at the young lady and said sympathetically, crying and laughing, your brain must be damaged. So you're just a little melon. Gao Yuqing pulled Marquis Gao Yeho's sleeves. Marquis Gao Yeho laughed angrily. Now you know how to look for your brother? Guizhuzhou shook her head. She followed her master and walked away. She muttered to herself, little melon, a young lady who can't grow up, a water that can't be spilled, so sad. Gao Yuqing's face flushed red. Marquis Gao Yeho also felt sad that he had such a sister who sided with outsiders. Peng Yuanji's smile was forced. He continued to look towards the south. Even further south he hoped to see his master again. On the Great Wall of Sword Qi, all the sword cultivators who were familiar with the two sword immortals, Zhang Liao and Li Ding, were extremely sad. The two sword immortals who were the most carefree in their hometown were publicly known to be aloof from worldly affairs. But in the end they died on the battlefield of Savage World. Simply put, there were many businessmen in Pure World. In truth, these sword cultivators, 32 of them, had different cultivation realms. They were all considered to be different in Pure World. The two with the highest cultivation realms were Zhang Liao and Li Ding. Both of them were unpolished Jade Realm sword immortals. Over at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, when they looked at the sword cultivators of Pure World who had the least number of people, they never looked at them differently. But deep in their hearts they were unhappy. There was no need to say much about the North Continent. It was the continent with the most sword cultivators in the vast world. Could not be compared. The South Swirl continent was the closest to the inverted suspended mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It had a few hundred sword cultivators. There was no need to compare. But other than that, the Fuyao continent, Wuxia continent, Jinjia continent, these three continents had more sword cultivators than Pure World. There were only two continents with fewer sword cultivators than Pure World. The smallest continent in the vast world, Aquarius continent, had the Wind Snow Temple sword immortal Wei Jin, a young sword immortal who could compete with the native sword immortals in terms of talent and attainment. Then there was Qin Pingon, who was not a sword cultivator but was able to win the respect of sword cultivators. The last continent was the Tong Yi continent, which was famous for not liking to interact with other continents. The Aquarius continent had internal strife, while the Tong Yi continent had great demons causing trouble. Only the pure Jade continent was peaceful from beginning to end. On the contrary, the business of the cross-continent ferries to the inverted suspended mountain was flourishing. Now that Zhang Liao and Li Ding, the two sword immortals of their continent, had died in battle, logically speaking, this was something that was enough to make the sword cultivators of Pure World proud. But they did not feel proud at all. It only made the sword cultivators of Pure World even more depressed and unhappy. Somewhere on the city wall, there was a group of scholars dressed in scholarly robes. Among them, Qin Chunan had a serious expression. Qin Shi and his closest friends Lu Xianyang and Qin Jingxiu stood at the side. Qin Shi was extremely worried. He said softly, "If we defend, many people will die. If we don't defend, we will be letting down those who have already died. In front of us, there is the native sword immortal Li Tumi, Pure World's Zhang Liao and Li Ding. If I were that big brother sword immortal, my Dao heart would have already collapsed." Lu Xianyang squatted down as he chewed on a stalk of grass that he had plucked out of nowhere. He said vaguely, "Sword immortals and sword cultivators are all used to boss presiding over the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It has been too long. It's hard for anyone to imagine how this senior feels." Qin Jingxiu said in a low voice, "In the past 10,000 years, including the current battle, there are a total of 96 battles. We have never lost." Lu Xianyang said, "The battlefield is on the land of the south. It is also in the hearts of the people of the north. That is why we have always won but also lost." Qin Chunan suddenly said, "We are the world's ruler. We cannot escape the blame. We have made a great mistake." This old man who was the ruler of the world was not speaking from his heart. He spoke directly. Other than Lu Xianyang, even Qin Shi, a disciple of the Qin clan, Qin Jingxiu, a scholarly gentleman, had a change in expression. Hidden official with Luo Shan and the bamboo nunnery sword immortal swaggered to the commander's tent. The gray-robed elder stood outside the tent and said with a smile, "Don't worry about not having a fight on our side. As long as they are in the Ascendant Realm and did not contribute to the siege, you can choose them. If they are killed, continue to kill whoever dares to complain. The hidden official nodded and reached out to grab one of his ponytails. He shook it gently and grinned. When we reach the vast world, give me half a continent of land and let me kill all the cultivators of the upper 5 realms. Cowards, their shells and meat will be smashed together. The gray-robed elder did not refuse. Why should he refuse? The little girl in front of him was simply the best Great Tao seed in the world. Her compatibility with the Great Tao was unparalleled. Staying by Qin Qingdo's side was torture for her all the time. The Great Wall of Sword Qi had never been her place of cultivation. It was a big cage that imprisoned her heart. Hidden Official was a sword cultivator born and raised in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. How could she not have a natal flying sword? However, in every battle she almost never used her flying sword. At most she would use a long sword of the sword workshop to chop it off and then change to a fist. The gray-robed elder rarely regretted. One of them was that hidden official who grew up in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, was not born in the savage world and did not go to the moon-bearing mountain to cultivate early. Otherwise, the positions of the 14 seats in the ancient well would all change. This ancestor of the savage world was accompanied by only one person at the moment. It was the bearded man with a sword on his back. Zhou Xian looked at the famous sword immortal in the savage world and asked, "Why didn't you draw your sword or sword? Why did you let Dong Senging save your people?" The bearded man said indifferently, "Since you are a sword immortal and a woman, I will talk nonsense with you. I don't need to explain who I kill and who I don't kill." Luo Shan was just about to speak when the bamboo nunnery sword immortal reached out and grabbed her wrist. The gray-robed elder smiled. "There is no need to be so reserved. According to the rules set by the moon-bearing mountain, you are the most important guests of the savage world. Within 1,000 years there will be no mistakes. If Lu Cha draws his sword on you, it will be considered as asking the sword to support the moon-bearing mountain, right?" At this point the elder looked at the bearded man. Lu Cha was silent. Then the gray-robed old man casually said a few words to the man named Lu Cha Luo Shan, the bamboo nunnery sword immortal, and the other great demons in the commander's tent. "Our wildlands is indeed an uncivilized land of barbarians. It is not the Great Wall of Sword Qi, nor is it the vast world. I don't have many rules, only a few. All of them are valid and those who disobey will die." Hidden official said seriously, "Oh right, my silly disciple Pang Yunji. Even if he wants to die, don't kill him. I still want him to ask the sword again and again in the future." The gray-robed elder smiled helplessly. "Don't nag me about such trivial matters. Let Luo Shan and the bamboo nunnery go to the Jiazi tent and the Wu tent respectively. You should know." Hidden official asked, "Then what should I do?" The gray-robed elder said, "The place that Qin Qing calls the rat's nest. Under the well there are still some damn demons who are lucky to be alive. If you are bored you can go and kill them all. Maybe it will help you break through the realm earlier." Hidden official blinked. "Are you afraid that Qin Qing and I will work together? That I will break your robes? Going to the rat's nest and killing those ascendant realm demons who were struggling at death's door. While her realm was steadily improving, it was actually a kind of mysterious integration with the savage world. From then on, her life and death would be related to the whole world. She wanted to break through the bottleneck of the ascendant realm and become an immortal existence like the old blind man. This was the price she had to pay. Heaven and earth were furnaces. Was cultivating the Tao to become a thief? Even the ascendant realm couldn't escape this kind of shackle. If she really wanted to break through this barrier, she had to do something magnificent. She had to use her own small world to refine a part of the big world. After refining all of it, she would be the Confucian sage, the Buddha, and the Tao ancestor. The gray-robed elder laughed heartily. "Just tell me if you want to go or not." Hidden official smiled brightly, rose from the ground, turned into a rainbow and went straight to the rat's nest. What kind of world could she refine in the Great Wall of Sword Qi? The Great Wall of Sword Qi? The Great Wall of Sword Qi was Qin Qing and Qin Qing was the Great Wall of Sword Qi. But the savage world was different because the gray-robed elder hadn't really refined the whole world, so she still had a chance. Maybe in the future she could even wrestle with this demon clan ancestor. Lu Cha frowned and asked, "Do we have to give way to her like this? One sword principle, one knowledge, two of the biggest advantages. Enough for you and Zhomi. You two can't take all the good things." The gray-robed elder laughed. Qin Qingdu died again. When I reach the vast world, the sage of rites should come out of the mountain. I want to see if the scholars of the vast world say that in every troubled world, there will be heroes to save the world. Wuxia asked, "What about Bai Zhe?" The gray-robed elder sneered. "He's almost the same as the old blind man. He's so disappointed that he won't help either side." Wuxia suddenly said, "When the darkness is gone, the light can be seen." The gray-robed elder laughed and asked, "Then have you ever thought about which world is the most suitable for this sentence? If you only talk about purity, which world has the purest mind?" The gray-robed elder stretched out two hands. "In the vast world, people's hearts are going down. But we are going up. This is the most unstoppable trend." The elder clenched his fists and whispered, "When you reach the vast world, it's your turn to draw your sword." Wuxia nodded. "It should be so." The gray-robed elder suddenly patted the bearded man's shoulder. "When you go there, beat them until they feel pain. You'll have the chance to see that alliance again. When the time comes, I'll allow you to use one of the continents in the vast world as a small wager for your sword competition." Alliance had been to many places in the wasteland and killed many demons. But he also became a true friend with a swordsman hero, and that was Wuxia. After Alliance returned to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he joked with a group of little kids about Wuxia. He did not disappoint. Big body, rough appearance, righteous spirit, bold and unrestrained, he could write poems. Of course, after saying these unimportant words of courtesy, Alliance quickly returned to his normal self. He spat on his palm, ran his fingers through his hair, and revealed the secrets of heaven to those startled children. After laying the groundwork, it was time to get to the main point. No matter how impressive that guy was, he was still subdued by my elegance. Without a second word, he wanted to give me his sword as a gift. When I refused, he wanted to use his sword as a brush to write a poem. Who am I? I'm a proper scholar. Wuxia, aren't you just asking to be humiliated? Seeing that I didn't nod and agree, that guy couldn't stop writing. A stream of ancient time water flowed into my palm. Dense chi for 1,000 miles, wearing down my ancient sword. Don't be petty. What? You guys haven't heard of a single line? It doesn't matter, it's just average anyway. If you can't remember, then so be it. But in the future, if any of you meet that Wuxia on the battlefield, don't be afraid. If you can't beat him, immediately tell him that you are Alliance's friends. But that self-proclaimed scholar Alliance was even more of a hoodlum. Unknowingly, he had stayed in the Great Wall of Sword Chi for more than 100 years. He never wore a green robe and had a jade pendant hanging around his waist. He never looked like a real scholar. When he left, the swordsman didn't even have a sword. He just wore a bamboo hat and a saber. No one knew that when Qin Qing was sending him off, he said solemnly, "Since you're leaving, don't ever come back again. How could an outsider like you stay in the Great Wall of Sword Chi for so long? Even if you don't leave, I will chase you away." That man only rubbed the shoulders of the sword immortal elder while smiling mischievously. "If there's any good wine, help me keep it. Whether I drink or not depends on my mood. But whether I keep it or not is the law of the martial world." But in the end, the man straightened his bamboo hat. Before leaving the thatched cottage, he turned his back to the old man and said, "If the Great Wall of Sword Chi had turned around, I wouldn't have come. No matter how good the wine is, who can I, Alliance, find to drink it?" After the withered bone great demon Bai Ying and the old Yeluos common lord Yangji, the role overseeing the demonic army was changed to that great demon with thousands of palaces and jade pavilions. Her name was Huang Wan. Huang Wan still sat alone on the railing. She seemed to be in a celestial city filled with the cries of phoenixes and cranes. In the city, there were the different climate changes of the 20 solar terms. Some immortal residences were filled with the cries of autumn cicadas. Some courtyards were filled with willow leaves that resembled little eyebrows. There were also Taoist temples where jade was planted incessantly and snow covered the ground. There were also many graceful talisman beauties, either sticking yellow flowers in front of mirrors or fanning fireflies. And in the residence where Huang Wan sat on the railing, there was the Rui stream that Huang Wan loved the most. The clear water flowed through it, and there was the white-haired old fisherman manifested by the talisman paper, as well as the beautiful maidens of silk washing and lotus gathering, who did the same thing year after year. At the foot of this city on the clouds was the demonic army that had gathered and steadily advanced. They were all cultivators, and their cultivation levels were not too low. They numbered more than 50,000, and even the weakest was a grotto realm cultivator. Moreover, they had spirit artifacts and magical treasures. Thus, there was no need for them to break through the three sword formations of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, much less attack the city like ants. On the other side of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there was a flood of flying swords that poured down toward the south. This time, there would also be a great river in the wasteland, formed from countless spirit artifacts and magical treasures. The light of treasures would soar into the heavens and surge toward the northern walls. You have the river of Sword Qi and I have the great river of treasures. It would be a head-on collision between the two rivers. Since they had already decided to use half of the world's power to attack this lone Great Wall of Sword Qi, how could they not have a battle formation to show for it? They would exchange their spirit artifacts and magical treasures with their natal flying swords to see who would feel more heartache. There were no schemes or intricate arrangements. It was just a competition of resources. If that old woman Yangji was slightly more capable and not so useless, and could rely on the 5 mountains to stabilize their footing, the losses on the Great Wall of Sword Qi would be greater. Who would have thought that Li Tumi's and Zhu's attacks would mess up all the arrangements? Not only were they unable to kill more immortal sword cultivators, they almost lost everything. It also caused Huang Wan's own siege battle to be greatly affected. Otherwise, the closer the battlefield was to the city, the faster the casualties on their side would be. However, the damage to the natal flying swords of the Great Wall of Sword Qi would also be greater. 5 upper 5 realms mountain monarch deities and thousands of talisman cultivators sacrificed their lives to refine the mountains. Then Chongguang moved the mountains and suddenly threw them onto the battlefield. The military tent remembered all the accounts clearly. If not for the hidden official's betrayal, which could be considered a great help, Yangji would be in big trouble. After all, the siege of the city was no longer as crude as it used to be. So many military tents were not just for decoration. Even if the cultivators in the military tents did not have high cultivation realms and there were even many young children, in the eyes of the Grand Ancestor and Tuyue Mountain, as long as any military order was out of the military tents, even Huang Wan, Yangji, and Bai Ying would have to think twice. Huang Wan raised his hand high and waved it forward lightly. The demon army's treasures were all deployed. In the night sky, it was as if a bright river of stars had suddenly hung up. Even an ancient existence like the great demon Huang Wan had to admit that the scene in front of him was spectacular. It was very fresh, but he did not know how many times he would have the chance to see it in the future. As long as he reached the vast world, according to the previous calculation, it would be very difficult to have such an opportunity. Huang Wan was surprised and took the initiative to open the restriction. He turned his head and smiled, "Rare guest, rare guest." It was Yang Ji who lost more than half of his immortal weapon rope. During the battle, most of the fragments were collected by this nostalgic woman. However, if he really wanted to repair it, not only would it be troublesome, it would not be worth it. It would be better to just go to the vast world and snatch a few pieces by force. Today, Yang Ji, who was wearing plain clothes and wearing a wooden hairpin, sat by the railing with a gloomy expression. Huang Wan smiled. "Why, do you want to snatch the credit from me?" Yang Ji said, "I'm just helping you to earn some credit." Although the great ancestor did not say anything harsh, he was obviously not too happy. After this battle, it can be considered as a gesture to the great ancestor. After that, I have to return to the wasteland and personally kill those wandering sword immortals. Huang Wan looked at a certain place in the Great Wall of Sword Qi and felt a little regretful. To be honest, even he was kept in the dark about the hidden official's betrayal of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He did not know that there would be such an unforeseen event. Yang Ji asked, "The city in the north and the inverted mountain, when will our chess pieces attack?" Huang Wan smiled. "How would I know that?" Of course, the army under his feet was not standing still. They took out all kinds of life source items from afar. The entire formation was constantly advancing. The torrent of Sword Qi collided with the river of treasures. It was incomparably dazzling, like thousands of sparks from an ancient god's sword. They kept sputtering and sprinkling down like a rain of fire, illuminating the Great Wall of Sword Qi and Huang Wan's city in the sky. Other than that, there were ants similar to the first opening battle. They were madly charging forward from the two sides of the army. It was not a pretense but a real sacrifice to fill the battlefield. This was what Yang Ji meant by assisting. Because these nonentities were all Yang Ji's vassal forces and direct subordinates. A great demon at the peak of the great demon realm naturally did not just sit beside Huang Wuan and enjoy the scenery or fight against the torrent of sword chi a few times. Many non-entities would die, and he would directly wipe out several old forces that he had painstakingly cultivated. There was one good thing about the wasteland. Under the fist they would submit to fate. If they were unwilling to die, they would die first. Furthermore, it wasn't like they were just throwing their lives away. There were many military tents that kept detailed records of the casualties and battle achievements. If they died, it wouldn't be too much of a loss. If they didn't die, they would make a huge profit. The world was vast, and as long as they could get past the Great Wall of Sword Chi, they would be able to earn money every day. There were innumerable heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as the immortal clans and organizations that were at the mercy of the wildlands. Huang Wan suddenly smiled playfully. When did the Great Wall of Sword Chi become so orderly when sword immortals attack? This handsome man with an immortal aura reached out and patted the railing lightly. He complained incessantly, "It's over." In this way, the other side's losses are destined to be lower than the military tent's expectations. Yangji, is it because you are too unlucky that you implicated me? Look, Yu Qing, Mi Hu, and many other sword immortals who were rumored to not be on good terms with each other are so particular about formations when they use their swords. Those unruly sword immortals can fight in a small area and work together seamlessly. It's very normal. But tonight's scene can allow almost all sword immortals to superimpose their natural mystiques to the maximum. Isn't it both impressive and vexing? Yang Ji's face was gloomy. He sneered, knowing that they will die, they are still stubbornly resisting. Huang Wan watched the battle for a while and lamented, retracting the battle line and withdrawing the sword immortals for 3 miles? Is this still the Great Wall of Sword Chi that I heard of? Yang Ji asked curiously, since it's troublesome, why are you still watching? Huang Wan smiled, let those young fellows in the military tent train more. It was originally a demonstration for later generations to watch. Besides, I don't think that we will lose too badly on this battlefield. If we want to be in a stalemate with the vast world in the future, we can't just rely on the few of us. Yang Ji turned his head and looked in a direction. Far away, there was an even larger battle formation that had yet to arrive at the battlefield. They were all native sword immortals of the desolate world. No matter how precious a sword immortal's life was, they could not just be raised and treated as decorations. To be able to ask the Great Wall of Sword Chi and use it as a whetstone to wash their swords and survive, only then could they be considered a true sword immortal. At the Great Wall of Sword Chi, an extremely strange small hill was temporarily put together. There were more than 10 people and about half of them were foreigners. They were gathered with the identity of the hidden official's newest sword immortal. This was also the first time in history that the hidden official's bloodline had recruited foreign sword immortals. As for the duties of the supervisor and scribe, they were still handed over to the old sword immortals and Confucian disciples of the hidden official's bloodline. However, the former's identity as the hidden official's bloodline had been lost. After gathering these people, Lu Ji quickly left, leaving behind 2 scrolls sent by the Taoist saints. Lu Ji spread out the 2 large scrolls on the horse path. On one of the scrolls, it was the scene of the sword immortals clashing with the treasure river. The other scroll was further south of the battlefield. It was the distribution of the demon race's front line in the desolate world. The picture was relatively blurry, but the further north it was, the clearer it was. It was as if there was a divide that was separated by time and place. Lu Ji only said that no one was responsible for killing the enemy for the time being. They were all part of the hidden official's bloodline. Other than that, this female great sword immortal with outstanding combat power did not say anything else. Most of the sword immortals looked at each other. Firstly, most of them did not know each other at all. Secondly, they were confused and did not know what to do. Mi was the most awkward one because he was the only sword immortal in the upper 5 realms. They could not just stare at each other. Mi Yu, who had the highest cultivation level, said, "Everyone introduce yourselves first. I am Mi Yu, Jade Unpolished Realm." A handsome youth in white smiled and said, "Lin Junbai, Middle Plains Divine Continent, just reached the Dragon Gate realm." People constantly spoke. Snow Mountain Continent's Dengliang Nascent Soul Realm. Fuyao Continent's Song Gaoyuan, Golden Core Realm. Drifting Dawn Continent's Chao Gun, Dragon Gate Realm. Gold Armor Continent's Xianxia Golden Core Realm. Other than that, at the Great Wall of Sword Qi there was Peng Yuanji, Dong Budi, Situ Weiran, Gu Jianlong, Wang Xinshui, Guizhujiu, and Qin Pingon. The happiest was Guizhujiu because her master was also here. She squatted beside her master. The two of them were wearing sleeves. One look and one could tell that they were family. And the one who was the most worried was naturally Gu Jianlong. When her master announced his name and cultivation level, Guizhujiu started clapping. Qin Pingon, lower 5 realms. Qin Pingon turned to his disciple and smiled, steady. Guizhujiu nodded vigorously. Lin Junbai said, even if this batch of demon beasts retreated, there will definitely be a large batch of sword immortals who want to challenge us. This is probably the reason why we are gathered here. Try to think of more possibilities for the other party and our countermeasures. The war is extremely tense. Other than sword immortal me, our cultivation levels are not high. Therefore our duty is to find loopholes and fill in the gaps. We are destined to not be of much help, but if we pool our thoughts and help out a little we should be able to. While Lin Junbai was speaking, Qin Pingon sat cross-legged at the edge of the painting. He held a folding fan and tapped his palm lightly as he stared at the painting. Lin Junbai looked at Miyu. This awkward sword immortal smiled and nodded. Miyu was not at all as relaxed as Gu Jianlong. Lin Junbai then looked at the deputy manager. Qin Pingon did not even raise his head. He smiled and said, capable people do more work. Junbai, just give the orders. Lin Junbai was also not used to it. However, there was no need to be coy about it. He had to prioritize his priorities. At this moment, Lin Junbai felt as if he had stepped onto the chessboard and was playing against the entire desolate realm. If he could help the Great Wall of Sword Qi win a little, he would be helping himself and Xiao Yuanchao win a lot. Therefore Lin Junbai did not hesitate. After thinking for a while he began to assign tasks to everyone. He let Peng Yuanji and Dong Budi be in charge of counting and categorizing the natal flying swords and mystiques of the sword immortals on their side. Situ Weiran and Deng Liang were in charge of recording the enemy cultivators' half-immortal weapons and key treasures. Xianxia and Song Gaoyuan were in charge of recording the wear and tear of both sides' flying swords and treasures. Chao Gun and Wang Xinshui were in charge of observing the changes in the demon cultivators' battle formations. If they could be distracted, they would look for enemy great cultivators who were concealing their cultivation levels. Qin Pingon looked at Gu Jianlong and greeted, "Brother Gu, what a coincidence. It's a small world." That Gu Jianlong ran over to Qin Pingon's side and squatted down. He said righteously, "What kind of joke is this? How would I dare to let the second shopkeeper call me Brother Gu? Call me Little Gu." Finally, a short table appeared on the horse path at the top of the city wall. Everyone sat cross-legged on the table. Mi, who had to copy the documents that he had to compile and then hand them over to Guizhujiu to distribute so that everyone could read and exchange information. As for important information, they were not far from each other anyway. They could speak directly. Only Qin Pingon did not have any substantial tasks. The reason was simple. After Lu Ji sent someone to deliver the table, ink and paper, she said something. From this moment onwards, Qin Pingon is the new hidden officer of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Mi, who was helpless. Peng Yuanji felt relieved. As long as it was not him, it did not matter to him who took over as the hidden officer. It would be best if it was the second manager. Lin Junbai's expression was complicated, but it disappeared in a flash. He became more certain of his guess. Now that there were many sword immortals changing their sword formations, it was this person's suggestion. Gu Jianlong went against his conscience and smiled. When Guizhujiu clapped alone, it was as loud as thunder. As for the hidden officer, who was the youngest in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and had the lowest cultivation level, he stood up and received the ancient jade token that symbolized the hidden officer's identity. He shook his sleeves and sat down again. He hung the jade token at his waist, one on the left and one on the right of the blade's strengthening gourd. On the table, other than brush and ink, there were stacks of blank account books waiting to be written. There was also a closed jade bamboo folding fan. Qin Pingon interlocked his fingers and looked at the extremely familiar table layout. He smiled and felt good. It was as if he was overseeing a small world without using his intrinsic flying sword. What do you mean by a new hidden official? It was nothing more than changing from a bag shop that cheated both the old and the young to an even more skilled accountant. 627. For the time being, the wasteland was still unaware that the Great Wall of Sword Qi had lost the hidden official with the highest battle prowess in history, but had gained a new hidden official with the lowest cultivation base in history. Even if they knew, they would probably treat it as a huge joke. In fact, even on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, not many people took it seriously. This was especially so for the Sword Immortals. They only felt that their boss Sword Immortal was acting indifferently. A new broom sweeps clean. After Qin Pingon sat down, he did exactly 3 things. The hidden official's lineage had 2 private residences, both outside the city. One was used to avoid the heat while the other was used to avoid the cold. All the secret files that had been stored in the past 100 years were moved to the side of the road. They were stacked layer by layer behind Qin Pingon, piling up like a mountain. The previous hidden official did not take away the jade tablet with the ancient words "hidden official" on it, nor did he destroy the archives that had been passed down for thousands of years by the hidden official's lineage. Other than Qin Pingon's backer, Qin Pingon also got someone to move an immortal's treasure, the sword room. Each person had 2 messenger flying swords that the sword workshop had specially made for the hidden official's lineage. Under Qin Pingon's request, the sword workshop's swordsmith had engraved everyone's names on the swords. Qin Pingon Miyu Pengyuanji Dong Bud Gu Jianlong Wang Xinshui Guizhujiao. Lin Junbai Deng Liang Song Gaoyuan Chao Gun Xianxian. These were all the sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, the 2 flying swords that belonged to Qin Pingon were directly engraved with the words hidden official, instead of the name Qin Pingon. The third thing was that Qin Pingon and his subordinate sword cultivators went straight to the point and said something that could not be more straightforward. Everyone, including me, there are a total of 12 people. All the sword cultivators here are very smart and should know that we have one thing in common, which is that our realms are not high and the killing power of our swordsmanship is not worth mentioning in the current offensive and defensive battles. However, our brains are still good. When we encounter problems, we are willing to think more and get used to it. The thought of an ordinary sword cultivator is something that we may have gone through several rounds. This is called practice makes perfect. The identity of the hidden official's lineage is the greatest recognition to you. However, this is not an iron rice bowl. Every one of our suggestions, especially every strategy that ultimately affects the entire sword formation, will easily involve tens of thousands of sword cultivators, or even hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators, and even the lives of many sword immortals. I only have one request, which is that everyone should rack their brains and do their best to make suggestions. If I find that someone is dragging us down in any aspect, or that someone who seems to be smart but is actually not good enough, I will directly expel him from the hidden official's lineage. No matter how valuable your reputation is, it is not as valuable as the lives of sword cultivators and their natal flying swords. Therefore, this is definitely not an easy task, so please be mentally prepared. We need to be responsible for everyone who dies in battle. The bigger problem is those sword cultivators who are living a life worse than death, or those who have friends and family who died in battle. They might hold a grudge against the 12 of us, trash sword cultivators who only know how to talk. It's normal for them to hate us and we can't change that. However, we can't be disappointed in this, not even a little bit. If someone harbors a grudge because of this and deliberately does something bad, once I detect it, I will let Sword Immortal Miyu deliver a sword strike and kill them directly. I won't listen to any excuses, and once I suspect someone, that person will die. Therefore, I only have one final question. Who wants to leave the lineage of the hidden officials? It is not too late to withdraw now. Otherwise, instead of scheming against me, Qin Pingon, and comparing the depths of our shrewdness, it is better to do it cleanly and go to the top of the city to kill demons with your swords. Even if you can obtain a little merit, it is definitely better than wasting your time here only to die harming others and yourself. The other 11 sword cultivators were silent, but their eyes were resolute. Qin Pingon nodded. Very good. Even a young sword cultivator like Junbai with great prospects for the Great Dao did not hesitate at all, daring to stake his Great Dao and his life here. I feel that the hearts of the people can be used. Lin Junbai immediately felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Qin Pingon would not use this opportunity to avenge a personal grudge, would he? Qin Pingon narrowed his eyes, and his gaze wandered across the faces of the sword cultivators. He slowly said, "We are not sitting here to cultivate nor to refine swords. We are only sitting here to represent the Great Wall of Sword Qi, to make the biggest deal in the world with those beasts in the wilderness. We want to make the most profitable deal for the tens of thousands of sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. We want to use the least amount of our lives to exchange for the most amount of the enemy's lives. Everyone, we will never have such an opportunity again in this lifetime. Even if you have great fortune in the future, you will be able to reach the peak of the Great Tao, become immortals, ascendant realm, and then reincarnate. Even if there is a next life, you will never have such an opportunity again. Even if you become the leader of a sect in the vast world, there will be countless sword cultivators in your sect. How many sword immortals can you mobilize to make them willing to use their swords and sacrifice themselves? You have to cherish the present, because this is a magnificent feat that only the 12 of us can accomplish in the several worlds in the past 10,000 years, and 10,000 years later. Guizhou sat behind the table and his eyes were resolute. He suddenly cupped his fists but did not say anything. Dong Buji followed behind, also in high spirits, and cupped his fists high. Lin Junbai, Gu Jianlong, Wang Xinshui, and even Sword Immortal Miyu cupped their fists one by one. This was especially true for the young sword cultivators from other continents. All of them were agitated. For outsiders who dared to come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to practice their swords, especially those who dared to use their swords and were unwilling to leave after a great battle, the younger the sword cultivator, the purer and more ambitious they were. Qin Pingon said, "Don't be in a hurry to give orders to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Let's first familiarize ourselves with the battlefield. Follow Lin Junbai's plan and perform your duties. After an hour I will make another decision." To Qin Pingon, Lin Junbai's plan was too crude. However, it was the result of Lin Junbai's quick thinking and he could not ask for more. However, after an hour, or rather after this, the Great Wall of Sword Qi would deal with the 60 tenths of the wilderness in the same way. Qin Pingon did not feel that his lineage of hidden officials had any chance of victory. Qin Pingon began to flip through the secret files of the old hidden officials. He flipped through the books very quickly, and there were more than 10 books with blank pages beside him. When he saw the key points, he would copy them down. At the same time, he would occasionally glance at the battlefield from the corner of his eye, and then at the 11 people, observing the minute changes in their expressions. The graceful handwriting was the bamboo nunnery sword immortal's handwriting. The sharp strokes were that of the female sword immortal Luo Shan. What a good handwriting! The content was refreshing, clean, and there was naturally no fault to be found. Even though the 3 sword immortals had betrayed the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it could still be said that they had done their best in the matter of the secret records. After an extremely precise hour, Qin Pingon held the folded fan in his hand. He did not open it but only raised it gently and then slammed it heavily on the table. He said, "Continue to watch the battlefield and just listen to what I have to say. From now on, everyone has to take care of 3 things. The first is the matter of your job. Everyone has to keep a close eye on the painting. The second is for everyone to start taking notes so that others can pass them around. Once there is a need, you can directly ask for the notes from others for reference. The third is for the flying swords to transmit messages to various places at certain times." Qin Pingon continued, "Let's start with the third thing. The flying swords of the hidden officials' lineage are extremely fast. Other than some major strategies which I will personally transmit to all the sword cultivators, the rest of the minor adjustments and changes of the sword formation will be done by each of you. Among them, Miyu, Dong Bubu, and Gu Jianlong are responsible for transmitting to all the native sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The entire Great Wall of Sword Qi will be divided into the left, middle, and right territories. Guizhou and Wang Xinshui are responsible for all the flying swords to all the sword cultivators of the upper 5 realms." Hearing this, Miyu frowned. Because this did not seem to make sense. Logically speaking, he should be the one to contact the other sword cultivators. Qin Pingon explained, "Sword Immortal Miyu, if one sword cultivator speaks to another sword cultivator, the level of cultivation is a threshold in the heart. If it is not pure enough, it is easy to cause problems. Many opportunities on the battlefield are fleeting. A stagnation and hesitation can mean that they are gone. Can you understand this?" Miyu nodded. In fact, this hidden official was already very polite. Some of the things that he did not say were reasons. For example, Miyu had a bad impression in the eyes of the other sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Comparatively speaking, Guizhou and Wang Xinshui, who had extremely low cultivation bases, were communicating with sword immortals through flying swords. It was indeed a more straightforward way of doing business. If Miyu, a sword immortal who was famous for being ostentatious, were to give orders, there would indeed be a great number of sword immortals who would not listen to him at all. Qin Pingon continued, "In the future, if you have such doubts, just ask me face to face. If you can persuade me to change my mind, that would be best. Besides, Pang Yuanji is responsible for contacting the battle supervisors of the hidden officials, as well as the Confucian students' military achievement recorder. There are fewer of them, so Pang Yuanji is responsible for the sword cultivators of the Central Plains. Lin Junbai is responsible for the sword cultivators of the South Swirl continent. Deng Liang is responsible for all the sword cultivators of the North continent. Song Gaoyuan is responsible for the sword cultivators of the Golden Armor continent. Xianxia is responsible for the sword cultivators of the Drifting Clouds continent. Chao Gun is responsible for the sword cultivators of the White Peak continent. These sword cultivators who had mysteriously become part of the hidden officials' lineage were mostly skilled in mental calculation and tactics as well as chess. For example, Lin Junbai and Xianxia were both true national masters. Miyu really had a question, so he asked the hidden official directly, "Why don't the sword cultivators of the other continents contact the sword cultivators and sword immortals of the other continents? Wouldn't there be less stagnation?" Qin Pingon asked back. Deng Liang and the other sword cultivators from other continents came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and risked their lives. Now they are being roped in to become the sword cultivators of the hidden officials' lineage. Doing such a strenuous and unrewarding business, aren't they allowed to earn some extra favors? His words were very direct. It was obvious that he was doing business. Lin Junbai smiled knowingly. The sword cultivators of the other continents were also a little embarrassed. Of course, at the same time they were even more delighted. They were even more grateful to this hidden official. If they could live, who would be willing to die? If they could not die and live with a clear conscience, then it was only right for them to think about their future path. Miyu pondered for a while and figured out the crux of the matter. This sword immortal smiled helplessly and cupped his fists, indicating that he understood and had no more questions. The native sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi were in charge of contacting the native sword cultivators. But for outsiders like Lin Junbai, there was a hidden meaning behind the flying sword transmission. It was very particular. For example, he was in charge of contacting the Hassa continent in the south of the Central Plains. The sword cultivator Deng Liang of the Snow continent in the north was in charge of contacting the North continent in the northeast of the vast world. It was the same for the other sword cultivators. All of them used flying swords to contact the neighboring continents. Such a favor was like the cross-continent ferry. It was the fairest and least profitable business in the world. Such a sincere favor would naturally last for a long time, and the other party would miss it for a long time. As for the sword shio of this continent who were not locals, they had already thought highly of this group of young sword shio who had joined the lineage of the hidden official. Naturally, there was no need for the hidden official Qin Pingon to help Deng Liang, Xianxia, and the others to add flowers to the brocade. Lin Junbai was the first to think. Since the other young sword cultivators of the other continents were chosen by the Great Wall of Sword Qi to become members of the hidden official lineage, just like what Qin Pingon had said, their cultivation levels might not be high, but none of them were stupid. Naturally, they all thought of it quickly. Therefore, the only person they needed to ask was Miyu of the highest cultivation level, the Jade Plain realm. Qin Pingon picked up a stack of books beside him. There were more than 10 books and they all only had one title. The second matter is the most important. All of you listen carefully. Qin Pingon took out the 2 books at the top. They were titled First Book and Second Book respectively. He explained, these 2 books record in detail the names of sword cultivators of the upper 5 realms, their life-bound flying swords and their abilities. The first book is for sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and the second book is for sword cultivators of the other continents. Each page records one person. The page number will be written at the bottom right corner. You must remember the page number and the corresponding sword cultivator by heart. Then Qin Pingon put down the 2 books and explained the functions of the other books one by one. The second book was responsible for recording all the demons of the upper 5 realms of the wilderness who had shown their faces on the battlefield. There were also 2 books. The first book recorded all the great demons of the Ascendant Realm, Immortal Realm, and Jade Plane Realm sword cultivators in the Martyr's Palace. The second book recorded all the demon cultivators of the Jade Plane Realm apart from sword cultivators of the Jade Plane Realm. If they didn't know their names, they would give them a random name. They would write down their appearance after taking human form, their true form, their key treasures, their abilities, their general abilities, which camp they belonged to, and who they fought with. The more details, the better. The third book had no second books. It recorded all the Earth Immortal sword cultivators on their side. In particular, they had to choose which life-bound flying swords were naturally suited for the battlefield and how to match them. They had to see if they could create an effect similar to the finishing touch of the Earth Immortal couple. Qin Pingon also gave a few examples, such as the nascent soul sword cultivator Qin Quan. This special Earth Immortal sword cultivator was similar to the Jade Plane Realm sword cultivator Wu Qingpei. Ding Ben was also recorded as an Earth Immortal demon. When Qin Pingon explained this book, his tone was extremely heavy. He said that the reason he listed them was because these demon cultivators of the wilderness were the most deserving of death. They were also easier to kill compared to great demons. In the past, they were easily overlooked by the Great Wall of Sword Qi, or rather didn't pay enough attention to them. In a certain phase of the battle, the killing power of these beasts might not be obvious. However, if one looked back at the battle situation, the longer the battle dragged on, the greater the damage these core forces could inflict on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They might even be more terrifying than some of the demons of the upper 5 realms. In Qin Pingan's words, killing this group of demons was the most cost-effective. The Sword Immortal seniors didn't need to expend too much effort to draw out their swords, and they could still obtain good battle merits. It would be a waste not to kill them. Qin Pingon clearly held this Ding Ben in his hands for a long time and was unwilling to let it go. Therefore, if we can write a relatively detailed framework for this Ding Ben, we can rely on the details to deduce a fact that is infinitely close to the truth. Then we can flip open the book again and invite those Sword Immortal seniors with great killing power and great speed to find an opportunity on the battlefield to kill the demon cultivators in this book. This is the most immediate action for us hidden officials. Therefore, everyone must think carefully. On this Ding Ben, every alias and entry that is crossed out is the most real battle merit for everyone present. Xianxia asked, what if the senior Sword Immortals have their own reasons and are unwilling to draw out their swords? What if our flying swords are useless after sending messages? On the battlefield, both sides have accumulated grievances for a long time. I'm only saying what if one of our Sword Immortals has set their eyes on an enemy and insists on fighting them and is unwilling to listen to our orders? Are we going to have internal strife first? Qin Pingon smiled and said, if they are too arrogant and are unwilling to move, or if they refuse to leave their post without permission, or if the situation that Xianxia described happens, then everyone should use the identity of the hidden official sword cultivator. This is a military order. If it doesn't work, then don't do it more than 3 times. After 2 flying swords to remind the Sword Immortals, there's no need to talk nonsense anymore. I will invite the Sword Immortals who are even more arrogant and powerful to draw out their swords. If you can't invite them, then beg them. The atmosphere was a little heavy. This young hidden official was joking, but in fact this was definitely not a simple matter. The previous hidden official's defection, the 2 Sword Immortals following, and especially the left and right side's heavy injuries, the Great Wall of Sword Qi's morale was low. This was a fact that even a blind person could see. If there were any more accidents, it would undoubtedly add fuel to the fire. Qin Pingon put down the book and smiled. Why are all of you looking at me? Is it appropriate for the hidden official to personally run an errand and shout? It's nothing if I lose face, but if I lose face for all of you, my conscience will be uneasy. Isn't that right, Brother Gu? Isn't this fair? Gu Jianlong was like a chicken pecking rice. Qin Pingon stopped smiling. You probably don't know the weight of the words hidden official for now. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, these words can decide a person's life and death. There's no need to reason. Qin Pingon said, it's fine if you have doubts in your heart. You can wait and see. After all, I'm not afraid of using the head of a Sword Immortal to prove the truth of this matter. As for you all, what's the point of worrying about this? If the sky falls, just say that there are 12 of us hidden officials. Naturally, the hidden official will bear the burden. Qin Pingon picked up the latest blank account book. It was the 5 book that followed closely behind the 4 book. The 5th book recorded the first 3 battles and the siege strategy of the wilderness. It recorded everything big or small. The distribution of the troops, the 60 small battlefields in the wilderness, the speed at which the troops were deployed, whether the siege style was always steady or flexible. All of these had to be recorded. Therefore, this book was bound to be extremely thick and heavy. Moreover, the contents would be supplemented at any time. Personal book. All the merits and demerits of the 12 sword cultivators of the hidden officials' lineage would be recorded in this book in full detail. This was a book of contributions and also a book of self-examination. There was only one person who wrote it. Naturally, it was the newly appointed hidden official Qin Pingon. However, only Qin Pingon could read it. Personal book. It recorded the names of all the sword cultivators who died in battle or whose natal flying swords were destroyed in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This book was destined to be thick. Deng Liang asked, should we also record the sword cultivators who died in the previous 2 battles and lost their flying swords immediately? Qin Pingon said bluntly, there's no need for that. We'll make it up in the future. This book can only be written when we have the time. The living were always more important than the dead. This was war. Deng Liang nodded and did not have any objections. He even secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If Qin Pingon answered this question incorrectly, then the hearts of all the sword cultivators, including Deng Liang, that they had worked so hard to gather together, would immediately scatter. Everyone was extremely smart. Whether it was Qin Pingon, the new hidden official, or the second shopkeeper who was in seclusion with the identity of the literary saint's lineage, if he could not suppress them in all aspects in this small world, and make them accept him wholeheartedly, then not to mention anything else, just the personal book would be a huge joke. The hidden official's lineage that had just taken shape was even more of a decoration that did more harm than good. Because in this small world, only the person with the strongest cultivation heart could convince the masses. The Great Wall of Sword Qi had a seemingly comical but actually cruel saying since ancient times. The sword cultivators of the lower 5 realms would also repeat this saying. I'm better than Zhou Yuan. After the Dragon King in Guanzhou, that old sword immortal was the one who had fought side by side with Qin Qingdu for the longest time. He was the one with the highest status and was known as the one who was most likely to break through the great bottleneck of the Ascendant Realm. In the tragic battle where the demon army covered the city, it was he who wielded a sword and killed 2 Ascendant Realm demons consecutively. Then he joined forces with Qin Qingdu to defeat the savage world. According to his battle achievements, Zhou Yuan could of course engrave 2 words. But since he was dead, he could not engrave 2 words on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. How powerful could a dead old sword immortal, a great sword immortal, be if he could not even wield his sword? He was not powerful at all. Qin Pingon put down the blank book in his hand. Gung even more so. Autumn harvest awaited the coming spring. It was originally a beautiful but extravagant hope. Qin Pingon continued to talk about the Xian book, the Ren book, and the Gui book. The Xian book, counting the losses of the savage world. The Ren book, calculating all the assets of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, including the sword workshop, clothing workshop, and pill workshop. He also needed to focus on contacting the Nalan family and the Yen family, who were in charge of the trade of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In a war, in addition to the loss of both sides' military strength, it was also the invisible foundation, immortal money, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The Gui book. At the moment of each battle, the 12 members of the hidden official's bloodline could evaluate, deduce, and speculate about the next battle. They could express their opinions. As long as they had any thoughts or insights, they could write them down on paper and hand them to Guizhujiu, who would then send them to Qin Pingon for summarization. Qin Pingon put away all the books and said, now that we've finished talking about the third and second matters, it's time to talk about the first matter. There was no problem with Lin Junbai's division of responsibilities before, but since the current situation has changed, we will make some changes. This will also be one of the most important tenets of the hidden officials in the future. We can no longer deal with the changes by remaining unchanged like we did in the past. We must make changes at any time and any place, and every change must be the best result of the combined efforts of the hidden officials. Every time the 12 of us send a message by flying sword, we must give an advantage to the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In the end, Qin Pingon precisely circled, cut, and defined the detailed responsibilities of the 12 people. He also said that every sword cultivator had to keep an eye on the direction of the battle outside of their duties. They could not just focus on their own small area of land. If they did not make such strict demands on the 12 people, it would be very easy for them to gain benefits in a small area, but it would lead to large-scale losses on their side. In the eyes of the hidden officials, this would be a seemingly inexplicable but actually unavoidable muddled debt. An even greater price would be the unnecessary deaths of hundreds and thousands of sword cultivators on their side. A hero slays a thief, it's all in the pen. Qin Pingon finally smiled. He bent down and picked up his folding fan. Opening it, he said with a smile, "Then I invite all of you to scheme with me against the wilderness. What's the point of earning money? If you want to earn it, then earn the heads of those great demons." It was only at this moment that Lin Junbai could be considered to have truly submitted to Qin Pingon. As expected of Mr. Chui's nominal teacher. Inherited from the same lineage, it was extremely meritorious. Qin Pingon closed his folding fan and smiled at Pang Yuanji. He directly called him by his name. Pang Yuanji, remember to write Xiao Chui, nickname Jing Yun, Ascendant Realm Bottleneck Sword Cultivator, Natal Flying Sword Unknown, in Book B. Don't write these words in Book A. As for this person's natal flying sword, if you have any clues, of course, you can write them in Book B. It's for reference only. I can record this merit for you in Book B. Pang Yuanji's face was pale. He nodded without saying anything. The previous hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had the surname Xiao Chua. This was a name that many young sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had long forgotten. This was because they were used to calling her hidden official. Qin Pingon narrowed his eyes and asked, "You nodded but didn't say anything. Forgive me for being slow, but I can't guess if Pang Yuanji knows about this person's natal flying sword." Pang Yuanji shook his head and said, "I don't know." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "It's all right. The battle will be long. That person probably won't make a move for the time being. If you accidentally forget and accidentally remember, you'll still be rewarded." The conversation between the two made Sword Immortal Miyu and the other sword cultivators who originally stayed out of the matter feel their scalps go numb. A chill ran down their spines. Qin Pingon looked around and waved his folding fan lightly. His sideburns fluttered. "I already know your names, birthplaces and realms. However, I have a presumptuous request. Please tell me your greatest strengths and weaknesses. This is a small matter. Let's get busy with our important matters first. When I ask, you can speak to me telepathically. I hope that everyone can be frank and honest. This isn't child's play." Lin Junbai was a little confused. Qin Pingon's action was definitely not a pleasant one. However, Lin Junbai quickly understood. Qin Pingon needed to understand the hearts of all the members of the hidden official's lineage as quickly as possible. If the confrontation between the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the wilderness was the largest battlefield, the hidden official's lineage and all the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi were second only to the former. The 12 people of the hidden official's lineage were the third. As for the seemingly smallest battlefield, any ripple in one's Dao heart would greatly affect the direction of the first two battlefields due to their status and authority. As the hidden official, Qin Pingon could naturally judge the good and bad of everyone based on the 12 people's subsequent actions. However, this would be too slow. The various strategies of the hidden official's lineage would be slow, and the changes in the battlefield would be slow as well. However, as long as there was such an action, no matter what answer the 12 people gave, it would be a form of testimony. The haggard Qin Pingon naturally had more of his own judgment. After a while, everyone gave their answers. Qin Pingon did not bat an eyelid. He did not record it directly in his book. Instead, he wrote it on a piece of paper and placed it in his book. Yu Zhuanfu walked over. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Can I help?" No one turned to look at the girl from the central divine continent. Even Lin Junbai only dared to divert his attention to this question and answer that could turn out to be a big or small matter. Qin Pingon shook his head. No. Yu Zhuanfu did not dawdle. He went to a secluded spot on the wall and sat alone, drinking alone. Qin Pingon looked at Miyu. "Sword Immortal Miyu, I'll have to trouble you to draw a sword formation within a radius of 3 li as a forbidden area. Also, select a group of young sword cultivators. It doesn't matter if they are at the lower 5 realms. 3 to 5 people will suffice." They will be responsible for informing all sword cultivators of the new rules here. All unrelated people are not to approach. Sword immortals are no exception. At this point Qin Pingon smiled. Sword immortal Miyu, you have the highest cultivation among us. Only you can be the bad guy. Once there is a conflict, just draw your sword. If you can't win, I will personally reason with the sword immortals. Miyu felt a little better. He stood up and did as he was told. The rules of the hidden officials, regardless of whether they were loose or strict in the past, would only be more unreasonable in Qin Pingon's hands. He believed that the Great Wall of Sword Qi would soon know this. Qin Pingon closed the folding fan and gently placed it on the table. He also took off the jade tablet of the hidden official and placed it beside the folding fan. Then he began to write the 2 volumes of Book A and Book B that he was personally in charge of. A series of names. He had long had a well-thought-out plan, so he wrote very quickly. He named them after the heavenly stems and added the copies of the 1st and 2nd volumes. There were exactly 12 books. Now the hidden officials had a total of 12 people. Qin Pingon hoped that after the battle ended, everyone could take 1 book. If they were still alive. Suddenly Xianxia said in a deep voice, Great Sword Immortal Yuqing's current sword qi is extremely powerful. It only affects the entire sword formation. The 2 sword immortals nearby are forced to follow. Although the sword immortals in a small area cooperate, the effects are obvious. However, the surrounding earth immortal sword immortals and other sword immortals in the middle 5 realms will be much slower in drawing their swords. Soon the other 2 sword immortals nodded and said, It's true. It's true. Qin Pingon glanced at the painting and continued writing the 1st and 2nd volumes. He said calmly, Send a flying sword message to Yuqing. Wang Xinshui hurriedly controlled a messenger flying sword and explained the reason in a concise manner. He glanced at the sword immortal defensive layout map in his hand. The flying sword instantly flew towards Great Sword Immortal Yuqing. The young sword immortal's forehead was covered in sweat. He was still on tenterhooks. Wang Xinshui was only at the Dragon Gate realm. Although he was one of the genius sword immortals in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, how could he be relaxed when he ordered a great sword immortal who was one of the 10 peak candidates to draw his sword? Moments later, Qin Pingon raised his head and continued writing. He stared at the painting from the corner of his eyes and suddenly said sternly, Wang Xinshui, send a flying sword message to Yuqing again. Don't reason with him. Just tell him directly that if he doesn't change his sword, he will be kicked out of the city. Before he leaves, remember to complain to Boss Sword Immortal first. Wang Xinshui sent a 2nd flying sword message while trembling in fear. Not only that, Qin Pingon seemed to recall something. He cursed and sent a message to Eldest Sword Immortal with his flying sword. Then he got Guizhuzhou to send a message to Unpolished Jade Sword Immortal Wu Qingpei to ask about the progress of his sword refinement, Sweet Rain. Then he said to everyone, This is your duty. I do not wish to remind you a 2nd time. Moments later, not only did Great Sword Immortal Yuqing retract his sword slightly, an unexpected guest came to the Forbidden Land. It was likely Qin Pingon's flying sword that made Eldest Sword Immortal personally give the order to invite an important figure who could prevent such matters from happening. Otherwise, the flying sword message would need to be sent twice to reach its goal. Old Deaf. Miyu naturally did not dare to stop him. He wanted to lead this ancient existence who was one of the 10 peak candidates to Hidden Officer's side to discuss matters. However, he discovered that Qin Pingon was already staring at his and Old Deaf's feet. Miyu was horrified. Qin Pingon looked up and said to Old Deaf, Change it. I don't trust you. Old Deaf stopped in his tracks and scratched his head. He was not angry at all. He immediately turned and left, vanishing in an instant. Xinu was changed to another person. It was the female great sword immortal Lu Ji. Qin Pingon said, Lu Ji, be careful of the sword cultivators here. They might be ambushed by great demons. If any of them die, I will hold you responsible. Lu Ji nodded and went to the northern city wall to oversee the battlefield. She said bluntly, I will not give Hidden Officer any chance to hold you responsible. Lin Junbai glanced at Qin Pingon, who didn't even want to agree with Lu Ji. He was very fascinated. Qin Pingon put down his brush, stood up, walked around the table and squatted on the painting. I am more worried about you guys. I will keep an eye on you guys for an hour, so I will only give you an hour. If any of you can't meet my expectations, You will still be a sword cultivator of hidden officer's lineage. However, you will have to pass on the responsibilities that require brain work to others. If others can't do it, then I will do it personally. I don't believe that a small group of people who can be considered the smartest in the world can't compare to a chi refinement warrior of the lower 5 realms. In the end, other than Qin Pingon, the rest of hidden officers' lineage will be idlers. I believe that this matter will not be good if it spreads out. All the sword cultivators felt their heartstrings tighten. It was as if they were facing a great enemy than if they were on the battlefield. Miyu had mixed feelings. This young man was really scary. An hour later, Qin Pingon finished evaluating the 11 people one by one. He stood up and knocked his folding fan against his palm. He smiled and said, "Very good. Everyone's ability to slap faces is excellent. It turns out that I am the one who has nothing to do. Especially Pang Yuanji, Lin Junbai and Guizhu's wine. In this hour there is almost no flaw. I can only nitpick. The rest of you are also above my expectations. Keep up the good work. Anyway, as someone said, I am very thick-skinned." Before Qin Pingon could finish, Gu Jianlong, who was watching the battle, said anxiously, "Hidden officer, can you allow me to say something fair?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Get lost." Gu Jianlong said with emotion, "Hidden officer, you are really generous." Qin Pingon waved his hand and said, "In the next 15 minutes, find 20 Earth Immortal Demon cultivators. Under the premise that we do not affect the overall situation, we will give the Sword Immortals some easy battle merits. As for the specific candidates from both sides, you will discuss it together and give a list. After confirming that there is no mistake, you will send a message to the Sword Immortals on my side. During this period there is one more thing. If any of you know the art of steel inscribing, you will be responsible for copying the 11 books that I have gathered. Try to get 1 book on each person's desk. There is no need to rush this." Chao Gun smiled and said, "I will." Qin Pingon went to his desk and moved the 11 books to Chao Gun's desk. Then he squatted there and told Chao Gun some of his thoughts using telepathy. Chao Gun concentrated and nodded from time to time or asked a few questions. 2 hours later, Big Demon Huang Wan, who was sitting on the railing with Yang Ji, said with a smile, "I really want to curse." Yang Ji was even more enraged. Her 2 groups of vassal troops on the flanks of the torrent of magical treasures would often lose several cultivators of the Earth Immortal realm just because of a round of sword light. After several rounds of skirmishes, they suffered a great loss. However, this was not the most hateful part. What really made her anxious and heartbroken was that the attacks of those sword immortals on the Great Wall of Sword Qi were just casual attacks to maintain the sword formation. The sword immortals' attacks were so accurate and ruthless that it was as if someone in the wilderness had tipped them off. Yang Ji, who was still guilty, could have gone to the wilderness to kill the sword immortals. However, at this moment she could no longer sit still and was too ashamed to leave the battlefield. She stood up and looked at the city wall. Unable to restrain her anger, she said, "What the hell is going on? They are fishing again. Yang Ji, you are just taking the bait, but you may not succeed. Why don't you and I work together?" Huang Wan pointed to somewhere on the city wall where Lu Ji was standing. Beside the female great sword immortal, there was a young man holding a folding fan. Yang Ji looked at Lu Ji. If she attacked the city wall on impulse, she might not be able to return. However, if she joined forces with Huang Wan, there should be no problem. Even if they could not gain a big advantage, they would not be blocked by the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Therefore, when she was about to agree, the young man beside Lu Ji on the city wall seemed to be looking at them. The young man raised his hand high, smiled brightly and pointed his middle finger. Not only that, his lips moved slightly and seemed to say 3 words. *CK 628. Huang Wan's proposal to travel the Great Wall of Sword Qi together was indeed very tempting. The sword formation of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was too closely connected, there was almost no idle sword immortal. Yang Ji, who was standing on the railing, had even removed the camouflage, revealing the emperor's crown and the emperor's robe. However, Yang Ji did not immediately make a move. Looking at the young man on the city wall, he asked Huang Wan, "The sword immortal on the city wall changed the formation, it's very methodical. Could it be this person's doing? Why isn't he just a foreigner traveling the Great Wall of Sword Qi? When did the lineage of the righteous world's literary saint become so famous?" It is said that Lu Ji has never had a good impression of scholars. Previously, when Qin Pingon fought with Li Zhen, the direct descendant of the great ancestor of Moon-bearing Mountain, the great demons on the mountain peak of the savage world were all leisurely spectators. Naturally, they all saw it. However, at that time, ancient existences like Yang Ji still did not think that this slightly bigger ant had any ability to affect the trend of the war. In the process of the collision between the world and the Great Wall of Sword Qi, even the sword cultivators of the upper 5 realms were not indispensable. Previously, the 3 sword immortals on the Great Wall of Sword Qi died just like that, causing some ripples. There was once a great demon who attacked the city wall, but he returned with serious injuries and eventually disappeared in the long river of time. Before he died, he smiled and said some words from the bottom of his heart. Other than Qin Qingdou, no one on the Great Wall of Sword Qi was worth anything. In the savage world, other than the gray-robed old man who stood on the ground and supported the sky, it was just a thing. Sword immortals and great demons, on this matter no one should laugh at each other. Knowing that Yang Ji had no intention of making a move, Huang Wan nodded and smiled. This kid is looking for death, I don't know how long he can be alive. Huang Wan looked at Qin Pingon who was standing beside Lu Ji. It seems that this kid has a deep grudge against me. He probably blames me for giving him a gift when he was fighting with Li Zhen. Now he took his anger out on me because of the serious injuries of his senior brother. Not only is he not grateful for such courtesy, but he also doesn't know what's good for him. I'll go and greet him then. Huang Wan's mind moved slightly. In the city in the sky, an ancient temple with red walls, green tiles and incense smoke curling up in spirals, as well as a lonely mountain with a stone tablet, ancestor of Qiuxi, standing on top of it. Only the withered trees, white grass, red leaves and yellow flowers were left on the mountain. The top of the small mountain was filled with desolate killing intent. The temple went to the top of the city wall where Lu Ji and Qin Pingon were standing, while Zhou Xian went to the 2 thatched cottages. The ancient temple was slashed into 2 halves by Lu Ji's sword, crashed into the city wall beneath their feet and turned into dust. The sword immortal of the Wind Snow Temple, Wei Jin, appeared next to the stone tablet at the top of Zhou Xian. A moment later, countless rays of sword light burst out from the gaps between the trees and stones on Zhou Xian's mountain, and then they silently vanished. After Li Tuanjing of the Wind Thunder Garden, this person was the #1 cultivator of the Aquarius continent. When he first arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he was still a jade unrefined realm sword cultivator. In just a few short years he had lived in a small thatched cottage and had only participated in 1 offensive and defensive battle. He had practiced the sword with the old sword immortal and his neighbors, and yet he seemed to be on the verge of breaking through the bottleneck and becoming an immortal. Yang Ji bid farewell to Huang Wan. Before leaving, she took a few more glances at that young man and remembered him. But to her surprise, not only did that young man not stop while he was ahead, he closed his fan and made a gesture of slitting his throat. His movements were slow, so they were extremely conspicuous. Huang Wan stifled a laugh. Interesting. Yang Ji was the former master of the Yaluo and a peak ascendant realm expert. If he acted impulsively and steeled his heart to compete with Qin Pingon, he would definitely mobilize a large force. Huang Wan was naturally happy to see this happen. The ones who would suffer losses would be Yang Ji's vassal forces, but the merit would be counted on Huang Wan's head. Even a mosquito's leg was meat. Moreover, in the vast realm, everyone would race their own horses to claim their own territory. Whoever had more direct subordinates and stronger troops would be able to gain a foothold faster. This was a battle of numbers and location. This was no small matter. But Huang Wan would not go so far as to fan the flames, as that would only have the opposite effect. It would clear Yang Ji's mind and make him hate her. In the wilderness there were no rules. It was very comfortable, but in truth it was occasionally troublesome. Yang Ji chuckled. Huang Wan, if you can capture this brat and hand him over to me in addition to compensating you for the price you paid, I will also take out one of the vast realms sects and the capital of a great dynasty in exchange. How about it? Huang Wan shook her head. Before Qin Pingon appeared today, I would definitely have agreed to this deal. But now the price is a little too low. Yang Ji's face darkened. Huang Wan did not even glance at this female sovereign of the wilderness. Yang Ji rode the wind and left behind a single sentence that echoed around the railing where Huang Wan was seated. Don't regret it. Remember, if you dare to touch the capital of any dynasty at the foot of any mountain, you will become my enemy. Huang Luan had not only rejected Qin Pingan, but also the alliance that Yang Ji had revealed. Huang Luan paid no heed to Yang Ji's threat. The flood of magical treasures formed by tens of thousands of demi-human cultivators was still as majestic as ever. However, compared to the orderly waterfall of sword aura, the former appeared slightly disorderly. Almost all of the sword immortals had begun to give up on the word pleasure when they attacked. They no longer pursued individual lethality and were no longer free from the constraints of heaven and earth. Instead, almost every sword attack was filled with a sense of utilitarian calculation. How to protect the sword cultivators of the middle 5 realms while attacking the formation, how to cooperate with other sword immortals who were extremely far away to destroy a certain key treasure. How to withdraw the sword from the formation while sneakily flying to the 2 sides of the flood of magical treasures to cut off the heads of some demi-human cultivators of the earth immortal realm. Huang Luan naturally felt some heartache, but it was not too much of a headache. The ones who really needed a headache and had to solve this urgent problem were the military tents in her camp. As for the 14 of them attacking, the gray-robed elder had set a small rule in private. When they were bored, they could go to the city wall for a walk. However, it was best not to use all of their strength, especially their natal supernatural powers and trump cards. It was best to use them only when the world was vast. The sword workshop's standard long sword in Lu Ji's hand could not withstand the collision between Lu Ji's sword will and the entire temple. After she withdrew the sword, it instantly collapsed and disappeared. She and Qin Pingan stood on the wall and turned to look at the young man who was fanning himself. Does the hidden official want to die so much, or does he not intend to go out of the city to fight in the following battles? I listened to the great sword immortal's orders and guarded the formation here. It's the sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage, not Qin Pingan. Think carefully, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. There was nothing much to say about the nature of the big demons in the wasteland. Whether it was Qin Pingan killing Li Zhen or whether it was Wen Qianjian or Wen Qianjian, those beasts did not feel anything. Because the wasteland never cared about right or wrong, but when it came to personal grudges, the higher the level of the beasts, the clearer they would remember it. Therefore, Qin Pingan's actions directly made 2 big demons his mortal enemy. Qin Pingan gently tapped his head with his folding fan. The female big demon actually refrained from attacking, which was a bit regretful. Otherwise, Lu Ji would only have to be responsible for stopping the big demon Yang Ji for a moment, and the 3 sword immortals who had already been informed by the hidden official's flying sword would attack. Yu Qing, Yuan Qingshu, and Wu Qingpei would use their own supernatural powers to cut off the big demon's path of retreat. As for who would kill the big demon at that time, of course, it would not be a single great sword immortal but a vast number of sword immortals. Before ascending the city wall, Qin Pingan had already instructed Guizhujiu and Wang Xinshui that once a big demon approached the city wall, they were to immediately inform all the local sword immortals to surround and kill it. The current Great Wall of Sword Qi seemed to have the sword immortals performing their own duties, which created the great situation of the waterfall of Sword Qi suppressing the flood of magic weapons. However, once the flying sword of the hidden official's lineage was sent out, there would be dozens of sword immortals who would have to immediately turn their swords around. Even if it would cause damage to the sword formation, all the sword immortals would have to obey the order. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "When you have too many lice, you won't itch. When you have too many debts, you won't worry. You'll get used to it. Huang Luan and Yang Ji, as long as you act impulsively, you might become a pair of lovebirds that die together. They're not a celestial couple, they're like celestial couples." There was one thing that Qin Pingan did not reveal. The more secretive one of the 2 hidden official flying swords went directly to the eldest sword immortal. Once a great demon approached, other than a large group of sword immortals drawing their swords, the eldest sword immortal had to directly order Qin Shi and Qi Tingji to draw their swords and kill it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the sword immortals had already drawn their swords to intercept it. These 2 family heads who had carved words on the wall were just taking advantage of the situation. When the time came, who would hold back their strength? They wouldn't dare. Other than concluding that the hidden official Xiao Chuo was a traitor, Qin Pingan actually did not trust these 2 old sword immortals who had extremely high killing power. This originally seemed to be a bad thing. However, in reality, those who could be trusted had the means to be trusted. Those who could not be trusted had the means to not be trusted. If Xianxia and Huang Yuan felt that the current Great Wall of Sword Qi was still the Great Wall of Sword Qi of the past 10,000 years, and felt that there was a chance for them to return safely, then they would have to pay the price. It was not to say that in the past 10,000 years, the Great Wall of Sword Qi's swords were not powerful enough. On the contrary, it was precisely because of the heroic sword immortals from 10,000 years ago that today's hidden official lineage of sword immortals had one room to strategize. Lu Ji shook her head and said, "You're thinking too simply. Few old beasts who have endured to Yangji's age and realm are stupid." "It's me who's thinking too simply." Qin Pingon laughed. "Fortunately, we didn't suffer any losses." Lu Ji waved her hand. "Master Hidden Official, please continue with your work. I'll guard here." Lu Ji felt that this hidden official who had been entrusted with a task in the face of danger was sufficiently dedicated and responsible. He had done better than she had imagined. However, if it was only personal preference, Lu Ji's impression of Qin Pingon was average. The reason was very simple. After all, he was not a sword immortal, not even a sword cultivator. Qin Pingon jumped down from the wall and returned to the table to sit down. He laughed. "I made everyone work for nothing. Since we didn't succeed, so be it. We were just taking a gamble." Qin Pingon buried his head in copying books and took the opportunity to repair all the swords of the hidden official lineage. He shared more of his thoughts with these subordinates, and said slowly, "The Wasteland's attack this time has already entered the third stage. Great Demon Bai Ying was in charge of the first opening battle. Other than changing the timing and location to a certain extent, she was mainly used to survey and confirm the details of the defenses on this side of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In addition, some traitorous sword cultivators secretly sent messages via flying swords, allowing the Wasteland to gain the upper hand. This is actually an extremely meticulous job which is very compatible with the image of Great Demon Bai Ying in history. Among the 14 great demons, Bai Ying never liked to use force to kill the enemy. She played with psychological attacks. Thus, if Bai Ying was in charge, I wouldn't have shown myself." Qin Pingon put down his brush and thought for a moment. He extended the folded fan on the table and pointed at the ruins of the 5 mountains depicted on the scroll. "Then Yangji will be in charge of guarding the 5 mountains on the battlefield. Compared to Bai Ying, who needs to communicate with the 60th camp at all times, Yangji clearly doesn't need to make as many last-minute changes. Those 5 mountains have 5 great demons hidden, and their purpose is to intercept and kill our immortal realm sword cultivators. This has little to do with Yangji himself, and it's a strategy that the beasts have decided on long ago. Next is Great Demon Huang Yuan. It's clear that Yangji is the most straightforward. Even if the Yeluo and that mortal enemy Great Demon are scheming against each other, in our view, their schemes are still superficial. Thus, Yangji is the most likely to act, even more so than Huang Yuan. If he succeeds, whether it's Huang Yuan or Yangji dying on the walls, as long as one of the peak Great Demons dies right before the eyes of all the sword cultivators, the Great Wall of Sword Qi will profit immensely. The repercussions of Xiaochua's defection can be smoothed out by us, the new sword cultivators of the hidden official lineage. I'm betting on this. What if, not that Yangji's brain isn't big enough, that he doesn't know what's important, but that he's a criminal, that he can't control himself, that Huang Yuan will add fuel to the fire. If the Great Wall of Sword Qi fails and the demonic race invades the world, what do they seek? Naturally, it's the great Tao that the great demons seek. Who do they seek it from? Through the strength of the army? Through the merit of sieging the city? Of course, but the most crucial point is what Mount Tuyue said. To be more precise, it's a personal preference of the demonic race grand ancestor. It's a pity that Yangji didn't take the bait. He's extremely cautious. From this, one can see just how pragmatic the great demons of the world of wastelands are. This is something that I and everyone else present need to learn from, and it's also something that we need to warn our opponents about. That's why we can't take it for granted. At this point, Qin Pingon's eyes were sharp as he repeated the last sentence. That's why we can't take it for granted. Qin Pingon's face was immediately full of smiles. That's why in the 4th and 5th battles, which great demon will be in charge, how the Wasteland's general offensive will feel, whether it's fast and slow, and whether it's well-versed in the art of war, or if it's just foolishly sending itself to its death, we can actually predict a few things beforehand. However, the other party has a total of 60 military tents and is even more meticulous than us. This little bit of prediction doesn't mean much, but it's better than nothing. On the southern wall, Lu Ji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These words were clearly said by the hidden official on the city wall. Previously, when he was observing the situation, he felt that he didn't have a chance to say more to her. In the end, she had to listen even if she didn't want to. Her impression of Qin Pingon didn't improve. Nevertheless, Lu Ji's impression of the hidden official improved imperceptibly. Lu Ji looked at the battlefield in the south and then turned back to look at the small world, where no one used their swords. When she turned back again, there was a slight smile on her face. Those sword cultivators were probably the young people that the Sword Immortal boss looked forward to the most. Lu Ji and many of the Sword Immortals today might have been such young people in the past. Qin Pingon looked at the crowd and restrained his expression. He put on a shocked expression and said doubtfully, "At this point you guys still don't have any thoughts? I only know that Qi refinement warriors of the lower 5 realms will exhaust their spiritual energy if they don't stop attacking. I really didn't know that the more you use your brain, the slower you become." As the only sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms, Miyu was the calmest one. It wasn't that his realm was high, but he felt that since there was nothing for him to do, if the hidden official was really dissatisfied and wanted to settle scores, it would be Lin Junbai and Xianxia, these young but evil little bastards with a belly full of evil tricks, who would take the lead. Deng Liang said in a low voice, "The next formation of the demon race's army is all sword cultivators. Our change of formation this time is actually us feeding the swords to the enemy and letting them learn the sword. For example, how the sword immortals use their swords in exchange for the greatest lethality of the entire sword formation at the cost of the sword immortals withdrawing their swords. How to gather the best sword immortals to use their swords and strive to kill the enemy earth immortal sword cultivators without warning will definitely be learned by the enemy. Even if the enemy only learned the embryonic form of the formation, if we don't have a countermeasure in the next exchange of swords between the sword cultivators, our losses will definitely increase sharply." Qin Pingon pointed his folding fan at Lin Junbai and said with a smile, "Junbai, speak your mind." Lin Junbai immediately had a draft in mind and said with a smile, "The general situation is like this. We're at a disadvantage, so the sword formation naturally can't be changed. However, we can change the method and create a series of hidden traps around all of our key Earth Immortal sword cultivators. All of the sword immortals on our side will have an additional responsibility, which is to guard the formation for a certain Earth Immortal sword cultivator. Not only that, the formation won't be blindly defending. That would be meaningless. Everything we do is to fight back. Because what we're going to target next is no longer the enemy's Earth Immortal sword cultivators, but the enemy's true top combat power, the sword immortals." Qin Pingon nodded. If they couldn't kill that Yangji Huangluan, it wouldn't be a loss to exchange for a few enemy sword immortals to make up the numbers. Qin Pingon had actually been waiting for Deng Liang and Lin Junbai to say these words. Once someone made a breakthrough, the others would fill in the gaps and follow up in the blink of an eye. Gu Jianlong looked at the confrontation between flying swords and magic treasures on the painting, then flipped open a book on the table. He nodded and said, "Then we need to quickly flip through this 3rd book and try to pick out 10 to 20 of our Earth Immortal sword cultivators as bait." The writing of the 3rd book was originally Wang Xinshui's responsibility. I reckon that it won't be solely Wang Xinshui's responsibility in the future. Apart from this, we can also conduct a demonstration and test of our sword immortals to try out more possibilities. In the past, when sword immortals killed demons, they were too particular about themselves. At most, they would fight side by side with sword immortal friends they were familiar with. But in reality, they might not necessarily be the best partners. The 3rd book has become the most important part of the next battle. This burden shouldn't be placed on Wang Xinshui's shoulders alone. Lord Hidden Official, what do you think? Qin Pingon rested his chin on one hand and his elbow on the table. His sitting posture was askew, as if he was casually writing something on a piece of paper. And beside that piece of paper was a book with many pieces of paper. Qin Pingon did not stop writing. He glanced at Gu Jianlong and nodded with a smile. "Just to be fair, I will personally help Wang Xinshui complete the 3rd book and draw out 20 Earth Immortal sword cultivators as bait." Xianxia followed Gu Jianlong's train of thought and continued. "Previously, we didn't have many opportunities to test the effects of our sword immortals sword combinations. We can use this opportunity to hone our skills so that the sword immortals teamwork will become smoother. With more actual battle merits, the the sword immortals will naturally not feel too uncomfortable. Otherwise, our hidden official lineage's flying sword messages will wear off after a long period of time. Sword immortals' temperaments will become lofty. Now we are only taking advantage of the fact that we are newly appointed officials. Furthermore, the sword immortals' attacks were indeed quite effective. But if we stop here, the bit of battle merits we have accumulated will not be of much use. The sword immortals seniors will only become increasingly lazy to bother with us. Therefore Lord Hidden Official is right. Our hidden official lineage's enemies, other than those beasts in the wilderness, are our sword immortals' realms, statuses, and thoughts. They are also the greatest enemies of our hidden official lineage. We can't ignore this. Regarding this matter, we can't just do whatever we think of at the last moment. Patching it up will only delay the battle. There needs to be a dedicated person in charge of researching this matter. Dong Bujie said, "Leave this matter to me." Lin Junbai hesitated for a moment. Qin Pingon said, "Dong Bujie is only responsible for the native sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Lin Junbai is responsible for all the foreign sword immortals. If Junbai has any doubts, all the foreign sword immortals including Deng Liang will answer them. Shouldn't it be taboo for the supremacy to talk about the secrets of senior sword immortals? All of you should put aside these concerns for now. Even if the sword immortals are enraged from embarrassment and bear grudges, it will not land on your heads. As hidden official, I'm not afraid of a bloodbath. If I can't even protect your vital interests, how can I be Lord Hidden Official?" Guizhuzhou suddenly said, "Then what if the other party has already thought of the same answer as us? Besieging the Earth Immortal sword immortals might be fake or even real. But to trap us sword immortals would be even more real. What should we do then? If it becomes an exchange of sword immortals' lives, the other party might be able to bear the price, but we can't. Absolutely not." With that said, Guizhuzhou looked worriedly at her master, the present Lord Hidden Official. Qin Pingon said with a smile, "Every move, if we only take into account the next 1 or 2 moves, can we win the game? I do think it's very difficult. Therefore Guizhuzhou's idea is very good. We will always be more afraid of the what if than the beasts of the desolate world. The other party might be able to bear many what ifs, but for us, it might only be one what if. When that happens, all the schemes and efforts of the hidden official lineage will be for naught." Qin Pingon turned to look at the silent Pang Yuanji. "Pang Yuanji, you can think about how to adjust the positions of the great sword immortals on the first official book and who to coordinate with to attack. As usual, I'll be the bad guy for the plan you came up with." Pang Yuanji nodded and said, "No problem." Qin Pingon said slowly, "According to the progress of the war, it will take at most half a month before all of us reach an extremely awkward state. We will feel that we can't make bricks without straw. At that moment we will be extremely familiar with every sword immortal and earth immortal sword immortal in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. What should we do when the time comes? Understand more about the Cave Abode Realm, Sea Viewing Realm and Dragon Gate Realm sword immortals in detail? You can understand them, but that's definitely not the main point. The main point is still the southern battlefield in the second official book Especially the second official book that's so thick that it doesn't seem to have a final page." Qin Pingon's tone became heavier. "Everyone here, we sword Xiao of the hidden official lineage are destined to disappoint everyone. It all depends on each person's cultivation heart, more or less. Because none of us are perfect and everyone can make mistakes. Every small mistake we make can't be covered up by right or wrong. Once a mistake occurs, it will lead to a disaster on the battlefield where thousands of people will be killed or injured. Previously, because we have racked our brains and done our best to come up with strategies, the chances of victory for the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and the little bit of military merits that we have painstakingly accumulated, will be forgotten by our own people. Then they will either run over and scold us or they won't say anything, but their eyes will be filled with hatred. But the most terrifying thing is silence, the silence of many people." Miyu, who had always felt that he was the most superfluous existence, could not help but say, "Then let's prove to them that they are not wrong but we are even more right." Qin Pingon opened his folding fan and fanned himself non-stop. "Who dares to say that we sword immortal Miyu are superfluous? Who is it? Step forward, I'll spit in his face." Other than Miyu's awkward expression, everyone had a playful smile. Miyu said with a fake smile, "Lord Hidden Official, I have to thank you." Qin Pingon waved his hand. Brother Mi is the stabilizing force of our hidden official lineage. Don't be so courteous and estranged. Gu Jianlong nodded. Fair words. With the reckless Gu Jianlong taking the lead very soon, there were many voices that sounded like the hidden official lineage. Seconded. True. Agreed. No objections. Qin Pingon closed his folding fan and gently placed it beside his hand. Let's start earning money. On the surface of the fan there was a small inscription. If one did not look at it carefully it would look like a blank fan. Man descends from heaven bringing spring. The sword goes to the foot of the mountain, the heat does not dare to come. A talisman boat stopped at the top of the north wall and a person alighted. He was dressed in green and wielded a sword. His expression was haggard and his fists were loose, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. He kept the talisman boat in his sleeve and slowly walked towards the hidden official lineage. Not only the hidden official lineage's sword cultivators, even Miyu who was in the pure jade realm was caught off guard. The hidden official that everyone had spent so much time with was actually just Qin Pingon's spirit? It must have been a trick cast by the sword immortal boss himself. Spirit Qin Pingon smiled and stood up. He held his folding fan and retreated, one after another, merging with his real body. Qin Pingon gently held his folding fan and walked to his seat. He sat cross-legged and smiled. I have missed all of you. 629. The sword cultivators of the hidden officials were all well-deserved cultivation geniuses. There was only one reason why they did not have a high level of cultivation, and that was because they were still young. Therefore they were not unfamiliar with the phenomenon of the spirit traveling out of the body. However, it was rare for a third realm Qi cultivator to have the spirit traveling out of the body. It was even stranger to be able to travel out of the body for a long time in the Great Wall of Sword Aura without leaving any trace. However, this kind of strange thing happened to Qin Pingon. Miyu and the other sword cultivators did not even bother to look into it. Lu Ji, on the other hand, saw more and asked directly in mind, Qin Pingon, did you plan to let Yang Ji and Huang Wan succeed from the beginning when you lured them to attack? Qin Pingon drew circles in the third book and helped Wang Xinshui to pick out 20 Earth Immortal Sword cultivators from his side. At the same time he replied to Lu Ji through mind ripples, ordinary fishing bait will attract big fish when it enters the water. Even if the big fish is dragged ashore in the end, will the bait be enough to keep it? You said it yourself, an old beast who has lived to Yang Ji's age will not be stupid. Of course I will be the first to stop their retreat. Otherwise, the situation of the sword cultivators on our side will not be stable. Lu Ji frowned and said, once the spirit collapses, the foundation of the Great Tao will be damaged. As a hidden official, why do you have to do this? Qin Pingon smiled and said, a third realm cultivator's spirit in exchange for 1 or 2 great demons at the peak of the ascendant realm in the wilderness is a very good deal. Lu Ji hesitated for a moment. She did not like Qin Pingon's beating around the bush, so she said directly, please be honest with me. Qin Pingon was silent for a moment. If the hidden officials want to establish themselves, it is not enough to rely on those invisible battle achievements. The biggest problem of the hidden officials is that they hide behind the scenes. They are too stable. Everyone is a sword cultivator, but they have never used 1 or 2 swords. When the war is going smoothly there is no problem. However, when the Great Wall of Sword Aura is damaged, the hidden officials will attract criticism. This is human nature. Therefore, by paying a small price early on, I can reduce the influence of the hidden officials' mental state. On the other hand, the lineage of the hidden officials can focus on planning and strategizing. In the long run, the Great Wall of Sword Qi will benefit greatly. Lu Ji shook her head and said, you should be telling the truth, but I know you didn't tell me everything. Qin Pingon did not deny it. There are some heartfelt words that can only be left unsaid. Great Sword Immortal Lu, don't get to the bottom of it. It's meaningless. For example, why didn't Qin Pingon grieve when his senior martial brother was seriously injured? Was he really just a shrewd person who was good at enduring silently? Of course not. This was because in the depths of Qin Pingon's heart, he hoped that his senior brother could live on and live with a clear conscience. In short, he absolutely could not die either way. Back at the Ning Mansion's martial arts practice field, the eldest sword immortal had once said that if there was a good ending looking back on life, there would be kindness everywhere. That was the logic. Therefore Qin Pingan's eldest sword immortal had detained his own spirit and forbade him from informing his senior brother. He had told him to be careful of the hidden official's sneak attack. After that, Qin Pingan went to visit his senior brother at the straw hut. He was not angry with the eldest sword immortal, nor did he bear any grudges. There were few ifs in the world. There were no ifs. He was killed by the previous hidden official Xiao Chua with one punch. Qin Pingan ended the conversation. Lu Ji, just do your best to protect the hidden official's lineage. It's enough as long as you have a sword. There's no need to worry about anything else. It was rare for Lu Ji to joke. The hidden official is so arrogant. Qin Pingan could only reluctantly imitate his disciple. He took out some unorthodox methods of Luopa Mountain and said with a smile, "Great sword immortal Lu, your sword skills are divine. You can almost ascend to the heavens. Whether I'm arrogant or not in your eyes, isn't it a joke to be used as a side dish?" Buji laughed it off. Qin Pingan was multitasking. He circled the immortals in C and Wang Xinshui, who was in charge of writing the C book. Both parties communicated with each other telepathically at any time. Paying attention to the movements of the two long scrolls on the horse path was the responsibility of the hidden official. Delegating power was not laissez-faire. He also had to carefully observe the 11 sword cultivators and listen to their conversations and exchanges. It was as if an official of the Ministry of Personnel was in charge of an investigation. Qin Pingan put down his brush and habitually rubbed his wrist. For some reason he thought of the 6th volume of the book True Pearl Boat. There was a youthful wisdom listed in it. Looking up, if the 11 sword cultivators were born in the vast world, with their qualifications and talents, whether it was cultivation or scholarship, they would probably be qualified to be among them. Among them there were a few who were particularly outstanding. For example, Xianxia was simply a living map. His attention and memory of the two scrolls made even Qin Pingan feel ashamed. Xianxia had an extremely detailed account book in his mind about every geographical situation on the battlefield. For example, a certain pothole, why it appeared when it appeared and what impact it would have on the subsequent battle between the two sides. If others wanted to do what Xianxia did, they could do it if they really put their heart into it. However, they might need to spend extra effort. It was far from being as natural as Xianxia, who enjoyed it. Therefore, Qin Pingan specially asked Xianxia to write an extra record of the battlefield. When the time came, it would be a reference book that the other sword cultivators had to read. Wang Xinshui had an astonishing intuition about the prediction of small-scale battles. Therefore, Qin Pingan liked to observe Wang Xinshui when he was not busy. Wang Xinshui felt that many of the sword cultivators in the scrolls were not perfect enough. There were even too many flaws. Wang Xinshui's expression would change slightly. Or the exquisite coordination of the enemy's magical equipment would make Wang Xinshui even more anxious. However, the battlefield was constantly changing. In order to remember these details, Wang Xinshui would often stare at the scrolls and his hands would not stop writing. His handwriting was extremely messy. Occasionally Wang Xinshui would feel gloomy, as if he did not know whether what he saw, thought and wrote was useful or not. After all, he was a sword cultivator of the hidden official lineage. He was too far away from the battlefield. Even if he was on the battlefield, could he replace the sword cultivators in attacking? Therefore Wang Xinshui was the one with the richest and most complicated expressions. Perhaps in just a few blinks of an eye, Wang Xinshui's face would be filled with joy, anger, sorrow and joy. In addition, Wang Xinshui liked to mutter to himself. It was very interesting. Lin Junbai's comprehensive planning was a special ability that was similar to his natal mystique. As long as he had enough information and intelligence to support a battle, Lin Junbai would almost never make a mistake. Guizhujio's imagination of accidents, the worst-case scenario, was always one step ahead of others. She could even think one step further. Therefore, after Dong Buji and Lin Junbai worked together to compile the Sword Immortal's heart calligraphy, Qin Pingan's real body sat down. Other than clearly asking Xianxia to write the record of the battlefield alone, he also asked Wang Xinshui, Guizhujio and the others to each write a book of essays. The 12 books that Qin Pingan had outlined previously were all named after the heavenly stems. The following books could be named after the 12 earthly branches. The heavenly stems and earthly branches were all present. The sword cultivator was in the middle. This could be considered a good omen. Dong Buji suddenly said, "What I'm afraid of is that the sword cultivator formation of the wilderness will only use the stupidest method to advance. They only care about their own cooperation and don't think about anything else. They won't be greedy for battle merits. Our follow-up plans will fall through. The most troublesome part is that as long as we don't earn anything, it will be a loss. If that's the case, how can we solve it?" Qin Pingon raised his head and laughed softly. "It can be solved. In the Battle of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, we're used to being bold and heroic. It's not too good. On the battlefield, when we're in it, the beasts of the wilderness are all sacrificing themselves. Beside them are all comrades who have died in battle. Then we shouldn't treat them as puppets without any education and emotions. After the Battle of the 13th, the demons attacked the city twice. Looking back, they were all well-prepared training exercises. Now that the wilderness has 60 military tents, what does this mean? It means that there are countless people watching every battlefield. The human heart is something that can influence others. Therefore, to prevent the worst-case scenario of the enemy's sword formation not losing while remaining stable, there are 3 things we can do. First, our sword formation should learn more from Qishou and slaughter the enemy. Second, if we can kill those who can't be killed, we shouldn't kill those who are seriously injured. The more they are dead, the better. After we retreat from the battlefield, these wounded will become a natural source of resentment. Third, we should pick those who like to quarrel and quarrel. For example, seniors Xiao Qing and Qing Quan. I think they're very suitable. When we attack, we should curse the heavens and earth, especially the sword cultivators of the wilderness. For example, we should curse Q-Sword, saying that their attack on the city is actually a return to the ancestral home. Sword immortals must curse these words. Young sword cultivators with louder voices, the lower their cultivation levels, the better. If we do these 3 things well, we can't tolerate the most valuable sword cultivators in the wilderness. If we don't want to do more and the enemy is willing to do more, we'll have a chance." At this point, Qin Pingon laughed. "When I was fighting Li Jun, did you really think that I didn't hate him for what he said? How could that be? At that time, I wanted to chew on his flesh, pull out his tendons and skin him alive. However, because we were facing off, I couldn't afford to be distracted. I could only suppress those emotions. But after that, when the 2 armies faced off, with tens of thousands of sword cultivators facing off against tens of thousands of sword cultivators, it was the other side's heart that was free. Remember, even though we're looking at the 2 paintings right in front of us, and are just beginning to try to understand the hearts and minds of our sword immortals, the truth is that we need to put ourselves in their shoes. We need to think about how the wildlands view this war and how they view it. Once we understand that, we'll be able to predict many things. Not only will we be able to take advantage of the situation, we'll be able to create our own plans, and the wildlands won't be able to help us." Lin Junbai was deeply moved. He nodded and said, "That's true. On the battlefield, if we, the hidden officials, can turn the entire battlefield into a small world, then we can gain the upper hand." Qin Pingon said, "Think about it. What if we completely understood the thoughts of the Grand Ancestor, and the demands of the 14 thrones? What would the scene be like?" Everyone was stunned. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Of course we can't do it. There's a limit to one's strength. Knowing how to accept one's fate is also a skill." Guizhuzhou suddenly said, "With these 2 volumes I can actually follow the vine to get to the melon. I can flip through the secret archives of the old hidden officials and learn more about the secrets of the wildlands. Actually, I can try to guess what those great demons are thinking. I definitely won't delay the important matters. Master, you don't have to worry 100 times. Just 1 worry is enough." However, Guizhuzhou immediately shut her mouth the moment she called him master. She was a little annoyed that she had spoken out of turn. She felt guilty that she had embarrassed her master. After all, she still had to talk about the rules of the hidden officials. Qin Pingon said, "It's fine to call me master. It's just like how other people call me Qin Pingon instead of awkwardly calling me Lord Hidden Official. I think it's better." Gu Jianlong was relieved and smiled brightly. However, he was just about to say something fair. Qin Pingon turned his head and smiled. "Brother Gu, are you admitting your awkwardness? You took the bait so easily. Your cultivation heart isn't enough. Lord Hidden Official is being polite, but you guys really aren't polite to me? If this is the vast world, you can only rely on your talent to make a living. You can forget about entering the bureaucracy, the literary world, or the Jianghu." Gu Jianlong was grief-stricken. Looking at the situation, he was going to be made fun of. Qin Pingon said, "If Sword Immortal me hadn't given that answer, I would have regretted bringing up that topic. Everyone, we're sitting here and doing these things. It's not that we have to do this. Not only foreign sword cultivators like Xianxia, but even natives like Dong Budi and Pang Yuanji shouldn't be carrying such heavy burdens. If you're not careful, your Dao heart will be crushed. Compared to going to the city wall to fight Pang Yuanji, which one do you choose?" Pang Yuanji said honestly, "Fight." Wang Xinshui was about to speak. Qin Pingon smiled and said, Xinshui, you have something to say?" Wang Xinshui immediately changed his mind. "Lord Hidden Official, I'd like to agree with Pang Yuanji." Wang Xinshui was indeed special. He was the kind of genius sword cultivator whose thoughts ran extremely fast, and his sword couldn't keep up. Because his realm wasn't high enough, he was always more of a hindrance on the battlefield. It couldn't be said that Wang Xinshui was reckless. In fact, every suggestion he made was just right. However, Wang Xinshui himself couldn't speak with the sword, and so could his friends. That was why Wang Xinshui had the title of one of the newest 5 absolutes of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. "I can fight before, but I'll fight after." Fortunately, there weren't too many casualties. However, Wang Xinshui had mixed feelings about going to the battlefield. He wasn't afraid of dying in battle, but he felt uncomfortable. His heart was in turmoil. Qin Pingon smiled. "That's enough with the pleasantries. I might leave this place often and travel around. If you have any resentment, remember to hide it well. Also, you won't have the chance to fight outside the city, but I can. I can only be envious." Deng Liang, who was calm but didn't lose his spirituality, asked, "The son of a rich family doesn't sit under the awning. This is a ridiculous saying in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, on our side, Lord Hidden Official, please think twice before you act. Even if you really have to leave the city to fight, remember to conceal your whereabouts. We, the Hidden Official, don't have Lord Hidden Official to hold the fort. We're reduced to having to change our commander in battle. This is a taboo for military strategists. Thank you for your kind intentions. Speaking so bluntly should be the rule of us hidden officials. Behind closed doors we're all family. It's a good thing for family members to say nasty things." Qin Pingon said, "However, those who can kill me like Yang Ji and Huang Wan wouldn't dare to take the risk. As for the other beasts, they don't have a good memory. If they don't believe in heresy, they can come and try me." Deng Liang recalled the female sword immortal Xianxia's success in one strike and didn't say anything else. Qin Pingon stood up. "I'll go and have a chat with the 2 seniors, Nalan Xiaowei and Yan Ming." Qin Pingon grabbed the jade token of the Hidden Official and hung it on his waist. He wanted to find the 2 fellows to talk about the cross-continent ferry on the inverted mountain. This wasn't something that the Hidden Official's flying sword could explain clearly in a few words. It required a face-to-face discussion. There were some things that could only be said with the identity of the Hidden Official. Walking on the horse path, Qin Pingon, who looked dispirited, muttered to himself, "Among all the knowledge in the world, only the night fairy is the most difficult to deal with." Miyu looked at the back of the young man, and some inexplicable and strange thoughts arose in his heart. If Qin Pingon's traveling Yin god was said to be the Hidden Official's lineage, his words and actions gave people a sense of danger and surprise. Every word was said with deep meaning and was imperceptibly accumulating prestige. Bit by bit, he tightened his grip on the Hidden Official's authority. It even made people involuntarily try to figure out Qin Pingon's thoughts. But now, Qin Pingon's mentality seemed to be more correct. Which one was better, me? You couldn't say. Actually, both were better, my ass. He was a sword cultivator in the Jade Roar realm, but here he was the one who had the least say. Especially when Miyu thought of his grudge with the literary sage's lineage, he felt even more vexed. Miyu finally rubbed his chin and muttered, "Is my brain really not working well?" Qin Pingon suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Sword Immortal me, come with me. I think Sword Immortal me will be busy soon." Miyu braced himself and followed. But after talking to Qin Pingon, Miyu was relieved. Turned out to be a good thing. He could even go to the inverted mountain to take a breather. Not only that, Qin Pingon took the initiative to ask Miyu if some ideas were feasible. Miyu told the truth and rejected them one by one. This young reclusive official didn't seem to be discouraged. The owner of the Spring Banner House, Xiao Yunyan, was famous for living in seclusion in the inverted mountain. Today Xiao Yunyan visited the 4 great private residences: the Ape Ravager Residence, the Water Fairy Palace, and the Plum Blossom Garden. He passed by them and looked at them from afar. Because of the camouflage art and the fact that Xiao Yunyan didn't show himself in public, the number of people who could recognize this sword immortal could be counted with one's fingers. Xiao Yunyan finally found a wine shop. He knocked on the door with a spell, causing ripples to spread out. After opening the door, Xiao Yunyan stepped over the threshold. The business in the shop was still cold and cheerless. Other than himself, there wasn't a single customer. In this remnant of Huang Liang blessed land, he drank a cup of forget worries wine. It was something that almost all the otherworldly experts who traveled the inverted mountain had to do. The old man sat behind the counter and took a nap. On the counter there was a jade 8 treasures birdcage. The little oriole inside was also taking a nap like the old man. The young man named Su Jia saw Xiao Yunyan and was very happy. He was mainly concerned about the gourd vine of the owner of the Spring Banner House. Therefore, in the eyes of many familiar customers, Su Jia, who was known for his laziness, was especially attentive today. He quickly placed a jar of wine on the table. Su Jia had never interacted with Xiao Yunyan before. However, he heard that this sword immortal from the North Continent came here to drink when he first came to the inverted mountain. He couldn't afford to pay for the wine, so he used one of the blade strengthening gourds on the gourd vine to ask for a jar of wine from the wine shop. He drank until he was dead drunk. After he earned some money, he regretted it and wanted to pay according to the market price with large amounts of Guyu money. However, the shopkeeper didn't agree. Sword immortal Xiao probably sulked at the shopkeeper and never came to the shop to drink again. Xiao Yunyan stood in front of the wall and sized it up. He smiled and said, "I haven't been here for 700 or 800 years and it's almost filled up the entire wall. Is the shop's business so good?" Su Jia complained, "It's infuriating to compare with others. I heard that there's a wine shop in the Great Wall of Sword Qi that sells cheap wine. It's only been open for a year, but those nothing signs have almost filled up 3 walls." Xiao Yunyan apologized to the young waiter. He carried the jar of forget sorrow wine and sat back at the table where he first came to drink. He poured a bowl of wine and looked at the counter. He smiled and said, "Shopkeeper, the gourd vine has been brought to the Shui Jingshan of the North Continent by a young lady. In a dozen years the blade strengthening gourd will be ripe. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble you to send someone to make an extra trip. As for the ownership of the blade strengthening gourd, I've already spoken to the Shui Jingshan. Someone will show up and take the gourd away. It's that simple." The old man nodded and opened his eyes. He glanced at Su Jia and asked, "Are you going?" Su Jia asked, "If I leave the shop and Miss happens to return, what will happen?" The old man laughed and scolded, "I don't understand. Do you have to hang yourself on a tree? My daughter has no face, no figure, and no brains. She already has someone in her heart. How can she be worthy of you?" Su Jia said angrily, "I've been here since I was young. How many girls have I seen? If she doesn't like Miss, who else can she like? Like an old man like you?" The old man wasn't angry. His daughter had left home for many years. There was only one old and one young in the shop. Guarding such a deserted place, he could only rely on his disciple to make it more lively. He couldn't bear to scold her. If he scolded her too harshly, she might even run away from home. The old man smiled and said, "Then all the more reason to get rid of you. Go out and take a look. You'll be dazzled by the real pretty girls." Su Jia nodded and said, "I miss Xianxia. After getting the blade strengthening gourd in the North Continent, I'll go to the Central Divine Continent to find him." At this point, Su Jia stood up and walked to the counter. He picked up the bird cage and shook it. He reprimanded, "You fool. Why couldn't you see Qin Pingan's martial roots back then? You like to pretend to be dead, don't you?" The bird in the cage was the same species as the 3rd sect master of the Qingming world, Lu Chen's. However, one was a test of literary luck while the other was a test of martial luck. Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, "Shopkeeper, do you have a story?" The old man waved his hand and said, "Drinking your wine, you only drink the daylily wine like normal wine. You're wasting good things. If not for the blade strengthening gourd, I wouldn't even want to sell you wine." Xiao Yunyan drank his wine and asked casually, "The Water Essence Palace is still dreaming of making money. They can't change their ways. However, Yuan Zua's residence has already emptied their belongings. However, this isn't important. I just want to know where your shop will be located in the future. There are thousands of immortal wines in the world. I've drunk almost all of them. The only ones that I still miss after drinking are your daylily wine and the green immortal mountain wine from the bamboo sea grotto heaven. The old man glanced at the disciple who was still sulking with the bird in the cage. He walked around the counter and took a jar of wine. He sat beside Xiao Yunyan's table and poured a bowl of wine for himself. The old man said, I'm an outsider and you're an outsider. Naturally you'll be more comfortable. Why are you still meddling? Since you're meddling whether my shop is in front of you or in the horizon, even if you get the answer, can you drink the wine? Xiao Yunyan smiled and asked, can you speak your mind? The old man nodded and said, you know the shop's rules. The drunkard's drunken words are not to be heard outside. Xiao Yunyan looked at the shop's entrance. It was foggy. He said softly, I promised the Great Wall of Swordqi a long time ago. I have to do it. The old man asked, you can't run away? The old man quickly nodded and said, it's difficult. Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, there's no need to run. As long as you don't swagger out of inverted hanging mountain and act sneakily, there's no problem. The old man was silent for a moment. If that's the case, why do you still dare to stay? Your realm and sword skills aren't enough. You're courting death. It's better to die drunk than to die stupid. Alright, I'll give you another jar of wine for free. Xiao Yunyan said, the hidden official at the Great Wall of Swordqi has already defected and fled to Savage World. The old man raised his eyebrows. That little girl Xiao Chua has such a huge grudge against Vast World? Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, I heard there's a new hidden official. If you can guess who it is, I won't drink a jar of wine for free. You can guess 3 times. The old man thought for a moment. Is it that sorrowful seedling who followed Alliance to pick up the most money back then? Or is it that girl Ning Yao? It can't be that child that Xiao Chua took a fancy to, right? What's his name again? Su Jia said, I think it's Peng Yuanji. Xiao Yunyan laughed and said, I drank a jar of carefree wine for free. I'm in a good mood. Xiao Yunyan drank 2 jars of carefree wine in one go. After he walked out of the shop drunk, he felt that this trip was worth it. The old shopkeeper also told him some interesting things, such as some inside information about the 5th world. The great rivers and mountains span thousands of miles. The treasured lands of Feng Shui, the ancient ruins and the brand new blessed lands were all waiting for him. Over at the Qingming world it seemed that he could also get a share of the pie. All kinds of unimaginable blessings of the great Tao were waiting for him. The old shopkeeper's most important words were a secret that even Xiao Yunyan had never heard of or even imagined. The old shopkeeper said that many scholarly saints had not only died silently in the river of time to expand the territory and stabilize the world. In fact, many of them had died in battle. Fortunately, the ritual saint who had absolute connection to heaven and earth was still alive. He had led the scholarly saints to the unknown distance outside the sky for a long time and had confronted some stubborn ancient gods for a long time. Xiao Yunyan couldn't help but ask a question. Is there no need for the other 3 worlds to do this? The old shopkeeper shook his head and said, there's no need for that. Xiao Yunyan still wanted to ask the reason. As the ancestor of one of the 100 schools of thought, the old man said, it's better not to know. Xiao Yunyan strolled all the way back to his own mansion, which was similar to Yuan Quan's mansion. The place he stepped on was filled with killing intent. Because they were all on the inverted hanging mountain. He traveled the border of the Great Wall of Swordqi with Sword Immortal Wuxia and Lin Junbai. He didn't stay on the city wall to kill enemies, nor did he follow Jiang Guanqing and the other youngsters to the South Hassa continent. Bien stayed in the Plum Blossom Garden and played chess with Madame Royan. It was very romantic. However, Bien left the garden today and went to the Catch-Release Pavilion to watch the cross-continent ferries going back and forth. The Catch-Release Pavilion was regarded as the most unworthy scenic spot in the inverted hanging mountain. However, it was still bustling every day. The small pavilion was always full of people except late at night. Bien didn't go there to join in the fun. He sat on the railing of the white jade viewing platform by the cliff outside the Catch-Release Pavilion and muttered to himself. Bien asked with a smile, don't you always brag that you and Old Deaf are old friends? Old Deaf's prison doesn't have any other sword immortals guarding it. Is there really no possibility of any commotion? It's impossible. Don't go asking for bad luck. Bien sighed. I'm puzzled. You existences in the wilderness have such high realms. Why are you still so stubborn? Scheming and going around in circles. Can this be considered cultivation of the great Tao? Bien touched on his sore spot and asked with a smile, is the second son of the Tao who caused you to fall to such a state really invincible? If you don't fight with him, you won't understand how terrifying this stinking bull's nose is. Bien was a little regretful. It's a pity that Madame Gui of the Aquarius continent's old dragon city didn't agree to our Madame Ruoyan's invitation. It's a pity. That woman's true body is the most orthodox Moon Palace descendant. If she was willing to conspire with us, our chances of winning would be much higher. Bien smiled. Us? I'm just a small character who can't control myself. You can't control yourself, but you can control your heart. Don't be a whore here. Bien said. According to Madame Ruoyan's latest news, many sword immortals who were tempted are now in an awkward situation. They're practically sitting on candles. I reckon they can't wait to chop that second shopkeeper to death. This time that old fart didn't speak to Bien. Bien looked at those cross-continent fairies. Everyone's faces were filled with unconcealable joy. Bien smiled. Looking at these people and so many of them, I feel much better. I don't feel guilty anymore. Coming to the inverted hanging mountain and doing business with the Great Wall of Sword Qi was the most cost-effective. They came with a full load and returned with a full load. Once they returned to their own continent, the price difference would be shocking. 3 years of business, but 3 years of business. This was referring to these cross-continent ferries that did all sorts of business. Moreover, the more war it was, the more profitable the ferries were every time they went back and forth. This was because they had a bargaining chip to push down the price. Bien nodded. There's no such thing as right or wrong. There's only a standpoint. I deeply agree with this saying. Ripples appeared in their hearts. Irony. Bien smiled and shook his head. No, I truly feel that way. Just like how having a bigger fist is the only reason I agree. Bien looked around. Soon the world would change. 6:30. Qin Pingon found Yen Ming first. The two of them strolled together and Miyu followed from afar. One was to ask for the Yen family's account book. The other was to ask Yen Ming about the rules of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the inverted mountain ferry. The real problem was the Yen family's wealth. If they paid the immortal money first, how long could they lose, and how could the Great Wall of Sword Qi make up for the Yen family's losses? One was a bag shop, the other was a rich man. They chatted for more than an hour and each had their own plans. On the way here, Qin Pingon and Miyu were very open and honest. Miyu felt that Nailan Xiaowei's side was not easy to deal with, but Yen Ming's side was definitely not a big problem. Firstly, Qin Pingon was already a hidden official and he was appointed in a time of crisis, so he had great authority. Secondly, Qin Pingon had a very good relationship with the Yen family's young master. Yen Ming should sell everything he had to help support Qin Pingon. Thirdly, and also the most important reason, Qin Pingon's words were effective on the Sword Immortal's side. Qin Pingon bade farewell to Yen Ming and went to find Yen Ming. The Yen family and the Nailan family were the two golden signboards of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The top three families, Dong, Qin and Qi, controlled the clothing, sword and pill shops. The three of them were not rich, so Yen Ming and Nailan Ming were the true gods of wealth. Miyu asked, "Did it go smoothly?" Qin Pingon said self-deprecatingly, "There was no problem with the general direction, but there were a lot of problems with the details. I thought that it would be easy to deal with the two seniors, but it seems like it was even more difficult." Miyu teased, "Aren't you calling me Uncle Yen for nothing?" Then this unpolished Jade Realm sword immortal who liked to drink wine and lie in the sunset was a little angry. "Isn't this Yen Ming too ungrateful? He doesn't give any face to the hidden official? I can understand the logic of one's glory and one's loss. What is this Yen Ming hesitating for? Is it because he lost his arms in his early years, was unwilling to climb the city and killed few demons, so he is even more afraid that the hidden official will steal his wealth?" Miyu was not afraid of Yen Ming, who had fallen to the nascent soul stage. He had a lot of immortal money, but he could not use it on his intrinsic flying sword. Such a pitiful worm was even worse than sword cultivators who worked hard to kill demons and nurture their swords. Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "How can it be so simple?" Yen Ming was very good at calculating. Since the general direction had been agreed, it was not a bad thing to grind the details. "I'll just look for him a few more times. Speaking of which, Yan Ming's actions show that he doesn't think that the hidden official is more valuable than the immortal's money. He is the one who is truly responsible for the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Miyu asked softly, "Hidden official, do you really not have any complaints?" Qin Pingon said, "It's more about enjoying some comfortable things. For an immortal like me, sword immortal, it's hard for him to make rapid progress in his realm. Even the slightest bit of suffering will be beneficial." Miyu was speechless. There was still resentment. He just couldn't do anything to Yan Ming, so he pitted himself. However, Miyu could stand these face-to-face words. What he couldn't stand were some sword immortals who smiled and greeted him politely. For example, Li Tumi, or those who didn't even bother to look at Miyu. For example, great sword immortal Yu Qing, who had a good relationship with his brother Mi, who never said anything unpleasant to Miyu because he didn't say anything. Those blunt knives that seemed to be wrapped in silk were the most abrasive to the sword heart. Qin Pingon said with a smile, "It's hard to talk behind closed doors." "Don't take it to heart, sword immortal Mi." When they arrived at Nalan Xiaowei's place, the old sword immortal said to Qin Pingon, "I never care about money. Let's talk to Nalan Saihuan." Qin Pingon then went to Nalan Saihuan, a female sword cultivator in the nascent soul stage. Her realm was not high, but she was good at managing and making money. This time Miyu was really angry. "Old Nalan is so arrogant?" Qin Pingon was silent. As for Miyu, he only dared to grumble after the incident. When he saw Nalan Xiaowei, he didn't even dare to breathe. The two found Nalan Saihuan. She was a beautiful woman with exquisite makeup and a graceful figure. There was a white jade hairpin in her hair bun, and the end of the jade hairpin was carved with a lifelike little dragonfly. The woman's face was green and her eyebrows were slender. She wore a thin gauze shirt and a pair of red brocade shoes. She was recognized as a great beauty in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She looked like a pampered lady, but when she arrived at the city wall, her sword was fierce and ruthless, just like Qi Shou. Miyu's thoughts were complicated and he deliberately looked indifferent. Nalan Saihuan and Miyu were of the same generation. Although Miyu was an embroidered pillow in the eyes of sword immortals, there were many women who liked Miyu. The women who couldn't get what they wanted scolded Miyu more fiercely than men. This Nalan Saihuan was one of them. Before Miyu became a sword immortal, his life was unbelievably smooth. This was why Miyu had the catchphrase, "Since ancient times, deep affection can't be kept." In fact, it wasn't that Miyu couldn't keep anyone, but it was the affectionate women in the Great Wall of Sword Qi that couldn't keep Miyu. Miyu looked at people. What Qin Pingon saw was Nalan Saihuan and her family's gold and silver mountain. Qin Pingon went straight to the point and his first sentence almost made Miyu lose his composure. "Mrs. Nalan, your patriarch and I have reached an agreement. The old sword immortal is very righteous. He gave up the family's interests to help the Great Wall of Sword Qi through the difficulties. However, when the old sword immortal came, he reminded me that Mrs. Nalan is in charge of the Nalan family, so I better inform Mrs. Nalan." After that, Nalan Saihuan restrained her mind and began to talk about the follow-up and details with the hidden official who had received the old ancestor's imperial edict. The two returned to the hidden official's side on the horse path. Miyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He asked softly, "When Nalan Saihuan and Nalan Xiaowei talk back, won't the hidden official be exposed?" Qin Pingon said, "Asking for a sky-high price and sitting on the ground to pay. It depends on your ability. If Nalan Xiaowei doesn't want to listen to me, then let Nalan Saihuan talk." In the end, Qin Pingon joked, "If Mrs. Nalan wants to punish me, I think me sword immortal alone is enough to stop her. But if Nalan Xiaowei personally slashes me with his sword, brother Mi must protect him." Miyu smiled bitterly, "Isn't there Lu Ji? It's not my turn to arm wrestle with old Nalan." Whether it was Nalan Xiaowei or Lu Ji, they were among the top 10 sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Mi usually saw them. Even if he didn't have to take a detour, he still felt ashamed and full of awe for them. Miyu's friends were mostly sword cultivators in the middle 5 realms, and most of them were romantic. There were only a few sword immortals in the upper 5 realms. Along the way with Qin Pingon, only one sword immortal in the Jade realm greeted Miyu. His name was Lai Ji. In the matter of cultivation, he and Miyu were brothers in the same boat. He belonged to the kind of Jade realm that was not good enough when he was young. In the vast world, this might be the biggest regret of sword immortals, but in the Great Wall of Sword Qi it was a public joke. It was said that Lai Ji couldn't bear to sit still and was talkative. He once had the nickname Magpie. But the young people in the Great Wall of Sword Qi didn't think that Lai Ji could have such an outrageous nickname. Lai Ji often went to drink with Miyu to relieve his boredom. At this time when Lai Ji saw Qin Pingon, he smiled and called him Mr. Hidden Official. Qin Pingon, who was walking away with his sleeves folded, smiled and nodded. He reached out his sleeve and cupped his fist in return. After walking away, Qin Pingon joked, "Sword Immortal me has a lot of friends. I've benefited from it." Miyu glanced at the southern wall. Like Pang Yuanji, he wanted to use his sword to kill demons. In the next few days, other than guarding the hidden official, Qin Pingon often called Miyu to discuss matters with others. They were all important figures. For example, the sages of Confucianism and Buddhism, who were at the two ends of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingon wanted to ask about the inner workings of the Battle of Timing. During this time, Miyu noticed that Ning Yao was wearing the immortal weapon-ranked robe Golden Wine. He even forged a new sword case with 2 long swords. One of them was the Sword Immortal, that Qin Pingon used to kill Li Zhen. What a good name. It was no wonder that the young secluded official would occasionally chat with Gu Jianlong and Wang Xinshui at the desk. He said that he was extremely talented in naming. If naming was the only cultivation of the great Tao in the world, he should be at the beginning of the immortal realm. Pang Yuanji mentioned that the hidden officials had collected secret records for thousands of years. They had already categorized the Summer Palace and the Winter Palace into different categories. There were so many of them that it was impossible to move all of them to the horse path. It would be very convenient to search and read them over there. Especially the Summer Palace, which was the most important. Instead of making a last-minute effort and having people run back and forth to retrieve the necessary records, they might as well move to the Summer Palace. Since the hidden officials' messenger flying swords were extremely fast, the 2 scrolls could be moved to one of the mansions. Otherwise, with all the hidden officials' sword cultivators gathered on the horse path, they would definitely be targeted by the great demons. By staying on the city wall, we would be reducing the great sword immortal Lu Ji's lethality. Almost all the hidden officials' sword cultivators agreed with Pang Yuanji's suggestion. Only Qin Pingon did not agree. He said that there was no rush. As for when to move to the Summer Palace, he had his own plans. Pang Yuanji did not want to continue arguing about this. Instead, Dong Bude and Dang Liang both disagreed with the hidden officials' decision and raised their objections. Dong Bude emphasized that the hidden officials' lineage was too important. If they stayed on the horse path, they would be wiped out if they were not careful. Deng Liang felt that it was a pity that the great sword immortal Lu Ji stayed on the same spot. This went against one of the hidden officials' principles of haggling over every detail. For the first time, Guozhujiu did not speak. She lowered her head. She wanted to stare 2 big holes in the book in the desk. He was very worried. The little girl's silence was a kind of attitude in itself. To Guozhujiu, who was the most important person in the world, this was still an unprecedented move. However, Qin Pingon still did not agree. He gave more reasons, but he could not convince the masses. Therefore, in these 2 days, the entire atmosphere of the hidden official's lineage was rather solemn. After this, the great sword immortal Yuqing took some time to come here. He stopped for a moment at the edge of the sword qi restriction that Miyu drew. Only then did the 10-man great sword immortal candidate continue forward. Qin Pingon immediately stood up and took the initiative to welcome Yuqing. The 2 of them did not go near the other hidden officials' lineage sword cultivators. Yuqing smiled. Qin Pingon, you don't have to care about my face. Other than apologizing to the last disciple of the sage of literature, I also want to thank Qin Pingon, who is not some hidden official. Qin Pingon nodded. I won't stand on ceremony. I'll accept it. Yuqing said, when I said that you were in the wrong, I did not hide it. Now that I'm apologizing to you and thanking you, it's naturally awkward. To be honest, if it wasn't for this, if it was someone else who was the hidden official, I wouldn't have been so polite to anyone who dared to criticize my sword. Qin Pingon said, 10-man great sword immortal candidate should have such heroic spirit. Yuqing rubbed his chin and said, I admit that you do things quickly. However, I really don't like the way you speak. Qin Pingon handed over a pot of wine. Yuqing laughed heartily. He took the pot and left on his sword. Qin Pingon looked up and did not look away for a long time. Great sword immortals should be like this. They stepped on the bottom line and were clear about their likes and dislikes. He returned to his seat. Just as he sat down, Gu Jianlong smiled. Hidden official, don't be biased. You gave great sword immortal you a pot of wine. We are family. You can't treat him unfairly, right? Chao Gun smiled. When the wine is cooked, it really strengthens the mind. Xianxia followed. I haven't drunk the wine from the wine shop. It's a regret in life. I hope it can be remedied. Guizhujiu slapped the table. Give me the money first. Qin Pingon smiled. There's wine, but we'll talk about it later. After killing a few earth immortal sword immortals, I'll take out a few pots of wine to celebrate. Booze came from everywhere. Gu Jianlong and Wang Xinshui were the most enthusiastic. Dong Bu did not even raise his head. He clicked his tongue and said, You've got guts. Gu Jianlong immediately said to Wang Xinshui, Xinshui, what's wrong with you? Wang Xinshui said innocently, I'm learning from you. After such a comical scene, the gloomy atmosphere from before improved slightly. Today Qin Pingon stood up and left again. He went to another place on the city wall. Miyu had already accepted his fate. Now he had 2 more jokes. He became the sword immortal with the highest realm in the hidden official lineage. Then he became the young hidden official's lackey. Often as he walked, there would be half-baked sword immortals teasing Miyu. With brother Mi around, why do you need great sword immortal Lu to protect the hidden official lineage? There were also some annoying words that even included the hidden official. Sword immortal Mi, you're so free. Come and enjoy the scenery. Miyu looked at the smiling Qin Pingon. Was this what they meant by eating one's own saliva? That little bastard Gu Jianlong's fair words were indeed fair and hit the nail on the head. They passed by Lai Ji again. As they sheathed their swords, Lai Ji, who was drinking wine, stood up. He saw the 2 of them pass by the city wall. He took out 2 pots of wine from his cube object and smiled as he tossed them to Miyu and Qin Pingon. This is the wine from the second shopkeeper's shop. Miyu reached out to catch the wine pot. It was a bamboo grotto heaven wine. This Lai Ji was really too much of a bootlicker. Qin Pingon also reached out to catch the bamboo grotto heaven wine. In an instant, a strange phenomenon occurred. A bright red sword beam suddenly shot out. The intensity of the sword chi made the color of the sword beam extremely vibrant. It was Lai Ji's intrinsic flying sword, Burning Flower. It was aimed straight at the heart of the new hidden official Qin Pingon. Miyu felt like his guts were about to explode. He crushed the wine pot and instantly summoned his intrinsic flying sword, Rosy Sky, to block Lai Ji's flying sword. Even if he could not block it completely, he had to buy a chance for Qin Pingon to react. No matter how serious his injuries were, it was better than having his chest pierced by Lai halberd. A sword immortal's flying sword could injure others, but if the sword chi lingered in the enemy's acupuncture points, it would be even more troublesome. Lai halberd and Miyu were looked down upon by other sword immortals, but Lai halberd had attacked with all his strength at close range, and Qin Pingon had been caught off guard, reaching out to grab the pot of wine. Miyu could only pray that Qin Pingon did not die. Miyu's intrinsic flying sword was late. He was still able to hit the tail of Burning Flower with the tip of his sword, causing the tip of the sword to tilt and deviate slightly from the heart. At the same time, Miyu took a step forward and unsheathed his sword. He was about to slash at Lai Ji, who was charging forward with his flying sword. Miyu's sword was of high quality. It was naturally a gift from his elder brother Mihu. As for Lai Ji, he did not have a Dao companion or a teacher. His sword was just an ordinary sword. Lai Ji's Burning Flower flying sword was slightly altered by Miyu's flying sword. Qin Pingon formed a seal with 2 fingers. Without the protection of his robe, he was wearing the green robe of the Ning residence and the standard robe of the clothing workshop. Especially the robe inside, the light of treasures flowed and rippled. Finally, it condensed into an illusory golden talisman. It was the sword-locking talisman. However, he was too close to Lai Ji. This time, Lai Ji unsheathed his intrinsic flying sword and did not hold back. The flying sword charged forward and the 2 swords clashed. After the sword light exploded, a dazzling light bloomed in front of Qin Pingon. Just the splashing of the Burning Flower flying sword blasted the talisman into pieces. The burning flower flying sword sank into the golden sword-locking talisman. Cracks appeared on the talisman, crisscrossing. The flying sword clearly wanted to break the talisman in one go. With the help of the sword-locking talisman, Qin Pingon unsheathed a shrinking talisman and retreated dozens of feet. The only thing that Qin Pingon could do was to unsheath another talisman to escape. The two intrinsic flying swords of the unpolished Jade Realm Sword Immortals followed almost at the same time. However, the burning flower flying sword was only for killing. In order to pursue extreme speed, the burning flower flying sword pierced Qin Pingon's heart by an inch. This was the flying sword immortal's close combat attack. The more ruthless method was that Lai Ji did not put away his flying sword. Instead, he used his Dao foundation to shatter the intrinsic flying sword of the sword cultivator. Mi Yu's sword landed on Lai Ji's shoulder. With a slash, the tough body of the unpolished Jade Realm Sword Cultivator was split in half. Lai Ji's Yin spirit left his body and went forward. He abandoned his true body and used the Sword Workshop sword to chop off the head of the new hidden official. After the intrinsic flying sword exploded in the young hidden official's body, Lai Ji's Yin spirit was also affected by his own method. The relatively weak wandering Yin spirit seemed to be bathed in the splendor of Lai Ji's last attack. Man and sword, Dao and life, disappeared together like smoke. Mi Yu withdrew his intrinsic flying sword. The sword in his hand did not return to its sheath for a long time. This was because Mi Yu knew that he was done in by the crazy Lai Ji. From this moment on, whether he would be thrown into Old Death's prison depended on whether his elder brother Mi Yu's immortal realm was strong enough. Lu Ji hurried over on her sword. Her face was ashen. He did not even look at the dazed Mi Yu. She gritted her teeth and said, "You are really a good-for-nothing." Lu Ji immediately formed a sword seal and tried to gather the remnant soul of the young hidden official. She tried her best to find a chance of survival for Qin Pingon. However, it was meaningless. Lai Ji's attack was too decisive. Lu Ji turned her head to look at the thatched cottage far away. She asked her eldest sword immortal telepathically. Qin Qingdou said, "Let Chou Miao choose 3 sword cultivators to enter the hidden official's bloodline with him." Lu Ji said angrily, "That's it." Qin Qingdou replied, "You Lu Ji have the nerve to ask me?" Lu Ji said angrily, "Do I have to accompany Qin Pingon from the beginning to the end? What about the safety of the other hidden official's bloodline? What about me? Kill him." Qin Qingdou said, "We'll talk about it later." Lu Ji suppressed the murderous intent in her heart and brought Mi Yu back to the hidden official's bloodline. Seeing the younger generation, Lu Ji hesitated for the first time. Then she said, "The hidden official was killed by the traitor Lai Ji. Lai Ji is also dead. Mi Yu is a suspect and is temporarily detained. Chou Miao will bring 3 people into the hidden official's bloodline. Leave the city immediately and move to the Summer Palace." Guizhujiu laughed. "Great sword immortal Lu, you really know how to joke." Lin Junbai and the others did not believe it either. They looked at each other. Lu Ji sighed, "That's it. Take care of yourselves after you leave the city." Lu Ji then left. Guizhujiu asked with a smile, "Great sword immortal me, Lu Ji is gone. Don't continue to joke. Otherwise I'll be angry." Although the little girl's face was full of smiles, tears were already welling up in her eyes. As she spoke, she frowned and couldn't say another word. Lin Junbai's feelings were extremely complicated. It was not easy to be the hidden official. The unpolished Jade Realm Sword Immortal Lai Ji's position in the first book was actually very far back. He was only a few pages away from Mi Yu. But it was also because of this that Lai Ji could be the accident. As for why Lai Ji would do this, only God knew. There were too many old affairs and grudges in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Almost no Sword Immortal's story had a happy ending. Dong Bujuan's face was pale. Obviously he could not accept this strange result. Gu Jianlong and Wang Xinshui clenched their fists. They could not accept this. Xian Can and the other Sword Immortals were also speechless. Soon a young Sword Immortal male arrived. He was a little over 100 years old and was in the unpolished Jade Realm. He was known as the most stable unpolished Jade Realm Sword Immortal in the 3,000 years of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This person's cultivation path was solid and he climbed up step by step. Tomiao. He had once followed Alliance into the heart of the wilderness. There was a nascent soul female sword immortal beside Chou Miao. She was naturally charming. Her name was Luo Zhini. She was about the same age as Chou Miao and was extremely beautiful. She was the favorite of many sword immortals in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There was also a golden core sword immortal. The young man Su Ning had 2 natal flying swords, white chain, and mountain color. They complemented each other. The young sword immortal of the Dragon Gate realm Chong Taiqing. Compared to Qi Shou and Gao Yeho, these dazzling little mountains. The sword immortals led by Chou Miao spent most of their time cultivating in the words on the southern wall. Even though they were young sword immortals, they were like old Buddhist monks and Taoist masters. Their sword hearts were withered. Chou Miao said, "You will stay by my side. The rest of you will move to the summer palace. Zhini, Su Ning, Taiqing, all of you will help." Miyu smiled bitterly. Chou Miao's meaning was very simple. If he stayed by Chou Miao's side, no matter what Miyu wanted to do, he would not be able to do it. The first group of sword immortals, including Lin Junbai, silently began to move. They did not feel any enmity towards Chou Miao and Luo Zhini, but they did not have any good intentions. After all, they had unknowingly gotten used to Qin Pingan's existence. Only Guizhujiu sat where she was and said in a daze, "I'm not leaving. I want to wait for master." Chou Miao said, "Wait. When you feel that you can't wait any longer, you can go to the summer palace to work." With Chou Miao leading the way, the group left the city on their swords and headed towards the important place in the west of the city. Only Guizhujiu was left sitting alone behind the desk. All the sword immortals landed on the square outside the summer palace. Chou Miao was stunned. No wonder he was not immediately appointed as the new hidden official. Chou Miao did not care about this. In fact, Chou Miao did not care whether he became the hidden official or stayed on the city wall to kill enemies. It was all cultivation. The 3 sword immortals, including Luo Zhini, were very surprised. As for Miyu, he was almost in tears. Lin Junbai breathed a sigh of relief. I was good. Now he and this hidden official were in the same boat, sharing honor and disgrace. Compared to the unknown Chou Miao, Lin Junbai was more willing to work with this guy in front of him. At the entrance of the hall, there was a young man in a green robe, looking at the group with a smile. His face was pale but his eyes were bright. Qin Pingan beckoned to Miyu. "Walk with me." Then Qin Pingan looked at Chou Miao. "In the future, when I'm not here, I'll have to trouble the 4 of you to listen to Lin Junbai's opinion." Chou Miao nodded and said, "No problem." Qin Pingan looked at Gu Jianlong. Gu Jianlong immediately understood. He praised Chou Miao, the famous and solitary young sword immortal. "Sword immortal Chou Miao, you're magnificent. The sun and moon can be our witness." Luo Zhini frowned. Qin Pingan had already led Miyu into a corridor, strolling to somewhere else. Everyone entered the main hall and soon found that all the secret records and files of the Cold Palace had been moved here. Other than the entrance, there were 3 walls of books in the main hall in an orderly manner. Many of the secret records and books were pasted with notes so that it would be convenient for people to pick and read them. At first glance, it was obvious that it was the work of the hidden official. The notes were written in small regular script and were neat and orderly. Qin Pingan was silent. Miyu had mixed feelings and did not speak. Qin Pingan took off the blade strengthening gourd and took out a bottle of bamboo sea grotto heaven wine, handing it to Miyu. Miyu said bitterly, "I'm afraid of this wine." Qin Pingan smiled. "There are thousands of kinds of people who drink wine, but only wine is the best. There's no harm in drinking it. If you have any questions, just ask." Miyu asked, "What's the matter? Who is the hidden official on the city wall?" Qin Pingan said, "It's a high-grade substitute talisman, plus a puppet technique. It's a real golden body warrior's physique. Plus, the sword immortal boss helped me cover up, so it's quite hidden. But if that's all, I can't fool you, Miyu, which means I can't fool Lai Ji. So I attached a part of my soul to the talisman puppet. On the city wall, my every step and every breath had to be carefully controlled by me in the summer palace. So now I'm seriously injured and I'm not faking it. But I paid a small price to dig out an unexpected traitor who is also a sword immortal. It's not a loss. In fact, the person I wanted to bait was not Lai Ji at first, but someone else. As for who it was, you've been following me all the time, so you have a clue, but I guess you've forgotten." Miyu asked tentatively, "What if when you said you wanted to bait big fish like Yang Ji and Huang Luan, you also thought of this sneak attack? Was it to pave the way?" Qin Pingan laughed. Our sword cultivators can secretly send messages to the wasteland, so they can also secretly send messages to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As for why Lai Ji betrayed us, did he hate the Howren world more, or the Sword Immortal boss more, or the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi? He must have his reasons. Otherwise he wouldn't have been so decisive. But I'm not interested in the twists and turns of this matter. Anyway, Lai Ji is a dead man. Qin Pingon said in a serious tone, this kind of person, the sooner he dies the better. Otherwise he might drag one or two sword immortals down with him at the crucial moment. Miyu stopped, his expression extremely ugly. I was pulled into the hidden officials line, just for this day, this matter? Qin Pingon also stopped, nodded with a smile and said bluntly, not only did I pull you in, but I also invited Lu Ji. Surely it's the same. True and false, false and true. If not, how can I fool the sword immortals with evil intentions? A sword immortal with the intention of betrayal will become exceptionally smart. Lu Ji is there to protect everyone in the hidden officials line. Unless a sword immortal of the immortal realm comes in front of me and attacks me at close range, there will be a chance. Otherwise it's wishful thinking for anyone to attack. With this premise, if I leave Lu Ji's side again, it will give people the illusion that there's no such thing as a missed opportunity. At this point Qin Pingon leaned against the pillar, shook the blade's strengthening gourd in his hand and said with a smile, it's a good opportunity, it'll be a pity to miss it. You can give it a try. Lu Ji's protection and tight security is a facade for others to see. The hidden official is extremely safe and his life is not in danger. After leaving Lu Ji, the absence of the Jade Plane Realm Miyu by my side is also a hint that I must have. Otherwise, the assassin will worry that I have nothing to fear and feel that there's a trap. Not carrying a sword of immortal weapon grade and not wearing a golden wine robe of immortal weapon grade is a reasonable move. Then without the robe and the sword immortal Miyu who's protecting him, the hidden official's real reliance is only the Great Wall of Sword Qi and his own golden body realm martial artist physique. Miyu took a big gulp of wine but still did not speak. Qin Pingon said, with the death of the hidden official, the people's hearts will inevitably become lax. Our sword formation will be affected, this is human nature. Therefore we can fish better from now on. Compared to killing a sword immortal, this is the result I want the most. Miyu stared blankly at this young man. Qin Pingon smiled and said, actually I've thought about a lot of things. Most of them are just thoughts, they're useless. Miyu was never good at thinking about those big and difficult things. Even his brother Mi, who had been worried about the stagnation of his cultivation for many years. On the contrary, Miyu was more open-minded. Therefore Miyu only asked the question he wanted to know the answer to the most. If you hold a grudge against someone in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, do you not even know how he died in the end? Qin Pingon was stunned for a moment. He thought about it seriously and nodded. It should be possible, but I've never thought about it. Because to me the gains do not make up for the losses. A Dao heart is not easy to come by. I've been afraid of being poor since I was young. I'm used to treasuring rare things. Miyu's eyes suddenly sharpened. For example, the Qi family who made things difficult for the Ning residents in the early years. Do you hate them? Do you really not have any selfish motives? After you became the hidden official in the Battle of the 13, you've looked through the secret records in the archives. There must be some clues that you've found. Which sword immortal said what keywords, even more dirty inside stories. Qin Pingon smiled and said, Brother Mi, take a guess. Qin Pingon handed over the blade's strengthening gourd. Miyu did not touch the wine pot in his hand. Qin Pingon said helplessly, anyway, I'm not the kind of person who holds grudges. I swear to heaven and earth. Miyu seemed to be even more dispirited than Qin Pingon, whose soul was damaged. He asked casually, that girl Guizhuzhou is still at the city wall. When can we inform her to come back? Qin Pingon said, let's wait a little longer. Miyu shook his head and said, scheming again and again. You won't even let a little girl go. Guizhuzhou is your disciple. No matter how good your intentions are, I'm still very curious. Qin Pingon, don't you feel tired and guilty at all? Qin Pingon asked back, is it enough just to have a clear conscience? Do you think Lai Ji doesn't have a clear conscience? As a sword immortal he even gave up his life. How much resentment does he have and how much of a clear conscience does he have? Miyu was speechless. Qin Pingon raised his head to look at the southern city wall and laughed. Flaming flower. What a good name. Sword immortals are all experts when it comes to naming their life-bound flying swords. The two returned to the summer palace's main hall. Miyu sat in his seat. Qin Pingon did not take a seat. He only sat on the steps outside the door. Qin Pingon only said one sentence. Other than the hidden officials' flying swords which can leave this place, no one is allowed to take half a step out of the summer palace in the near future. They are not allowed to meet with outsiders in private. If discovered, they will be executed for the crime of treason. As for the hidden officials' messenger flying swords, Chou Miao and the other two Lin Junbai must know the contents of each other's swords. One by one, word by word, they must be recorded by Sword Immortal Miyu. Su Ning raised her head to look at the figure outside the door. She asked, "Since you do not trust us, why did you pull us into the hidden officials' faction?" Qin Pingon held the blade-strengthening gourd in one hand and the folding fan in the other. "Before speaking to me, respectfully address me as Sir Hidden Official." Before Su Ning repeated that sentence, she added the words, "Master Hidden Official." Qin Pingon then laughed and said something very straightforward. "I don't even trust myself. Why would I trust you?" Su Ning was silent. Luo Zhini and Chong Taiqing suddenly raised their heads, their faces full of anger. Xianxia and Chao Gun both admired this hidden official from the bottom of their hearts. They were also foreign sword immortals. Therefore they were even more direct than Gu Jianlong and Wang Xinshui. They opposed the three sword immortals with equal harshness. The two youths did not hide their allegiance. Chou Miao said, "Speak less in the crowd. If there is nothing to do, return early. If there is something to do, do it. Since the four of us are sword immortals of the hidden officials faction, we will follow the rules." Qin Pingon turned his head and said with a smile, "If I die, sword immortal Chou Miao and Junbai are indeed the best candidates for the hidden officials." Lin Junbai pretended to be deaf and mute. Chou Miao turned a deaf ear. In the night, a messenger flying sword went to the top of the city. Then a broken-hearted little girl slowly flew over on her flying sword. She had a sullen face and constantly wiped her tears. After floating down, his figure was still a little staggered. Then she saw her master who had already stood up. She immediately smiled like a flower. Qin Pingon said with a gentle smile, "That's a little too much." Guizhuzhou put away her sword and stood in front of Qin Pingon. She excitedly walked around on the spot. Her arms were swinging and her eyes were full of joy. "Master, let me tell you. Previously I was alone. I believed that you would not die. But I did not expect you to be so resourceful. Not only are you alive and well, you even tricked me. Even if I used my little brain, I would never have thought that you were already in the summer palace. Amazing, it can't be any more amazing. I said that as long as I am here, it will not be up to you to think about life and death. In the future it will be the same. Be willing to believe in me." Qin Pingon smiled and took out a small bamboo chest from the objects in front of him. "This is your reward. If you don't find it tiring, carry it. But you are not allowed to show it off to others." Guizhuzhou carried the small bamboo chest and asked softly, "Master, why is this small bamboo chest also a spirit? It grew legs and came to find you?" "Alright, when eldest senior sister gave me the small bamboo chest, it did not turn into a spirit. Later, master, make another ordinary chest that does not grow legs and give it to eldest senior sister. This small bamboo chest that has grown up will be mine." Qin Pingon smiled and shook his head. "Later you can argue with Pei Qian yourself. I will not side with anyone." Qin Pingon rubbed Guizhuzhou's head. "Go and busy yourself. Don't delay the important matters." Guizhuzhou skipped up the steps, then turned around and jumped back. With her back facing the people in the hall, she stood still in the hall. After pausing for a moment, she turned around and walked away. Qin Pingon did not follow her into the hall. Instead, he continued to walk around the summer palace. The places he walked were all small worlds. Qin Pingon took out a green talisman and waved it lightly. "Boss, Sword Immortal, I will not let you send the small bamboo chest for nothing. If any Sword Immortal has been spying on the summer palace recently, just kill him. If he is willing to take such risks and is not patient enough, then he will not be of any use to us, the Great Wall of Sword Qi." After pausing for a moment, Qin Pingon added, "If there is such a merit that comes to us, then it will be on the head of the hidden officials, Sword Immortal Miyu." Even if Qin Pingon was speaking in his own small world to Qin Qingdou, it was like a piece of paper. Although Qin Qingdou did not agree or reject, his meaning was very clear. He had chosen Qin Pingon to be the hidden official and he could do whatever he wanted. This boss sword immortal changed the topic. I'll make an exception and ask you again. Have you really thought it through? If it really is you, won't you regret it? Won't you tell Ning Yao beforehand? Qin Pingon did not give an answer and changed the topic as well. How is my senior brother? Qin Qingdou said that it was passable. Qin Pingon kept the talisman and hid it in his sleeve. He took out another talisman and gently twisted it. He silently recited the incantation and instantly arrived at the other summer palace. Over at the summer palace, there was a towering ancient tree. The green tree was like a cool autumn tree. The summer palace's winning item was a deer antler poetry rui. It was shaped like a fish's tail and a mushroom. Qin Pingon walked in the huge mansion where he was alone. The two palaces were actually very simple inside. There were almost no superfluous decorations. Qin Pingon planned to familiarize himself with this environment first. Before leaving the deathly silent mansion and returning to the summer palace, Lin Sanjiu and Luo Ruoxin left. Qin Pingon muttered to himself, I've thought it through. I'll do it. (631) Originally, the inverted mountain only had one gate leading to the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Now that a bigger gate had been opened, the old gate was much less lively. In the words of the man with the sword, it was heartbreaking to be fond of the new and tired of the old. The senior Taoist boy was still sitting there reading a book. He was reading a miscellaneous book written by a frustrated scholar. He reached out and grabbed a handful of moonlight and placed it beside the boy and the book, as if he was holding a firefly to reflect the book. Previously, he had been disgusted by the white-clothed youth whose head had been clamped by a door and kicked by a donkey. A good book about scholars and beauties, a tasteless Central Pine collection, had been described by that person as a deleted version of an erotic novel. He had not been able to relax for a few days and could not lift his spirits to read any books. He had no choice but to give up on one of the few pleasures he had and stare blankly every day. It was just that he had endured the boredom of not reading for a month. Thus, after he started reading again, he took a large stack of books and placed them beside him. He was obsessed with reading day and night. Even though the little Taoist boy was an immortal, he read slowly and meticulously. Even though he had a photographic memory, he still liked to flip to the first few pages to take a look. The man with the sword, who was guarding the other side of the gate, strolled over to the little Taoist boy with a long sword in his arms. When he realized that this was considered slacking off, he ran back and placed the long sword on the pillar. Only then did he pick up a pot of wine and return to the little Taoist boy's side to read. The little Taoist boy only wanted to be alone and hated the smell of alcohol. When he turned around, the man followed him. The little Taoist boy had been his neighbor for many years and knew how bored a bored swordsman could be. As he followed the man pointed at a sentence on a page and said, "This scholar in the book is quite capable. The mountains are limpid and the waters are beautiful. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is all for beauties. We men come to this world only to ruin the mountains and rivers and let down the beauties." This sentence is so well said. Circle it and you can recite it. The little Taoist boy was used to the man's blabbering and only cared about flipping the pages of the book. The man also ignored the little Taoist boy and only cared about his chatter. After finishing the book, the man sighed and said, "Boring. There's no taste of meat at all." The little Taoist boy put down the book in his hand and picked up another one. It was a book about the Jianghu romance of the dark moon and windy high winds. When the man saw the interesting parts, he drank more wine. However, his eyes were glued to the pages, not missing a single word. He clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "As expected of a book chosen by the heavens beyond the book. The heavens beyond the book, the little heavens beyond the book. The heavens beyond the book, the heavens beyond the book, the heavens beyond the book. The heavens beyond the book, the heavens beyond the book." How envious. It's a pity that the incantation for this cultivation technique is vague. Otherwise I could give it a try as well. Yeah, I was right. The more this sloppy old man likes to talk nonsense, the more he is a hidden peerless expert. What do you think? Did I hit the nail on the head? The old man really has a whole new level of respect for our little heavenly master. Oh, how generous. He used his entire life's worth of internal energy to help open up the conception and governing vessels. and even completely cleanse the bones. Good fellow, if he returns to the Jianghu, won't he be invincible? The book was only halfway through when the little Taoist boy said, "It's obvious that he's not invincible yet." Even with the 60 years worth of internal energy and his own 20 years of hard work, it's still only 80 years worth of internal energy. Previously there was that foreshadowing. According to the book, the great devil who caused a bloodbath in the Jianghu has already cultivated for 100 years. His internal energy is pure and bottomless. It's impossible to defeat him. The man rubbed his chin and thought that it made sense. Then he's still missing a divine weapon that can cut through iron like mud. However, it shouldn't be too fast. After all, the story is only halfway through. The little Taoist boy slowly turned a page and agreed with the man. What's the rush? There will definitely be one. Otherwise, we won't be able to fight him. The man gulped down a mouthful of wine. Childhood sweetheart, a righteous heroine he met by chance in the Jianghu, and a demon beauty who loves and hates each other. None of them can be missing. The writer was probably just trying to earn some money for daily necessities and paper and ink. He couldn't imagine that there would be two people reading the book after it was printed. Moreover, both of them read the book so crudely, but they actually liked it a little. One of them was a Taoist heavenly lord whose master's name was taboo in the world. What he sought was to learn from the ancient Taoist master. He wanted to control the heaven and earth, control yin and yang, move mountains and seas, breathe essence and exist with the heaven and earth. The other was a great sword deity from the Great Wall of Sword Aura. He participated in the Battle of the 13. Not only did he make friends with heroes in his life, he also had a female sword deity as his confidant. However, the little Taoist boy, whose master and family background were extremely prestigious, left his hometown to train and sharpen his Taoist heart. As for the man, he was considered a felon among felons. He could only guard the door behind them year after year. The little Taoist boy closed the book. The man was anxious. What? The little Taoist boy said, "Slow down. This book is not bad. Read it slowly." There was a scene in the book. It was not about the mountains or deities but about the people of Jianghu. With just a few strokes, the little Taoist boy, who had never really been to Jianghu, felt like he was looking at a painting. The sky was clear after the rain. Mist formed on the water, hazy and eternal. In the middle of the lake, there was a colorful boat with a hero standing at the bow. It broke through the water without any obstacles and gradually approached the pavilion. Along the way, the reeds rustled. In the pavilion, there was a white-robed guest waiting with wine. The man sighed and leaned back. He asked casually, "Taoist Jiang, what kind of place is the Qingming world?" The little Taoist boy answered casually, "There are many customs and rules. It's about the same as the vast world." The man asked, "Taoist number 2 hasn't found the 500 spirit officials yet." The little Taoist boy didn't think that this was a secret that couldn't be revealed. "It's probably still early. It's not easy to change to a snail shell and continue to be a Taoist hall." The man used his hands as pillows and changed into a comfortable position. He crossed his legs. "You're all busy." The little Taoist boy smiled. "You and I aren't busy." The man looked at the bright moon. "Like us, we're also busy staying up late." Alliance had once left a famous saying for the Great Wall of Sword Qi. A cultivator who didn't stay up late wouldn't be able to cultivate the Great Tao. As for how to stay up late, cultivating qi and swordsmanship bitterly was the lowest. Drinking was the middle. Even if you drank until you ran out of money and had no more money to buy wine, the moonlight would enter the cup and the cup would never be empty. As for what was the highest, the drunkards and gamblers were all men. They all smiled knowingly. The little Taoist boy was a little puzzled. He turned to look at the man. "Zhonglu, are you that weak? The war at the Great Wall of Sword Qi is tense. If you really insist on returning to the city, Qingdu won't stop you, right?" The man named Zhonglu closed his eyes and rested. He said, "I'm mentally tired." The little Taoist boy smiled. "With this mentality, it's hard for you to improve further." Zhonglu said softly, "Whatever." The little Taoist boy reached out to disperse the bright moonlight that resembled a lamp on a desk. He looked up at the sky. "The true taste of the world can only be tasted by the quiet. Did your master teach you that?" "I read it from some books." "Zhang Yunxing, you said that when an ordinary man sees humiliation, he can draw his sword and fight with his back straight. He can forget about life and death, all right?" I don't know. I can't be bothered to think about it. All good things must come to an end. I'll miss you in the future. If I have the chance, I'll go to your hometown to play with you. A man saying such things to another man. Who are you trying to disgust? You're just a child. You can't be that old. Zhonglu, are you asking for a beating? The man turned around and fell into a deep sleep. If he was in the 9 great continents of the vast world, a great sword immortal wouldn't only have such a small place to live no matter how poor he was. The little Taoist boy continued reading. Poor sword immortal Xiao Yunyan. Doing business, earning money regardless of day or night. Every immortal coin was known as the purest concentration of spiritual energy in the world. However, it was hard to say whether there was a clean immortal coin in the world. After a huge ferry unloaded and exchanged for a large pile of elixir supplies from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it left the inverted hanging mountain ferry. This was the cross-continent ferry of the Mountain Water Cave, a large sect in the southwest Fuyao continent. The name of the ferry was Very Rustic Earthen Basin. It was said that the founding ancestor of the Mountain Water Cave started from the streets. However, after he made his fortune, what he did in his life was to cut ties with the past and live his life on the mountain like a noble in the mortal world. Only in the matter of naming the cross-continent ferry of Earthen Basin did he reveal his true colors. A nascent sole steward of the ferry stood at the observation deck on the top floor of the ferry, silently counting the money with his fingers. This trip to and from the inverted hanging mountain would earn him at least 70 grain rain coins. In addition, the great dynasties at the foot of the Fuyao continent were currently fighting each other. If he operated it well and found the right buyer, it wasn't impossible for him to double the amount. Because of the immortal supreme treasures on the mountain, there were as many as 3 half-immortal weapons. Many Earth immortals had already died and many old bastards of the upper 5 realms had gradually surfaced. If it weren't for the restriction of the Confucian Academy, these old immortals could only stand behind the scenes. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just used puppets to compete and be so amiable. Whether it was on the mountain or below the mountain, spending so much money to fight back and forth was a good thing for the Mountain Water Cave, a business sect that was second to none. The Jade Forest sect was rich because sword immortals were as common as clouds in the North Continent, causing immortal sects to change very quickly. When the general situation changed, the immortal coins would naturally roll along with it. Using the abacus, rolling the beads was money. As for the Jade Forest sect's Lu clan, they were an anomaly and could do business with anyone. Many of their transactions were no longer in the category of money. What they earned was the change of dynasties, the change of rulers of immortal clans and clans. The most frightening part was that the Jade Forest sect's Lu clan's biggest goal in doing business with anyone was to ensure that the other party could earn money. Even more frightening was that this matter was really done by the Jade Forest sect's Lu clan, and became an unshakable family rule that was passed down from generation to generation. The old cultivator's trip to inverted hanging mountain this time was quite fruitful. As the manager of the Mountain Water Cave's intercontinental ferries, after receiving the ancestors' instructions, he had previously met with several fellow Taoists from the Fuyao and Jinjia continents in the Lingji Pavilion's superior rooms. They planned to work together to make money. There were a total of 8 intercontinental ferries, so they had to put in some effort in the matter of profits. Otherwise, they would be giving the Great Wall of Sword Qi's Yen and Nalan clans the leeway to compare goods and take advantage of the opportunity to lower the price. Therefore, they had to discuss and choose a transit port that was neither too far nor too close to inverted hanging mountain. They would first agree on the price and divide the goods. Each ferry would specialize in a few types of goods, and then come to inverted hanging mountain to negotiate the price with the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This was only the first matter and there were almost no objections. The main reason was that the Mountain Water Cave was rich and overbearing, and they were determined to facilitate this matter. They were willing to guarantee that after the next transaction, they would make money and everyone would be happy, proving that this matter was feasible. In the future, they would follow this rule to travel inverted hanging mountain, but as long as they lost money, the Mountain Water Cave would compensate them with their own money. The second matter was that the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi was extremely difficult and required a large amount of supplies. The Mountain Water Cave took the lead and threw out a suggestion. Other than jointly building a few new ferries, they would pay the old ancestors to help open up 1 or 2 smoother routes, kill those obstacles that blocked the way and help to oversee the fairies. In the past there was little money and they were unmoved. But now the situation had changed and Guyu had enough money. Even if these old ancestors looked down on them, they still had a sect, a direct disciple or a family member. As long as their respective sect masters came forward and persuaded them with reason and emotion, there was still hope to persuade these old ancestors to get involved in the mortal world. The third matter was more troublesome. The two nascent soul sword cultivators Yan Ming and Nalan Sihuan had both gone to the city wall. The family affairs were temporarily handed over to the family juniors. Although they were far from being as shrewd as the two gods of fortune of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the trouble was that this group of people insisted on the price and stubbornly adhered to the rules. If they did not agree, then both sides would drag it out. Although everyone knew that the Great Wall of Sword Qi would definitely not be able to last longer than the cross-continent fairies, as long as they stayed at Inverted Hanging Mountain for another 10 days to half a month, the amount of money they would pay to Inverted Hanging Mountain would not be a small sum. Therefore it was not just the Xianxia grotto. In fact, all the cross-continent fairies hoped to break the deadlock. In history, during the Great Battle of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the Nalan family had not asked for a high price for the cross-continent fairies, saying that if they did not want to sell, then they could scram. Just as the stewards of the more than 10 fairies were like ants on a hot pan and were about to lower their heads and admit defeat, the situation suddenly took a turn for the better. There was a nameless young man on the Fuyao continent's fairies who actually managed to convince all the stewards of the 7 continents sect fairies to withdraw from Inverted Hanging Mountain overnight. It was as if they were on a scenic tour as they stopped at the Rain Dragon sect's vassal islands. They only left a single sentence for the Great Wall of Sword Qi, saying that they did not want to earn any money. And this young man who rose to fame and eventually succeeded in helping all the fairies earn a large sum of money was the Xianxia Grotto's founding ancestor. At that time he was only a sea-viewing realm cultivator, but he was able to convince all the old foxes who were used to doing business. In a short 30 years, this young man had his own mountain and cross-continent fairies. It was not that the Nalan family had not thought of specifically targeting the 2 cross-continent fairies of the Xianxia Grotto, but the Xianxia Grotto had dealt with them very easily each time. As time passed, what else could they do? The business continued. Later on there was the Yan family. The head of the family, Yan Ming, was relatively easy to talk to. He was not as straightforward as the businessmen of the Nalan family. Instead he was more like a sword cultivator with a bad temper. Yan Ming was more like a businessman in name. He was cautious and conscientious, doing his best to help the Great Wall of Sword Qi spend less money. He also allowed the cross-continent fairies to earn money. It could be considered a mutually beneficial relationship. And after Nalan Sihuan took over the family's financial power, her relationship with the fairies of the various continents was not bad. And after Yan Ming and Nalan Sihuan were 2 smart people who were in charge of business, their relationship was average. Generally, they did not interfere with each other's business. Privately, there were also some conflicts of interest. An old cultivator's direct disciple came to the observation deck. He wanted to say something but hesitated. The old Yuanying smiled and said, "If you have something to say, say it." The young man asked, "Master, in the past our Xianxia Grotto's fairies had promised the Great Wall of Sword Qi that we would be allowed to pay on credit. After the battle ended, we would pay the agreed interest. Why did the old ancestor want us to join forces with the other fairies of the Xianxia Grotto and the Great Wall of Sword Qi to reject this?" The old man said softly, "Although the Great Wall of Sword Qi is very strict with news, and no one is allowed to approach the city. Even old acquaintances like me who used to be able to stay at the Sword Immortal's residence for a few days, can't enter the city this time after entering the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I can only discuss business with the 2 families in the residence between the city and the Mirage. But the more they try to cover it up, the more it proves that the demon race is coming with great force this time. The Great Wall of Sword Qi will suffer greatly in this battle." The young man smiled and said, "The 2 sword immortals, Yan Ming and Nalan Sihuan, are proficient in this Tao. The wealth they have accumulated, whether it is for their own family or for the Great Wall of Sword Qi, is definitely not small." The old man nodded and smiled. "So this time we can help the Xianxia Grotto earn a lot. Not only will we turn the Yan and Nalan family's wealth upside down, we will also empty the pill store's savings. As for not paying on credit, we will naturally take it seriously. It is absolutely not a joke. But the truth is we can choose not to take it seriously. How we can choose not to take it seriously will depend on Yan Ming and Nayland Saihuan's sincerity. The young man said carefully, "Sword immortals have good tempers. Don't push them too far." The old man sneered. The Nayland family has that old ancestor Nayland burned reed. He is one of the 10 great sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. If it was our Fuyao continent, who would dare to breathe loudly in front of such an old thing? Nayland burned reed has a good temper? Very bad. But what can they do when they meet us? Sword immortals have great killing power and like to kill? You can kill as you wish. Would they dare? Next, we will have to convince the ancestors of the other ferryboat sects to come out. That is why immortal money is the strongest fist in the world. The young man's real question was, why couldn't they earn less money? It seemed unnecessary to constantly earn money from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The old man seemed to have seen through the direct disciple's thoughts. He smiled. Your cultivation is all right, but in business you are really stupid. You have no perception. You can earn money, but you want to earn less. Do you really think you can earn big money in this life? As long as you think that, you can forget about becoming someone like our old ancestor. Don't even think about it. You are not even fit to carry the old ancestor's shoes. Finally, the old man said, "Kid, don't meddle in other people's business. It is already amazing that you can live your life well. When you become an even more important ancestor of the Xianxia grotto, at that time, you will have the qualifications to talk about earning less money. But I can be sure that when that day comes, you will only want to earn more money than me." Thinking back to today's thoughts, even you find them laughable. Why? The old man answered his own question. Because your ass is sitting on the seat of the Xianxia grotto's ancestral hall. The youngest golden core earth immortal in the history of the Rain Dragon sect, Fu Ku, left the ancestral mountain on the island where the Rain Dragon sect was located. He went to a vassal island to meet a good friend. The Rain Dragon sect did not have any cross-continent ferry boats because they did not need them. The sect had more than 20 vassal islands of various sizes. There were ferries everywhere, and all of them were vassal immortal sects of the Rain Dragon sect. There were tens of thousands of direct disciples, outer sect disciples and servants. Most of the North Continent's cross-continent ferry boats, as well as some of the South Saw Continent's ferry boats, needed to stop here. Fu Ku did not bring the beauty with him. He rowed the talisman boat alone and boarded the island called Jasper Island. There were immortal trees on the island. The quality of the trees was like jasper and was very precious. It was something that many intercontinental ferries that docked at the shore bought at a high price. Anyway, he had earned a lot at the inverted hanging mountain and did not lack this little expense. Moreover, he could also earn money when he returned to his hometown. Jade Island was located in the northeast of the Rain Dragon sect, so in the early years, there were often old rain dragons that traveled between the Flood Dragon Gully and the South Saw continent. If one was lucky, one could even see a dying dragon that had fallen into the sea. However, the Rain Dragon sect and the Flood Dragon Gully were considered close neighbors. They had always been kind to these dragon-type creatures that followed their instincts to summon rain. Once an exhausted flood dragon floated in the sea and could not return to its nest, there would even be great cultivators who would help it float to the Flood Dragon Gully. However, in recent years it was not so common anymore. This was because there was a sword immortal at the Flood Dragon Gully who was extremely skilled in swordsmanship and had a bad temper. He did not distinguish between right and wrong, and for the sake of reputation he destroyed most of the lair with his sword. Some of the experienced elders on Jade Island said that this kind of sword immortal only had a realm but did not know how to conduct himself. He was a typical example of a person who did not deserve his position. Regarding this rumor, Fu Ku was actually the most qualified to speak a few words of truth. However, he did not want to spoil the fun of half of his own family. Fu Ku's talisman boat did not land directly at his friend's private residence. Instead, it landed at the mountain gate on the shore of Jade Island. Then it slowly moved forward. Along the way, he took the initiative to greet others. Those who spoke to Fu Ku, regardless of whether they were men or women, were flattered and felt honored, even if it was just a polite exchange. To Fu Ku, this was a small matter, but it could kill two birds with one stone. One was to help him deepen his approachable image. The other was to help his friend gain some face. Whether it was on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain, there was not much difference. face could be exchanged for money. Fu Ke's friend Yu Fujing was a cultivator of the lower 5 realms who did not have any reputation in Aquarius continent. He was an old friend of Fu Ke's. In their early years, both of them were born in similar realms. He did not expect that Fu Ke, who was almost at the end of his rope, would have such a great fortune of the Great Tao just because he wanted to take a look at Inverted Hanging Mountain. He did not see Inverted Hanging Mountain. Instead he stayed in the Rain Dragon sect midway. He soared to the heavens in one step and became the son-in-law of an immortal family. 2 fairies threw themselves at him one after another. His great fortune was truly envied by others. His luck with women was not shallow. It was enough to make others envious. This news was quickly spread to Aquarius continent with the help of the fairy from Old Dragon City's Osmanthus Island. Fu Ke immediately became an existence that many wild cultivators admired. Even immortal masters of records were jealous of. Therefore Yu Fujing came to try his luck. Previously he only hoped to get some divine money from his good friend Fu Ke's fingernails. It was similar to a few small coins to help his friend. Yu Fujing was satisfied. He did not expect Fu Ke to be so loyal. After Yu Fujing left the ferry, he fearfully went to the Rain Dragon sect. He did not dare to set foot on the island. He only dared to report his name and say that he knew Fu Ke. At that time he did not even have the face to say that he was Fu Ke's friend. Not only did Fu Ke hurriedly leave the Rain Dragon sect, but due to the sect's rules he could not bring Yu Fujing to the island. Therefore he settled Yu Fujing on this Jade Island. Fu Ke said that he could stay there without worry and that he was not in a hurry to return to the Aquarius continent. After Fu Ke left, Yu Fujing felt both fortunate and regretful. Because Fu Ke did not say anything. Unexpectedly, one day later, the disciplinary cultivator of the Jade Island's ancestral hall personally came to him and asked if he was willing to become an inner sect cultivator of the Jade Island. Although he was not a direct disciple of the ancestral hall, Yu Fujing was already moved to tears. One had to know that although the Jade Island was one of the vassals of the Rain Dragon sect, there was an old nascent soul immortal overseeing it. In his hometown, the Aquarius continent, what kind of lofty immortal mansion would it be? As for the disciplinary cultivator, he was also a golden core earth immortal. Yu Fujing, who was a wild cultivator of the lower 5 realms, did not even dare to dream that a golden core earth immortal would smile at him and speak to him courteously. After that, Yu Fujing used the identity of a registered cultivator of the Jade Island to cultivate steadily. He obtained the immortal arts and incantations, but his aptitude was really mediocre. Yu Fujing's cultivation progress was always slow. Even the cave-dwelling realm, which was nothing on the Jade Island, did not have much hope in this lifetime. However, it did not matter. The cultivator of the ancestral hall still regarded him favorably. This time Fu Ke had come to the Jade Island to visit him, Yu Fujing. Yu Fujing, who had already heard the news from his sect, hurriedly left the house. What the hell was he cultivating qi refinement? Unless he had some special Dao fate or a large amount of immortal money, Yu Fujing was simply waiting for death. However, Yu Fujing suddenly stopped at the door. After dawdling for a long time, he opened the door. After waiting for a while, he saw Fu Ke, who was bidding farewell to the Jade Island's ancestral master. Yu Fujing hurriedly quickened his pace, thinking that he should at least exchange a few words with this nascent soul immortal. The island master's old nascent soul actually stopped in his tracks. Yu Fujing quickly stepped forward and slapped Fu Ke's shoulder heavily. He jokingly scolded him for forgetting his brother after getting a wife. Fu Ke smiled and did not say a word. Yu Fujing immediately bowed respectfully to his sect's ancestral master. The old nascent soul and Yu Fujing exchanged a few pleasantries. It was nothing more than diligent cultivation and hope for the great Tao. Yu Fujing held his breath and listened attentively. After the old nascent soul left with a smile, Yu Fujing pulled Fu Ke into a private mansion. It was not big, but it was still a private mansion. The Jade Island had a strict hierarchy. Other than the young geniuses who were the future pillars of the ancestral hall, Yu Fujing was the only one who had a private mansion in the lower 5 realms. Yu Fujing pulled Fu Ke to drink. Fu Ke took out 3 jugs of immortal wine brewed by the Rain Dragon sect. He shared 1 jug with Yu Fujing. As for the remaining jug, Fu Ke smiled and said that his master loved wine. He could give it to him later. Yu Fujing smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Righteous. Fu Ke smiled and said, "You can drink the wine, but remember not to get drunk." This jug of wine has a strong after effect. If you like to drink it, even if I don't come myself, I'll get someone to send it to the Jade Island. Yu Fujing joked, "You're so arrogant? Fuku, are you looking down on your friends in the lower 5 realms now that you've become an earth immortal?" Fuku said helplessly, "What nonsense are you talking about? It's because I've reached a small bottleneck and need to go into seclusion for a while. I can't leave." Yu Fujing drank a mouthful of wine and stepped on a chair. He looked out of the house and sighed. "I never would have thought that I'd be sitting here with Fuku drinking this expensive immortal wine." Fuku smiled and said, "The great Tao is unpredictable. Let's drink, let's drink." Yu Fujing drank quickly and Fuku couldn't stop him. Yu Fujing was originally filled with gratitude towards Fuku. However, as Fuku ascended step by step, he gave others the impression that he was almost perfect. Thus he had some thoughts in his heart. It would be profitable. Fuku abandoned his wife as if this karma had never existed. After ascending the mountain, he returned with the beauty and became a direct disciple of the Rain Dragon sect's ancestral hall. He completely forgot about it. Of course, Yu Fujing wasn't threatening him. He didn't dare to threaten Fuku, who was both a friend and an earth immortal. Therefore, at the wine table today, Yu Fujing seemed to be careless and let it slip. It was just a casual sentence mixed in with reminiscing about the past. Fuku put down the wine jug. Yu Fujing then gave himself a slap. "Look at this stupid mouth of mine. Fuku, don't think too much. I won't say anything about this matter to outsiders." Fuku smiled. Then Yu Fujing died on the spot. Fuku picked up the wine jug and continued to drink slowly. He looked at the door and muttered to himself, "Yu Fujing, you came to me to fight for riches, so I left the Rain Dragon sect and came to you on a boat. I gave you riches that you didn't even dare to dream of. If you were more obedient and tactful, you might have a chance to become my right-hand man in the future. After all, realms are realms and brains are brains. I always knew that you were a smart person. In the end, you didn't care about your fortune, so don't blame me for not caring about our brotherhood. You're only a cultivator of the lower 5 realms and haven't seen the scenery of the mountain peak. However, I've seen it with my own eyes. Possible I want face and reputation. It's just that choosing the lesser of 2 evils makes me feel that you're an ingrate. Then rather than keeping you by my side and letting you harm me sooner or later, I might as well put an end to it. Actually, there's another reason why I'm keeping you here. Every time I see you, I'll be a little more alert and remind myself of how lowly I was born. This way I'll be able to make myself cherish every immortal coin I have, every flattering smile and every flattering word." Fuku's expression was lonely. "Do you really think that your death is a big deal? I won't do anything. After I leave, I won't say anything. I'll just return to the Rain Dragon sect. The entire Jade Island will be handled flawlessly. I'll even have to thank you from the bottom of my heart for helping Jade Island establish a secret relationship with me. That's what a smart person should do. Yu Fujing, oh Yu Fujing, you're still too short-sighted. No wonder you're looking for death." Fuku stood up and wiped his hands. He turned to look at the dead man. "I told you to drink more and talk less when you're drunk, but you didn't listen." Fuku really left the Jade Island just like that and went to the mountain gate. Only then did he summon a talisman boat and head to the Rain Dragon sect. Fuku lay on the talisman boat and closed his eyes, thinking about the future. For example, he would first become a nascent soul cultivator, then ascend to the upper 5 realms and become the sect master of the Rain Dragon sect. He would take the Rain Dragon sect's Water Essence Palace, one of the 4 great private residences of the inverted hanging mountain, and become a private person. Then he would return to his hometown in glory and go to the tiny Aquarius continent, where he would take in a few fairies who he originally regarded as heavenly goddesses as maidservants. What upright young mountain Sujia? Oh, that's not right. This fairy had already been reduced from a phoenix to a chicken covered in mud. Forget about her. No matter how beautiful she was, what use was there? Was there a lack of beautiful women in the world? No, there was no lack of beautiful women. What was lacking was people like Fuku who were destined to reach the top. Fuku stretched out a hand and gently clenched it into a fist. He smiled and said, "I wonder if there's a chance for the female sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi to be my mistress. I heard that Luo Zhini and Situ Weiran aren't too old. They're very good-looking and can fight. They're first-rate female sword immortals. If the Great Wall of Sword Qi falls, won't I have a chance?" As for if the Great Wall of Sword Qi fell, such a mess would be cleaned up by the high and mighty scholarly sages. There was no need for Fu Ku and the Rain Dragon sect to do anything. Not to mention the Middle Plains divine continent, wasn't there the mellow scholar Chen Chunan on the city wall closer to home? Moreover, this was just in case. The sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi were really interesting. The vast world's Qi cultivators were all afraid of death. On the other hand, the Great Wall of Sword Qi seemed to be afraid of living. They were doing things that sought death. Thinking of this, Fu Ku opened his eyes and thought to himself, it's a pity that the beasts of the wilderness are too useless. A bird flew past the talisman boat. Fu Ku glanced at it and laughed. The Sure family said that the boat and the bird dreamt together. We immortals should ride the boat in the clouds and dream together with the bird. Luhua Island could only be neighbors with the Rain Dragon sect, which was known for its domineering behavior and not become a vassal. It was impossible for them to not have some ability. In the past 1,000 years, the Rain Dragon sect had only suffered a little at the hands of that sword immortal. The other cultivators who passed by, even if they were earth immortals or immortals of the upper 5 realms, were all taught a lesson by the Rain Dragon sect. In any case, they did not have a good ending. Furthermore, the Rain Dragon sect was too far away from the 3 continents. It was isolated in the sea and the emperor was far away. Therefore, the rules of the Rain Dragon sect were often more effective than the rules of the Confucian Academy. The fact that Luhua Island was not annexed by the Rain Dragon sect had nothing to do with the cultivators of the sect. It was just that there was an ancient ruin on Luhua Island that was named the Cave of Fortune by the later generations. It was said that there was a Taoist expert of unknown origin guarding it. He took all the luck and did not allow others to touch it. However, regarding this old almanac, even the most senior cultivator on Luhua Island could not confirm its authenticity. It was really too old. The great cultivators who dared to explore it did not return. Gradually they gave up on the idea. No matter how precious the immortals' opportunity was, they could not lose their lives for it. Moreover, Luhua Island did not have the slightest intention of annexing it, and the Rain Dragon sect did not annex it. This was enough to explain many things. Luhua Island was only the furthest southwest vassal island of the Rain Dragon sect. It could barely be considered a close neighbor, but it was actually a distant neighbor of the Rain Dragon sect. There were many cultivators on Luhua Island, but they did not have much money. This could be blamed on the Tongya continent that did not like to deal with other continents. They were not even willing to build a cross-continent ferry. Although the Tongya continent's route to the inverted mountain was indeed more dangerous than the ferry route in Old Dragon City, the Tongya sect and the Yugui sect were big sections. If they were really willing to earn this hard-earned money with the amazing foundation of the 2 sects, it would not be too difficult to open up a route, and they would definitely not lose money. Unfortunately, the immortal forces in the Tongya continent were mostly giants. In the vast world, they were famous for not having to worry about food and clothing. It was very different from other continents where almost all countries had immortal mansions and provinces had immortal masters. The Yugui sect only had a cloud cave blessed land, so they did not care about this kind of cross-continent business at all. In the words of the head of the Jiang family, even if he sneezed or farted he could make money. If he had the time, why would he go to the inverted mountain to make money? You can humiliate me, Jiang Xianxia, for having a low cultivation level, but you can never insult my ability to make money. If anyone dares to be so heroic, I will smash him to death with money. But if the Tongya continent really had a few cross-continent ferries, Luhua Island would be the first choice when choosing a transit port. Luhua Island was too isolated from the rest of the world. When it came to cultivation, everyone just needed to do it step by step. When it came to making money, there would naturally be pearl divers who went out to sea. Therefore, the cultivators here preferred to search for interesting people outside and talk about them. Otherwise, who would they be showing off their cultivation to? Luhua Island could not be compared to the Rain Dragon sect, and there were not any amazing cultivators. Today there was a dispute that was not strange at all. 2 groups of young men and women with very ordinary cultivation aptitude were divided into 2 camps. Originally, they were arguing about whether a genius sword cultivator of the Rain Dragon sect could be compared to the top genius of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The so-called genius was a sword cultivator who became a golden core sword cultivator before the age of 100. Some said that they could not be compared, while others said that there was not much difference. Later, unknowingly, the quarrel went astray and they argued about what kind of place the Great Wall of Sword Qi was. Some said that the Great Wall of Sword Qi was full of heroes, and it was the place where sword cultivators gathered the most in the world. It was said that if one walked on the Great Wall of Sword Qi and bought a bottle of wine, one could see it everywhere. If one did not go to such a place in one's life and drink some wine, it would be a waste of one's identity as a cultivator. Since ancient times, the essence of quarreling was that whatever the other party said was wrong, and they would not admit it even if they were right. Therefore soon there were people who said that the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi were all stupid, and they never knew how to do business. Almost all the cross-continent fairies could make a lot of money. For example, why was the rain dragon sect so rich? Wasn't it indirectly making money from the Great Wall of Sword Qi? There were even young men who sneered and said that when they grew up, they would also go to the inverted mountain to earn money from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They would earn so much that they would not have any money left in their pockets. An old cultivator who passed by scolded them jokingly. All of them only had the ability to scold and argue, so they quickly went to cultivate. Not only did the juniors not listen to the old cultivator's orders, but both sides also insisted that this respected old cultivator be the judge. The old man was famous on Luhua Island for having a lot of stories. In addition, he was not arrogant and could chat with anyone. When he was in a good mood, he would even give you wine. It did not matter if you were a kid or not, you could still drink wine. The old man was a golden core earth immortal, and there was a chair in the ancestral hall. He had a luxurious private residence that occupied a very large area on the island. On the street at the foot of the Elk Cliff in the inverted mountain, he had opened a shop with a friend on the mountain. He had even been to the South Pasua continent, the Old Dragon City in the Aquarius continent, and the Skeleton Beach in the North continent. He had traveled extensively and was knowledgeable. He was an old immortal who had seen all kinds of storms. Therefore, the juniors of Luhua Island all liked to listen to this old immortal's jokes. Once he was drunk, he could tell all kinds of interesting things. Just the local customs of various places in the world, he could tell hundreds of stories. He said that the prostitutes in the brothel would ask the little brats to jump on the bed to exorcise evil spirits. He said that the Confucian Academy did not recommend burning paper money. Neither the Buddhist nor the Taoist schools admitted that this custom was spread in their own schools. Therefore they had been arguing about it for many years. The children who grew up on Luhua Island all looked forward to hearing it. Just the many legendary stories of Xianxia from the Jade Grey sect. The old cultivator could talk for a long time. In fact, the old cultivator liked to talk about Xianxia the most, because the old cultivator always said that he and the famous man on the top of the Tongyi continent could drink wine at the same table. No one believed it. Today the old cultivator was being held back by his juniors, not allowing him to leave. Thus he rambled on for a while, saying some good things about that genius sword cultivator of the Rain Dragon sect, as well as the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Only then was he able to get some peace and quiet. The old man walked down the mountain along a wide mountain path. On both sides of the path, ancient trees towered into the sky. The old man had an old habit of counting the steps silently until he reached the shore of Luhua Island. The old man was in a good mood. In the past 2 years, the business of the Elk Cliff had not been bad and he had made a lot of money. The key was that the old man felt that he had made a lot of money. Occasionally, when it was late at night, the old cultivator even wanted to give some money to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. But when he thought of this kind of joke, the old cultivator couldn't help but laugh. Who do you think you are? Do you need to give some money to the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Do you know any sword immortals? The old man scratched his head and felt a little melancholy. He had been a good-for-nothing all his life. If he could really drink wine with Xianxia, it would be great. In the future, when he bragged to the children, he would not feel guilty at all. The old man looked back at the mountain, hoping that it would continue to be like this. There were only small worries but no big worries. The old man came back to his senses, laughed and shook his head. He climbed up the mountain again and counted the steps again. His footsteps were slow and he was not in a hurry at all. Thinking back to those years, there was a young girl with a pink face beside the young man. The young man was not handsome and the girl was not beautiful, but they liked each other. As cultivators, it was only a few steps, so it was naturally not tiring for them. However, every time she wanted to rest, the young man would sit with her on the steps halfway, looking into the distance and watching the bright moon above the sea. The old man stopped and turned his head to look at the moon above the sea. Today's people had seen the moon of the past, and today's moon had once shone upon an old friend. They had all seen her before. The old man suddenly held his forehead, calmed himself down, and stared at the moon above the steps with his eyes wide open. He always felt that there was something strange just now. But when he looked around, the world was silent, and only the occasional rustling sound of pine flowers falling to the ground could be heard. The old man was very careful. Although he had never really drunk with Xianxia before, he had been to several continents and seen many strange people and strange things. So he did not think that this was a trivial matter. Immediately he flew to the top of an ancient pine tree. However, there was still no trace of Xianxia. The old man finally looked at a lonely peak that was classified as a forbidden area on Luhua Island. It was the Cave of Fortune that was once very famous, but now its fame was slowly fading away. The old man laughed at himself. If it is really the old immortal inside, it should be a good thing. The sea was vast, even more vast than the land of the 9 continents. In history, there were many immortals who quietly left the land, chose a place with good feng shui on the sea, hid in it and focused on cultivation. They either quietly broke through the realm or quietly died without anyone knowing. Yugui clan was located at the southern end of Tongye continent. The mountain range was verdant and deep, and it was filled with spiritual energy. It was a top-notch cultivation ground. Among them, the Xinzhuan mountain had the reputation of being extremely high. In addition, there were many talents in Yugui clan and there was never a shortage of talents. The only thing they were worried about was that there were too many talents in each generation, and how should the ancestral hall avoid favoritism? From the old ancestor Sun Yuan, to the slightly younger Jiang Shangzhen, and finally the first person of the younger generation Wei Ying. As for the talented cultivators who were about the same generation as Jiang Shangzhen and Wei Ying, if they were not overshadowed by these two people, in fact if they were from other clans, they would be much more famous on the mountain. On the top of a mountain called Jui Peak, there were continuous palaces, surrounded by fairy qi and fairy birds circled around. It was not a small cave, but it was even better than a small cave. As for this mountain that constantly absorbed spirit qi from all the mountain peaks, streams and rivers outside the Jade Funerary Sect's ancestral mountain, the reason why it was so special was that all the sect masters in the history of the Jade Funerary Sect had once cultivated on this mountain. Sect Master Sun Yuan was one of them, and he only moved out after becoming the sect master. It was rumored that Jiang Shangzhen had ascended to the Golden Core realm back then, and the Jui Peak that he thought was within his reach became a cooked duck. The duck did not fly and he actually ran out of chopsticks. As he did not successfully move into Jui Peak, in a fit of anger, Jiang Shangzhen said that if there was no place for him here, there would be a place for him to stay. He swaggered out of Tongye continent and directly went to the North continent to cause trouble, causing the entire Yugui clan's reputation in the North continent to be ruined. After Sun Yuan moved out of Jui Peak before Wei Ying came up the mountain, Jui Peak had always been empty because Jiang Shangzhen did not become the peak master. This was because everyone knew that whoever could form their core and establish a peak here would be the best candidate for the next clan master. When Wei Ying was born, he was carried to Yugui clan when he was still an infant. Then when he was 19 years old, he moved to Jui Peak under everyone's expectations. Then Wei Ying liked to stand on Jui Peak from time to time and look up at the Divine Seal Peak, and he never concealed his gaze. Anyway, it was his next place of cultivation. As long as he did not do anything unnecessary during this period and cultivated in peace, it would be his sooner or later. There was nothing to hide. Today Wei Ying stood in the corridor on the roof of a building and looked up at a certain place on the Divine Seal Peak. This time it was different from the past. A slender young man stood beside Wei Ying. Unlike his father, the young man's appearance was ordinary. His eyebrows were very light and he had a slightly powdery name. However, he had a pair of extremely long and narrow eyes, which finally made him resemble his father a little. Jiang Heng. However, the genealogy of Yugui clan's ancestral hall and Jiang clan's genealogy had changed it to Jiang Beihai. However, those who were familiar with him were still used to calling him Jiang Heng. Whether or not he could be called Jiang Beihai Jiang Heng was also a kind of proof of whether he was considered promising among the younger generation of cultivators in Yugui clan. Because whether it was Jiang Heng or Jiang Beihai, they were both Jiang Shangzhen's only sons. If Wei Ying was definitely the next clan master of Yugui clan, then logically speaking, although Jiang Heng could not compare to Wei Ying, he should still be the next master of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. However, in recent years, There were some rumors that in Lotus Flower Blessed Land Jiang Shangzhen, who had changed his name to Zhou Fei, had another son. This made Jiang Heng feel uncomfortable all these years. Even if he was uncomfortable, he could only endure it. He did not even dare to reveal the slightest bit of his thoughts of sending people to infiltrate Lotus Flower Blessed Land and kill his younger brother. The reason was simple. The person Jiang Heng feared the most was his father, Jiang Shangzhen. Jiang Shangzhen's terror was known to all on the mountain and at the foot of Tongye clan. However, Jiang Heng's fear of his father was even deeper. Jiang Heng's mother, who was also the first daughter of an extremely senior ancestor of Yugui clan, knew her entire life that Jiang Shangzhen had never truly liked her. However, when she was alone with the young Jiang Heng, she would still reveal a happy and sincere expression. She would tell the young Jiang Heng that she was already very, very content to be able to stay by his father's side. And when she was about to pass away, Jiang Shangzhen sat beside the sickbed with a gentle expression. He gently held the withered woman's hand and did not say anything. Instead, it was Jiang Heng's mother who held Jiang Shangzhen's hand tightly. Then she smiled and said something that made Jiang Heng feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. I secretly went to see that woman once. Her hair is white. Even when she was young, she shouldn't be considered good-looking. Jiang Heng. His name is Heng. I guessed your thoughts and fulfilled your wish. You didn't even say thank you to me. All these years I've only been angry with you about this. Jiang Shangzhen stretched out his other hand and patted the back of the woman's hand. He smiled softly and said, "Then did you know that when you were secretly looking at her, I was secretly looking at you? You looked like you had won everything back then. You were so silly and beautiful." The woman nodded and left the world with a smile. Jiang Heng sat on a chair beside the bed and sobbed incessantly. Then Jiang Shangzhen turned his head and said with a smile, "You cried your mother to death. Do you want to cry your father to death too? This is not what a filial son should do." The child was so frightened that he kept quiet out of fear. He immediately sat up and did not move at all. At that time, Jiang Shangzhen said something that Jiang Heng could only firmly remember but did not understand at all. If you can't be yourself, learn to lie to yourself first. It's not that easy to be Jiang Shangzhen's son. However, putting aside the unforgettable fear of his father, Jiang Heng actually lived very well in Yugui clan. It could even be said that other than Wei Ying and a few others, no one else could compare to young Master Jiang. At this moment, Jiang Heng followed Wei Ying's line of sight and looked at the divine seal peak. He asked with a smile, "You can't forget that Sui Yu?" Wei Ying shook her head. "Yes and no. I still can't forget her, but it's not that I'm obsessed with her. What makes me angry the most is that she would rather die than come to Jui Peak as a guest." Wei Ying leaned against the railing and no longer looked at the divine seal peak. She looked at Jiang Heng and laughed softly. Uncle Jiang knows the thoughts of these women the best. Jiang Heng leaned against the railing, unwilling to talk about this topic. The matter of his name was a source of amusement for many old ancestors of Yugui clan. In addition, there was the matter of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Yugui clan had a seat in the ancestral hall. They could not win against his father in a battle of wits and strength, so they liked to vent their anger on him, Jiang Heng. Anyway, those people saw it more clearly. They all knew that Jiang Shangzhen never gave Jiang Heng any hope, let alone high hopes. Jiang Heng changed the topic. Looking at the situation at the Divine Seal Peak, the old sect master will definitely be able to reach the Ascendant Realm. Wei Ying smiled and nodded. So it's getting harder and harder for me to become the next sect master. Fortunately, Yugui clan can only have one sect master, but Tongyi continent can have 2 to 3 Ascendant Realms. I don't know which lucky person will become the third person. I think that Huang Ting of Taiping Mountain and the child who left Fuyao sect for the academy have a higher chance. Jiang Heng sincerely admired Wei Ying. She could say anything and dared to say anything. She was like this not after entering Ji Peak, but when she first started cultivating she was already like this. Jiang Shangzhen never hid his admiration for Wei Ying. He said that his biological son was not like his son. Fortunately, there was Wei Ying who was more like his son living in Ji Peak. Yugui clan's situation was good now, and it was not limited to one continent. Other than the old sect master Sun Yuan who would reach the Ascendant Realm, Yugui clan's lower sect, Xinjing sect, had completely gained a foothold in Book Lake of Aquarius continent. Then there was Tongyi sect, Taiping Mountain and Fuyao sect. Now there was a saying in the sect that as long as Yugui clan wanted to go up north, even if the three sects formed an alliance, they would not be able to stop us. The land of one continent, the mountains and the foot of the mountain would be our vassal. Compared to the Dali dynasty of Aquarius continent, the land of one continent was a national territory, which was even more shocking. Yugui clan had been the second in Tongyi continent for thousands of years. Then without doing anything they became the leader of Tongyi sect. Moreover, after thousands of years, it seemed that even if Yugui clan continued to do nothing, they would still be able to sit firmly in the top position. The old sect master of Yugui clan, Sun Yuan, was probably smiling in his dreams. It was really Tongyi sect's 8 lifetimes of bad luck, and they could not blame others for taking joy in their misfortune. First, the Ascendant Realm ancestor Du Mao died inexplicably. Not only did he die, but he also implicated a small grotto heaven. Du Mao did not even leave behind all the fragments of the glazed golden body to his own sect. In addition, the Sword Immortal's attacks were too meticulous and far-reaching. It hurt the Dao hearts of almost all the cultivators of Tongyi sect, and there was only a difference in depth. Later, Yugui clan's Xianxia held a banquet on the Sea of Clouds at the edge of Tongyi sect's territory. In the past, if Du Mao, the ancestor of resurgence, was still alive, there was no need for Du Mao to personally make a move, and Xianxia would have fled in a sorry state. Then an ancestor of the upper 5 realms defected and took the sect's treasure with him to seek refuge with Yugui clan. In the end, he accompanied Xianxia to the Aquarius continent to choose a lower sect and expand the territory together. However, there was no news of him in recent years, and it was said that he had gone into seclusion. Wei Ying suddenly said, "Previously when we talked about Huang Ting, in my opinion her fortune is a pity that she was detained in a continent. If the sword cultivators of Tongyi continent were less narrow-minded and were willing to walk the Great Wall of Sword Qi, even if Tongyi continent was destined to not become the North continent, they would have gathered the luck of 1 or 2 immortal realm sword immortals. If my words were effective, from today onwards, sword cultivators would go to the inverted mountain. The mountain is deep and the dew is heavy. Every time they go down the mountain they can more or less return with the dew. The ants move and the sword Dao luck of Tongyi continent accumulates year after year, and naturally it will be abundant. Of course, these traveling sword cultivators must be kept in the dark, because only by being sincere can they succeed." Wei Ying said helplessly, "If she were to stay in Jade Gray sect, I would be willing to help her compete with Huang Ting on the sword Dao." Jiang Hing did not know if the so-called luck was figured out by Wei Ying herself, or if old sect master Sun had revealed a heavenly secret. However, Jiang Hing naturally would not ask. There was no need to ask when he already knew. As for how the woman of unknown origins came to Jade Gray sect, and why Wei Ying thought highly of her, Jiang Hing did not care. Wei Ying finally said slowly, "Extreme misfortune leads to bliss, and when the moon is full it will be a loss. Must be observed." Jiang Heng looked into the distance. Languid said with a smile, "I'm just a muddle-headed person waiting for death. The great cause will be left to Brother Ying to think of. An old horse by the side will fall asleep when the reins are untied. It definitely has no strength to beat a whip." Wei Ying smiled and used all her strength to look into the distance. What a gloomy atmosphere, thousands of graves. Jiang Heng heard these strange words and only subconsciously remembered them. Jiang Heng's thoughts drifted far away. In his early years he traveled to Inverted Hanging Mountain, Lady Grey of Osmanthus Island, the Sword Above the Clouds from Old Dragon City, the Plum Blossom Garden on Inverted Hanging Mountain. Jiang Heng was originally determined to have the first cross-continent ferry in Tongyi continent. It could be considered as opening up a new source of income for the Jiang clan. The money was not much, but there was a gimmick. No matter what, he should make that man who seemed to be forever shrouded in clouds and mist look at his son seriously for once. In the end, everything did not go smoothly. Not only did this secret matter not succeed, but not long after arriving at Inverted Hanging Mountain and returning to Jade Gray sect, that extremely disgusting rumor spread. He, Jiang Heng, had only just returned home from a long trip, and inexplicably had a younger brother? Today Jiang Heng left Jui Peak and returned to his own residence. It was still the old residence that his mother had lived in. Jiang Heng sat on the threshold of a room and turned his head to look at the empty interior. He choked with sobs and said, "Mother, father lied to you. At that time father was still in Cloud Cave Blessed Land. How did he see you? Do you know? Finally, Jiang Hing raised his head and muttered, Mother, you're so intelligent, so how could you not know? You've been like this all your life. The most important thing in your heart is that heartless bastard. Mother, wait for me. One day I'll make him apologize to you personally. I'll definitely do it. From that day onwards I'll no longer be Jiang Heng. I'll be called Jiang Beihai. Suddenly, an extremely familiar voice that made Jiang Heng fear to the bone sounded not far away. Good son, it's not filial to speak of your father like that. You'll die. Jiang Heng's entire body tensed up. He stiffly turned his head and looked at the smiling man. The man sighed and said, It's not easy for you to return home, but you're complaining to your eldest son. Fortunately, I'm heartless and have a heart of stone. Otherwise, my Dao heart would have exploded and dropped several realms. Jiang Heng staggered to his feet, his face ashen. The man looked at Jiang Heng. After a moment he nodded with a smile and said, You're a little stupid. After all, you take after your mother. However, you're still a human. It's actually a good thing that you take after her. Very good. However, you still have to follow the family rules. I won't bicker with you today. You've grown up, and as your father I haven't taught you anything, so I can't scold you. In the future you just have to remember one thing. If the father is not kind, the son must be filial. Then strive to be respectful to your brothers. No one can make me worry. Jiang Heng, whose mind was a mess, could only nod woodenly. Jiang Xianxia turned around and left. He clicked his tongue and said, How did I give birth to such an ugly child like you? Just looking at you makes me feel bad. You've let your parents down. If you see me again in the future, lower your head and speak to me. Only then did Jiang Heng dare to wipe the sweat and tears off his face. It was as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. If the man's words today were heard by outsiders, they would only pity Jiang Heng's situation. But in fact, compared with the words that the man had said in the past, it was already considered good words. After Jiang Xianxia left the mansion, he went directly to the ancestral hall of the Xinzhuan Peak to welcome the old sect master who had successfully reached the Ascendant Realm. In fact, Wei Ying should have a seat in this ancestral hall regardless of realm or status, and her position would definitely not be at the back. It was just that Jui Peak was too special, so there was no seat. The rigid rules passed down by the ancestors were unreasonable. And the rules of the ancestors had always been greater than the sky. After entering the door, Jiang Xianxia, whose mood had been spoiled by Jiang Heng, immediately felt better. He liked these old Wangzhangs. In fact, it was not the beautiful words that even the immortals on the mountain were envious of, but only the first 3 words. The Yu family is poor. If there were immortals who had nothing better to do, they would choose to set off from Luhua Island and then go straight east to Tongye continent, and they would land near the Fusho sect. The ancestral mountain of the Fusho sect was called Chuishang, and it was surrounded by clouds all year round. In the past it was as famous as Taiping Mountain, which was also located in the central part of Tongye continent, but it was roughly one in the west and one in the east. It was similar to the north-south confrontation of Tongye sect and Yugue sect. The Fusho sect was proficient in immortal questions and answers, but although it was a Taoist immortal mansion, it was not among the 3 branches of the Beko Keikyung building in the Qingming world. It was similar to the Mount Longhu in the Central Divine Continent or the Dashuan Temple in the Qingming world. It was just that before the great change that almost affected the entire Tongye continent, Fusho sect was still slightly better than Taiping Mountain in terms of reputation. The 2 sides had accumulated hatred for a long time. After 2 great demons caused trouble, one severely damaged Fusho sect, and the other greatly damaged Taiping Mountain's vitality. Taiping Mountain and Fusho sect, who had gone through thick and thin together, naturally abandoned their former hatred and became allies. The cultivators of both sides went down the mountain and fought side by side for many years. Now their relationship was much better. In the middle of the night, a young man and woman ascended the Fusho sect, which had been sealed off for many years. Before the mountain was sealed off, Fusho sect had moved the Yelling Heavens street halfway up the mountain to the foot of the mountain. This unusually bustling street had become a sad place for the sect master of Fusho sect, Ji Hai. This was because if he looked at it he would be reminded of his Dao companion who had personally built this street. On the Yelling Heavens street, a young man in a scholarly robe bought some small items. As long as the price was more than 10 snowflakes he would not buy anything. Beside the man was an extremely beautiful woman with a sword on her back. However, no one dared to cause trouble. The reason was very simple. The sword she carried was the style of Taiping Mountain's sword. And there was only one such beautiful woman of Taiping Mountain. She was the nascent soul sword immortal with great fortune, Huang Ting. One had to know that in the past, even he Xiaoyang of the Aquarius Continent's Divine Grandeur sect and the current sect master of the North Continent's Cooling sect were only known as Huang Ting's second in terms of fortune. And beside Huang Ting, the scholar who looked like a down-and-out scholar was Zhou Xian, who had lost his identity as a Confucian gentleman. As an accountant, Qin Pingon was the first to learn from Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian walked sideways and said with a smile, "I'm neither human nor ghost. Although I've lost my identity as a Confucian scholar, I'm still not a direct disciple of the Fusho sect. If I want to learn the unique secret technique from sect Master Ji, I don't think it's possible to rely on my master's face. I'm Qin Pingon's best friend. Since you're also close to Qin Pingon, then the two of us are even closer. If you don't help me say a few words, it won't make sense." Huang Ting had just returned from her travels in the North Continent and was unable to break through the nascent soul bottleneck in one go. After returning to Taiping Mountain, she said she was going into seclusion, but in reality she was too lazy to see anyone. On her way back from the south, when she passed by the Aquarius Continent, she even made a trip to the Dali dynasty. She wanted to see that ugly little girl, Charcoal, and see how her sword and saber techniques were progressing. Unexpectedly, the little girl was not on the mountain. Instead, there were two fellows with bad eyesight who cordially asked her to stay. The older one wanted to trick her into becoming a consecrator, while the other one was just short of drooling. He was no different from a street scoundrel. Huang Ting was not in the mood to joke with Zhou Xian. This time it was the mountain master who had chased her out, so she had no choice but to accompany Zhou Xian on this trip to Chuang Mountain. Therefore she talked about serious matters. "I have the mountain master's secret letter, so I should be able to help. I don't care about anything else. If Ji Hai doesn't agree, I can't do anything. You're on your own." Zhou Xian was very worried. Huang Ting could not understand. This was a serious matter, so she should have paid more attention to it. How could she only take it seriously after arriving at Chuang Mountain? Previously at the foot of the mountain, this Zhou Xian, who was once a gentleman of the academy, was very good at bargaining. He was the type who did not care about his reputation at all. Huang Ting had also been to the Jianghu at the foot of the mountain, but she still felt inferior. However, Huang Ting did not like to pay attention to Zhou Xian. It was another matter that she had a good impression of him. During the Battle of Taiping Mountain, if Zhou Xian had not predicted the enemy's move and turned the tide, Huang Ting, who felt guilty towards her sect, would have died of depression. Along the way, Zhou Xian walked and stopped. He would chat with the water ghosts and water immortals by the rivers and lakes for a long time. He would chat with the wild ghosts wandering in the tombs about trivial matters of the past. Huang Ting let him be. He was not in a hurry and she was not in a hurry either. At that time, Zhou Xian was still in the right. After bidding farewell to that ghostly old man who almost burned yellow paper to become sworn brothers, he said to Huang Ting, "The old don't talk about the past, the young don't know the rules. It was Qin Pingon who told me that." Huang Ting, who had been silent for a long time, retorted. Would Qin Pingon also nag at others? Zhou Xian complained to her. "You sword immortals, kill with your sword. Talk with your sword and hurt my feelings." The two of them slowly climbed up the mountain. Ji Hai did not appear for a long time, which was not a good sign. Although the two of them were not great figures from the Tongya continent, Ji Hai had always been polite and considerate. He was not the kind of senior who liked to put on airs. Huang Ting was never one to belittle herself. Even if she was the only one visiting the Fusho sect, Ji Hai should have appeared at the top of the mountain steps, even if he did not go to the mountain gate to welcome her. Zhou Xian was still not in a hurry. He said, "I heard that Lu Jinglong from the North Continent, who fought with you at Zhuli Mountain, is not only a sword immortal, but also a sword immortal in the last 3 rounds. Huang Ting nodded and said, "What's so strange about that sissy becoming a sword immortal? I am at the nascent soul realm and the bottleneck is much higher. Therefore I am slower than him. A cultivator does not make a difference in a few years. Compared to the two who are ranked higher, Lin Su and Zhou Xian, I am more optimistic about Lu Jinglong's achievements in the Great Tao. Of course, this is just my personal opinion." Zhou Xian's interest was piqued. He quietly asked, During this trip to the North Continent, no one fell in love with you at first sight? Huang Ting was not afraid of such things. Yes, quite a few. In the Ghost Valley of the Skeleton Beach, there is a cultivator from the Linen sect. He is quite a nice person. I even wanted to introduce junior sister to him. Zhong Kui wailed. Is there anything in the world that makes a man feel that the world is falling apart and that he has nothing to live for more than a woman telling a man that he is a good person? Miss Huang, Fairy Huang, please don't say such things in the future. Even being a mute is better than this. Huang Ting could not be bothered to speak again. Zhong Kui looked to the west. The Chuishang mountain faced the sea. Zhong Kui muttered to himself, I really want to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to take a look. Sir won't let me. Huang Ting glanced at Zhong Kui. Zhong Kui smiled bitterly and said, I am not you. I am that sword cultivator who follows his heart. Scholars have many rules. Huang Ting smiled and said, You don't even have the title of a gentleman anymore. You are no longer a Confucian disciple, yet you are still clinging to your identity as a scholar. You are really clinging to it. Zhong Kui was very good at joking. He did not care even if someone was rubbing salt into his wound. Zhong Kui tugged at his collar and shook his sleeves. When a scholar's interests are damaged, if he can still maintain a normal heart, he is considered to have achieved a small success in self-cultivation. If he can't do it, he is being sanctimonious. Now I have the aura of righteousness. Back then that brat Chin Pingon was intimidated by my noble spirit. He was so impressed that he prostrated himself before me. He shamelessly wanted to cut off my head, but I didn't agree. I thought that he didn't have enough ink in his stomach to write poems. Huang Ting said, I am not blind. I can't tell. Zhong Kui looked up at the peak of Chuishang Mountain and felt a little sad. It was said that in the early years, there was an expert who passed by this place and gave Ji Hai an inauspicious prophecy. When the sun rises and carries firewood, it is difficult to put on a coat after the rain. When the hands are not firm, it is difficult for the beauties of the world to stay. Zhong Kui did not believe in fate. Even if he was also a person with a prophecy, Zhong Kui did not like it. However, it seemed that he had no choice but to accept his fate. This made Zhong Kui even more worried. He did not know who would write the couplets for Junyang's in business without him as the pillar of the bookkeeper. However, it was said that the beautiful lady from the Great Spring Dynasty called Yao Jinji was very skilled. She also had the nursery rhymes and prophecies. It was hard to say whether it was a blessing or a curse. Thinking of this, Zhong Kui suddenly turned his head and said, Miss Huang, Taiping Mountain is not peaceful yet. You gave it such a good name but did not take any responsibility. Now that the world is so chaotic, shouldn't you be blamed? Huang Ting laughed and said, Looking for a chop? Zhong Kui smiled mischievously and said, If Miss Sword Immortal can chop a dead person like me back to life, you can chop me up. Huang Ting restrained her expression and asked softly, You don't blame fate? Zhong Kui shook his head and said, It is my fortune to obtain it, but it is my fate to lose it. It is the same with life and death. After Du Mao's rise, the Tong Yi sect had never been in such a difficult situation. If it weren't for the fact that the sect master had sacrificed the great Tao to reach the peak and used unorthodox methods to break through the bottleneck and become an immortal realm sword cultivator, coupled with the fact that the great protective formation, the Wutong heavenly umbrella, was still there, the Tong Leave sect would have had an even harder time in the past few years. The forefather of justice defected with the treasure, causing the people's hearts to be unstable and the offerings to be scattered. The huge Tong Yi sect still had its territory, but it did not have enough people. It was not that the Tong Yi sect did not have any potential cultivators. On the contrary, there were many of them with excellent potential. It was just that most of them had yet to truly mature. As for the Tong Yi sect's domineering behavior in the past few thousand years, it was a matter of course. The other immortal sects, from top to bottom, were used to it and would even take the initiative to help the Tong Yi sect accumulate resources in exchange for a little incense. It could be that the earth immortals of the Tong Yi sect came to their sect as guests and showed up to participate in a certain mountaintop ceremony to help support the sect. Or the young cultivators of the Tong Yi sect who came down the mountain to train could bring their own cultivators along. They could be beaten or scolded at will, but it was fine as long as they did not accidentally break the Great Tao Longevity Bridge. If they were really careless, the Tongyi sect would be willing to compensate some money after the event. Or they could have a place in the Tongyi sect's peak opening ceremony. They did not expect to have a place in the Mountain of Ancestors. They only needed to look at the big shots of the Tongyi sect from a distance from other peaks and then return to their respective mountains. This was a very effective banner made of tiger skin. However, this was something that everyone within and outside the Tongyi sect was extremely used to. Now it had become the area where the Tongyi sect was most criticized. Not only was it criticized, many of their small actions were becoming more and more overboard. Some sects that were slightly further away from the Tongyi sect and had a deep enough foundation were just short of openly poaching the Tongyi sect. Many of the Tongyi sect's last-level offerings were quickly divided up. Therefore, even though the master of the Tongyi sect had ascended to the immortal realm, he still felt extremely exhausted. Those mountain and river deities that were originally prostrating themselves at the foot of the Tongyi sect also secretly formed an alliance. They even had the guts to start bargaining with the Tongyi sect. Many of the kingdoms below the mountain that would have taken the initiative to hand over cultivation embryos to the Tongyi sect also had some other thoughts. They would take the longer route and first bring their children to the Fuyao sect or Taiping Mountain to see if the immortal masters there were interested in them. If one were to judge the matter as it was not that the Tongyi sect had not done many things that could not be found fault with. It was not that they had not done favors to others time and time again. A sect's rain and dew whose favor extended to the mountains and rivers for thousands of miles, was definitely not just a compliment. Unfortunately, none of the cultivators on the Tongyi sect's mountain were willing to talk about this. A man in a purple robe stood on the riverbank of a sect's territory. This was once a place where sword immortals stayed for a short period of time. The man was the first to be resentful and angry at this person's sword. However, as time passed, all kinds of unforeseen events suddenly occurred. It seemed that there were no signs, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that the roots of the disaster had already spread. In the past, the Tongyi sect relied too much on the realm of the Ancestor of Resurgence. And that Ancestor of Resurgence liked to rely too much on his realm to crush the heroes. Subordinates followed the example of superiors. The entire sect was generally like this. A stable world on the whole was definitely not a bad thing. It was a kind of atmosphere that no one could compete with, a magnificent sect. If trouble outside the mountain could be solved with realm and magic weapons, then they would act first and report later. If that did not work, then they would use the name of the Tongyi sect to solve it. If that did not work, then they would return to the sect and ask for help from the seniors. The 3 axes landed on the ground and it worked every time. Those who were not tactful would have their heads rolling on the ground. Those who were tactful would apologize and kowtow outside the mountain gate. It was not that the Tongyi sect did not have any unique points in the thousands of years. It was just that these minor details were icing on the cake, and it seemed that they could not withstand too big of a storm. When the Ancestor of Resurgence left, coupled with Du Mao's ruthless action of not hesitating to destroy a small grotto heaven in order to survive, not to mention those inexperienced honorary masters, and not to mention those young and simple-minded direct disciples of the ancestral hall, even this man as the sect master would feel bitterly disappointed. Even if they were to change positions, he believed that he would definitely make the same choice as Du Mao. Beside the man, a timid young woman came. The man turned his head and asked with a smile, "How is the recovery of his sword heart?" The Tongyi sect recognized the sword immortal embryo and received a long sword personally bestowed by the ancestor Du Mao. However, after a few words, his sword heart was almost broken. The young woman who had just shed her innocence said happily, reporting to the sect master, "Senior brother's sword heart has almost recovered. Once it is perfected again, there is hope that he can immediately break through the realm." Although the man was mentally and physically exhausted, and had already lost the possibility of his own future, as long as he saw these young faces, these future pillars of the Tongyi sect's resurgence, the man would be able to recover some of his spirit. The man smiled and said, "These years you have worked hard. Many of the responsibilities that originally belonged to you as a teacher have fallen on your shoulders." In the early years, the only flaw that the ancestral hall unanimously agreed on was that the child in front of him was too timid. He did not expect that in the path of peace, the heart of cultivation and the words and actions of leaving the mountain would be as soft as her voice and appearance. He also did not expect the bleak situation of today. Instead, his heart of cultivation became more and more tenacious, and this tenacity was not seen in the young people of the Tongyi sect in the past. Of course, it was also related to the sect's smooth sailing in the past. She shook her head vigorously and summoned the courage to say loudly, reporting to the sect master, "It is very good to cultivate the heart. It is not hard at all, don't worry, sect master." The purple-robed sword immortal smiled. It was very good, this girl even dared to speak loudly in front of others. He left on his sword. Before he left, he said to her, "Our Tongyi sect has hope. I believe in you, you must also believe in yourselves." Only the young woman was left by the river. When the sect master's figure was far away and should have reached the ancestral mountain, she sat by the river and stared blankly. She did not know how the most unreasonable sword immortal in the world would reason with the wilderness after reaching the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She threw a stone into the river and secretly cursed that person in her heart. Aquarius Continent, Old Dragon City. Vassal King's Mansion. Song Jisun, or rather the Song clan's vassal king Song Mu, was extremely vexed today, and decided to hide for some peace and quiet, and lay on a bench in a corridor. All sorts of people from all walks of life, all of them sharpened their heads and wanted to enter the vassal king's mansion. Song Jisun felt more and more that he lacked a few people by his side that he could order around without worry. As long as their brains were good and their cultivation level was high enough, Song Jisun did not care about their background. However, Song Jisun was the one who chose the former. Otherwise, the Fu family's hints, the Yunlin Jiang clan's hidden meaning, and even the Xingyang Mountain Clear Wind City's Su clan's various people, all of their words and actions made Song Jisun feel vexed. The key was that there were many people who had the qualifications to enter the mansion, and Song Jisun could not neglect them. In the past he did not feel that it was difficult to talk to people, and now he did not feel that it was too difficult, but he felt that he was really tired. In the end, even though Song Jisun had been the vassal king of Dali for several years, he still did not feel that he was really the vassal king of half the continent. Even Yuanying stage cultivators and even Upper Five Realms cultivators had to treat him with respect. Even the Dali generals as well as the disciples of the Shangzhou country who traveled south to Old Dragon City, when they spoke to him, they had to weigh their words and tone. Song Jisun was still not used to it. It was like a dream. However, the thing that made Song Jisun feel the most unhappy was something that seemed very small. The servant girl by his side, GQ, who had depended on him for so many years, seemed to be getting further and further away from him. Song Jisun seemed to be more and more unable to understand her. In fact, GQ did not say anything unreasonable and she did not even look at him. But Song Jisun could perceive the strange atmosphere between the vassal king's mansion and the Fu family's mansion in Old Dragon City. Song Jisun did not want to ask her, he wanted her to tell him. One did not take the initiative to ask and the other did not take the initiative to say. Song Jisun lay on the bench planning to not think about anything and take a nap. At least he should take a nap. He murmured, "It can't be that this is a superficial unity. It can't be." Song Jisun suddenly got up and sat upright. Because a man in a white robe sat down beside him. Imperial Uncle Song Zhangqiang. Song Zhangqiang, a martial artist of the 10th realm. Song Zhangqiang said indifferently, "You feel that it's hard?" Song Jisun nodded. "I didn't delay anything, I can't guarantee that I did it well, but I definitely didn't make any big mistakes." Imperial Uncle, please rest assured. If you scold me, I will listen carefully and I will correct my mistakes. Song Zhangqiang sneered. "If scolding you is useful, I can scold you to death." Song Jisun felt a suffocating pressure and he started to have difficulty breathing. But in fact, Song Zhangqiang did not do anything, he just said a harsh sentence. Song Zhangqiang said, "Martial Mountain's Ma Kushuan will come here to work in the future." Song Jisun's face was gloomy. That little bastard in Apricot Blossom Lane who liked to pretend to be stupid since he was young. Song Jisun rarely hated someone so much. Song Zhangqiang got up and prepared to leave. He looked at Song Jisun. "I can promise you one thing, for example, if you want to kill Ma Kushuan, tell me. But you only have one chance. I may not agree to many of your requests, such as killing His Majesty and letting you sit on the dragon throne. As for whether you want to waste this chance on Ma Kushuan, it's up to you." Song Jisun stood up. "I will remember." The dragon platform by the seaside outside Old Dragon City was now a forbidden area of forbidden areas. It was a ban personally issued by the vassal king Songmu. Therefore there were very few people who could go there to enjoy the scenery. If they were Qi refinement warriors, they had to be at least nascent soul. The person who went there the most was actually a servant girl of the vassal king's mansion. However, that girl's appearance was really not vulgar. It was said that she was a mortal girl, but she was actually more beautiful than the female cultivators. Today she was standing alone on the dragon platform, standing at the highest point. Looking around, there was no one spying. The Fu family's golden core consecrator, who was originally near the dragon platform, had already moved to another place. Now that she was in Old Dragon City, if even she could not detect any signs, then there was definitely no one using that trashy divine ability to view the mountains and rivers. Her golden eyes glowed with a mysterious light. She was wearing the Fu family's ancestral dragon robe that had refined all the clouds. Now in the Aquarius continent, she wasn't someone who could be killed just because she wanted to. Instead, other than the number of people who could be counted on two hands, she could kill whoever she wanted. However, this insignificant cultivation base was still meaningless. Just Fan Junmao, who had become Great Mountain Lord Nanyue, still made her feel restrained. And Fan Junmao's breakthrough speed in the future would also be very fast. GQ lowered her head. It was a four-legged snake with horns on its forehead, obediently lying by her feet. She lifted her foot and stomped down heavily. That four-legged snake, pitiful thing, did not dare to escape. It could only shake its tail to show its pitifulness. It actually caused the entire dragon platform to shake. She said angrily, "Can you live by shaking your tail and begging? You are living worse than that bumpkin who wants to hide while crying." She instantly increased her strength and stomped the four-legged snake into the ground. GQ retracted her foot and turned to look at the distant south at the blurry sky. The person who could control her was dead. What a pitiful death. The other person could also control her, but he never knew the truth. What a joke. In the night. Old Dragon City's Fan family's ferry, Osmanthus Island. Madame Gui and her only disciple Jean Su sat in an elegant and quiet residence. Jean Su smiled. "Master, this is not the Mid-Autumn Festival. Why are we eating mooncakes?" Madame Gui held a mooncake in one hand and held it in the other. After chewing slowly, she said gently, "I just want to." Only in front of her master would Jean Su be a little mischievous and cute. She stretched her legs, intertwined her fingers and stretched. Then she looked up. The ancestral osmanthus tree on the island was very tall, and the moon seemed to be hanging on the branches. Madame Gui took a bite of the mooncake and teased, "Do you still like Sun Jiaxu and not fan air?" Jean Su blushed slightly and complained, "Master, this is such a spoil sport. It's inappropriate, very inappropriate." Madame Gui smiled. Okay, I'll apologize to you." Jean Su continued to look up at the beautiful scenery that resembled a moon and an osmanthus tree. She casually asked, "Master, I heard that every world has a moon. There are even 3 in the wilderness. In addition, there are so many grotto heavens and blessed lands. Which one is real? Or are all of them real? Everyone is everywhere. Everyone can raise their head and look at the bright moon." Madame Gui smiled. "The real moon is probably in the heart. Moon in the middle of the moon." Jean Su sighed. "If only it could be like this forever, it would be great." Madame Gui smiled. "The moon can be waxing and waning, but it is only in people's eyes, the moon in their heart. It will not be like this." But which one is better? There has never been an accurate answer. Madame Gui, who was not very beautiful but had a graceful temperament, looked up at the moon in the sky. She was used to looking at the human world from the moon, but it was not bad to look at the moon from the human world. The reopening of the Qingyuan country's transportation was finally successful. All the yamen and officials who handled this matter were very satisfied. In fact, no one was optimistic about this matter at first because it was difficult to do and it was easy to offend people and it was easy to cause endless trouble. If one was not careful, the official's robe would be covered in mud, and it could not be washed off. Therefore, at the very beginning, there were only 2 doctors from the Ministry of Works who were transferred out of the capital. There was also a provincial governor who was in charge of a certain section of the main road of the transportation. These 3 were the ones with the highest official titles. There was also Lu Qingfeng, who was promoted from the county magistrate to the transportation supervisor. But as everything went smoothly, the officials in charge of the government became more and more important. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue and the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works fought to leave the capital and go to the place where mosquitoes and flies covered the sun and leeches crawled all over the feet to suffer in the transportation. Half a year later, the minister of the Ministry of Works took the lead personally. It was said that he did everything by himself, and in the end he worked hard and finally reopened the transportation. When he returned to the capital, the noble minister only brought back a Wanmin umbrella. His Majesty was very happy, and there were many people who were promoted. Those who originally had a high rank were rewarded with some imperial items. Of course, only Lu Qingfeng, who was tactful enough to hide behind the scenes, didn't get much benefit. In fact, the three officials who had worked with Lu Qingfeng for a long time felt a little uncomfortable. However, the three officials who had worked with Lu Qingfeng day and night for a long time finally thought of something and didn't say anything more in the memorial. As for why Lu Qingfeng did this, the three officials who had been promoted still couldn't figure it out until now. Logically speaking, an official whose name had been removed from the family tree and whose reputation was extremely disreputable had finally made a real contribution. How could he not want what he deserved? Ordinary people would beg for what they did not deserve. This Lu Qingfeng, on the other hand, was skinny and looked like an old farmer in the village. Not to mention, almost all the details and trends of the transportation were his credit. In the end, he was the one who did not get promoted and got rich, and he was only transferred from the transportation supervisor to the provincial governor. Today, Lu Qingfeng was on the way to a remote county in Qingwan country to take up his post. He rode in a carriage, and the coachman was Wang Yifu, who used to be a county lieutenant. Lu Mang, who used to be a page boy since he was young, sat beside this burly man. His teacher sat in the back of the carriage, reading. The road was bumpy and reading was the most tiring thing. However, every time Lu Mang could not help but lift the curtain to remind him, his master always said that he would stop reading after a while. In the end, Lu Mang gave up. Along the way, old master didn't look at the books of the saints. He only looked through and organized all the official roads of Qingwan country. He even collected a large pile of geographical maps. From the messy local county records, he picked out all the records related to the roads. No matter how big or small the road was, whether it was abandoned or not, he circled and copied them. Lu Mang felt that he would probably never know what his master was thinking. Lu Mang and Wang Yifu had a good relationship. Even though he was a county lieutenant, he was still willing to follow his master to the transportation canal. He did not get promoted and he was loyal. Therefore, Lu Mang still liked to call this man County Lieutenant Wang. Wang Yifu did not say anything. Lu Mang, who had always been Lu Qingfeng's page boy, was the first to leave the lion's garden with Lu Qingfeng. First, they traveled around to study. Then they went to the capital to take the exam. Later, they went to the county government. Now he was still a teenager, but he was not that young anymore. Regarding this matter, the teenager would be very happy today, but he might be sad in the future. However, there was one thing that made him sad now. His master was still young, far from 40 years old, but there was already frost on his temples. What made Lu Mang sad was that his master's appearance now was not at all like the elegant scholar in green robes of the past. At dusk, the carriage arrived at a post house. After handing in the customs and official documents, the three of them rested for the night. The post house official did not realize that the man surnamed Lu was an official. Instead, the silent retainer of the coachman was more like an official. Because he felt that Lu Qingfeng's official position was neither high nor low, he arranged 2 rooms for the 3 of them. It was neither good nor bad. After dinner, Lu Qingfeng lit the lamp and began to read. He also took out a pen and ink. Wang Yifu sat aside and said with a smile, "Mr. Lu, no matter what, even if it's just to read without hurting your eyes, you should try to cultivate. You don't have to save this little immortal money for Dali. Anyway, the Dali Imperial Court will only make more money." Lu Qingfeng put down the book and shook his head. "Forget it. I know how good my cultivation aptitude is." Today was the second time Wang Yifu mentioned this matter. Lu Qingfeng still refused, so Wang Yifu would not say anything more. Lu Qingfeng opened the book, which was rare. He could not help but keep reading. Instead, he closed the book and wiped his eyes with his hand. "Drink some wine?" Wang Yifu was surprised and said with a smile, "In terms of knowledge and governance, 100 Wang Yifu are not as good as Mr. Lu. But when it comes to drinking, it's the other way around." Lu Qingfeng smiled bitterly and shook his head. You're cursing without drinking. Wang Yifu in front of him. He was the powerful general of the Lu dynasty in the northernmost part of the Aquarius continent. He was the cornerstone of the country. And the Dali dynasty was only one of the vassals of the Lu dynasty in its earliest days. Lu Suo brought over the wine bowls. They were all wine from the marketplace. They could afford it and the taste was not bad. Lu Suo helped the two pour wine, then looked at the two sitting motionless masters and County Lieutenant Wang. He wondered, aren't we drinking wine? There are no side dishes unless I can call those officials at the relay station who look askance at people. Lu Qingfeng smiled. The real face is not to open the banquet until you're here. If you don't sit down, County Lieutenant Wang and I will not dare to take the wine bowls. Lu Suo laughed and sat down. His master, when he made a joke, it was very interesting. It was a pity that he did not do it often. Lu Suo could not hold his liquor and did not like drinking. Moreover, he did not dare to drink too much. He had to watch over his master. If County Lieutenant Wang kept urging him to drink, he had to stop him. Fortunately, his master drank slowly and County Lieutenant Wang never urged him to drink. This made the young man feel relieved. When he was happy, Lu Suo drank a little too much. Wang Yifu put down the wine bowl. Mr. Lu, I've always been curious about how you view the mountain. Lu Qingfeng took a sip of wine and said slowly, it doesn't matter how I view the mountain. The boundary between the foot of the mountain and the foot of the mountain is not as big as we think. At the foot of the mountain, people die early. On the mountain, people live longer. Wang Yifu asked, Mr. Lu, you don't talk about immortal spells? Isn't the difference more obvious than the length of your life? Lu Qingfeng shook his head and smiled. I'm a scholar. When I fought with a soldier on the battlefield, I was killed by 1 or 2 slashes. County Lieutenant Wang, do you think the difference between the two sides is big? Wang Yifu nodded. So in Mr. Lu's opinion, those who cultivate on the mountain only have bigger fists. That's all. Lu Qingfeng stopped drinking. The rich and the people on the mountain, especially the former who are as rich as a country, and the latter who have attained the Tao, have both received great kindness from heaven and earth. They don't have to worry about their lives and they don't have to worry about food and clothing for several lifetimes. Then they should open their wallets and return some of their wealth. It's not that I want everyone to learn from those moral sages. That's not the case. It's just that if you do so, you'll be giving away small money and welcoming big money in. In the end, it's still about making money and getting more benefits. Lu Qingfeng continued, indulging those who break the rules is the greatest harm to those who follow the rules. Speaking of this, Lu Qingfeng turned to look at the half-drunk young man, Lu Suo, and asked with a smile, then how can we be sure that the rules we set are definitely good and right? Master, you think about these yourself. If I don't think about it, I can't think of the answer. Lu Suo shook his head and grinned, but Master, you should think less. Otherwise I'll be tired too. Lu Qingfeng waved his hand and said helplessly, just continue drinking, you don't have to think about anything. Wang Yifu raised his wine bowl and toasted Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng also raised his bowl. I'll do what I can, I won't be courteous with County Magistrate Wang. After that, Lu Suo fell asleep on the table. It was rare for Wang Yifu to chat with Mr. Lu for such a long time and to be so casual. Mr. Lu talked about the big things in Wang Yifu's eyes. His expression was calm and he was extremely calm. Only when he talked about a small matter that Wang Yifu had never thought about. Lu Qingfeng actually drank a big mouthful of wine for the first time. He was really drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Everywhere in the Aquarius continent, the disappearance of dialects is heartbreaking. Many big and small, even if they are extremely fragmented, as long as the books are still circulating, there will always be a chance to remedy it. But those dialects that are related to many customs, if they are gone, they are completely gone. Lu Qingfeng finally looked at the window in a daze. The window was closed, the scholar could not see the moon outside. Whether it was brighter than yesterday or dimmer than tomorrow, he did not know. Xianxia returned to her hometown and opened a martial arts school. However, the owner of the school liked to close the door and secretly write books. She also cleaned the servants' rooms. When she peeked in, it became a joke that was neither big nor small. Although the bearded man was old, his appearance was really not presentable. But there were still many girls who were willing to marry him. After all, it was obvious that he was a master who did not lack money. The key point was that this old man was popular in all aspects. He could chat with the local Jianghu gangs, the county magistrate, the officers in the county governor's mansion in the same city, and the scholars and scholars. An old bachelor. As long as his wallet was full, it would be difficult to be a bachelor. In the mountains around the city, a group of immortals came, occupying a secluded mountain with beautiful scenery. Very quickly the mountain was surrounded by clouds and mist. Soon the common people swarmed there. At the foot of the mountain some kowtowed to the immortals and some begged the immortals to help solve the disaster, but they were all rejected. Then when an immortal on the mountain was wandering outside the mountain, he fell in love with a girl who was a cultivator. She was originally the most common girl in the county, but she was unwilling. She wanted to marry her childhood sweetheart and live a stable life. The young man she liked happened to be learning martial arts in Zhou Xian's martial arts dojo, and he was temporarily regarded as an outer disciple. However, Zhou Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry. He went to the mountains and used reason and the saber on his waist to persuade the group of Qi cultivators. They did not want to use force and they had to make a deal where both parties were willing. Those cultivators were not in a high state and they were reasonable and amiable. Hence they agreed to it. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xian's martial arts dojo soon brought a large group of relatives to the girl's parents, who made a mess and wailed. Especially the old woman, she cried until she fainted and almost couldn't breathe. Later on the girl changed her mind. Regardless of whether she was persuaded by her parents or her relatives, she agreed to go to the mountain to cultivate immortal techniques. Thus, Zhou Xian was put in an awkward situation. But Zhou Xian didn't think much of it as she had been in the Jianghu. That pair of man and woman before they parted had just made a promise to each other. After both of them had thought it through, they would still be full of longing for the future. One learned martial arts, became a Jianghu hero and opened his own sect. The other learned immortal techniques on the mountain, and they could even help each other in the future. But in less than a year she came less often. After another year she didn't come anymore. Even if the man went to look for her he couldn't go up the mountain let alone see her. The young man who didn't drink in the past started to drink to drown his sorrows. Zhou Xian could only sigh at this. It was true that the girl was a cultivator. One time she followed her master and senior brother and she could fly across the sky of the county. She was willing to travel to the famous mountains and learn flying cinnabar. At that time it was sunset. The young man looked up and his face was full of tears. Zhou Xian couldn't persuade him. That night Zhou Xian lay on the roof, sitting and drinking. He missed his two Jianghu friends who were younger than him. The silly and smart Zhang Shanfeng. The always thoughtful Chen Pingon. He didn't know how many bottles of wine he would have to drink the next time the three of them met. The world was full of strange things. Zhou Xian only hoped that his two friends could cross the mountains and cross the rivers smoothly. The bearded man tilted his head and rubbed his chin. Speaking of which, he was the most handsome among the three of them after shaving. In an alley in Yunlu City Bookslip Lake, there were two people who lived opposite the door, one old and one young. A young man and a child with a snot all year round squatted in the courtyard. They were roasting corn and breaking it in half. The young man handed half to the child. The child was anxious and didn't take it. "Gu, why should I eat the small half? You're old, can't you give in to me? Do you still want to be my brother-in-law?" Gukin smiled and said, "I've never eaten the small half of the corn in my life. I've always eaten the big half. I'm familiar with you but I can't make an exception." The child glanced at Gukan. It didn't seem like he was joking. He should stop while he was ahead. Anyway, the corn was Gukan's and he didn't spend a single copper coin. The child gnawed on the corn and asked vaguely, "You're so rich. Do you often eat roasted corn?" Gukan nodded and said, "Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? I'm so hungry that I even eat dirt." The child rolled his eyes and said, "You're always talking nonsense. No girl will like you." The child did not know that the person in front of him, who could still be considered a decent person and was barely worthy of his sister, was once the great demon Gu of Book Lake. After he stopped for a while he quickly became a local tyrant of Book Lake that could not be underestimated. Could even be said that the current Gukin was walking on a steady path. He was doing well in all aspects of human relations and making connections, but everything was happening behind the scenes. The former true monarch Lu Jimao, who was now a cultivator of the upper five realms and a consecrator of the True Realm sect, had completely regarded Gu Ken as his only direct disciple after the master and disciple question and answer session before he went into seclusion. He left the river-severing sutra, which was related to the foundation of the Great Tao, to Gu Ken. His senior sister, Lord Tian, who now regarded this little junior brother as her last life-saving straw. The young general of Dali Guan Iran, who was originally in charge of guarding Cloud Tower City, had already left. However, the new general of Dali was clearly a friend of the great-great-grandson of the Guan family. Moreover, he was the kind of person who would only drink lower than Guan Iran at the table. Gu Ken knew that they were friends and not friends, but it didn't matter. The new emperor of the Stone Hair country, Han Jingling, the youngest assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, Huang He, and many other young old friends of Book Lake had privately come to find Gu Ken one after another. The most important thing was that an uninvited guest once came to find him. Gu Ken recognized the other party's identity at a glance, even if the other party used a camouflage technique. Gu Ken didn't pretend to be stupid. He directly bowed and respectfully called him Sect Master Jiang. Jiang Xianxia was quite happy at that time. Not only did he enter the door, but he also drank with Gu Ken and silently isolated himself from the world. He didn't treat Gu Ken as an outsider at all and said a few shocking words. He said that Jiang Xianxia was 2F** King sullen now. He was lying on the side of the bed and snoring like thunder. He also scolded the old sect master of the Jade sect for choosing a place that was too stupid. Any other place in the middle of nowhere would have been fine, but he chose this place. Wasn't he deliberately making it impossible for Jiang Xianxia to sleep every day? Gu Ken just listened and held the cup with both hands, but he didn't drink. The meaning of this action was very simple. He, Gu Ken, as long as he was in Book Lake, would only be the Gu Ken that sect master Jiang thought should be the right Gu Ken. As for Gu Ken's current situation, what he thought, what his heart was, and what he wanted in the future, everything was not important at all. Therefore Jiang Xianxia only came, drank a few cups of wine and left. Gu Ken never hide these things from Xingyi and Ma Di except for some words of the sect master of the True Realm sect. However, Xingyi and Ma Di were still very worried at first. They were worried that Gu Ken would become the Gu Ken of Verdant Canyon Island and not the Gu Ken who followed Mr. Qin through mountains and rivers. Fortunately, Gu Ken didn't make them worry too much. In addition to all kinds of unimaginable social activities and drinking parties, Gu Ken would still take at least 6 months out of every year to travel with Xingyi and Ma Di around the mountains near Book Lake. In the process, in addition to the mountains and rivers, there were also many unexpected conflicts. One of them was a tragedy in the human world. Gu Ken did not keep the peace like he did in the past, and neither did he dismiss the matter with a smile. This time he used the ordinary sword at his waist, which was originally just for show, to kill 12 Qi refinement warriors alone. All of them were killed in one strike, and among them was a Dragon Gate cultivator whom Xingyi and Ma Di were very wary of. However, before Gu Ken, who was not even a sword cultivator, they could not be said to have any power to fight back. At that time even Xingyi and Ma Di felt very satisfied. Those cultivators deserved to die. In the end, Gu Ken had his back to the two. He held the sword in one hand and was not in a hurry to sheath it. He clenched his other hand into a fist and gently knocked the hand that held the sword to shake off the blood on the long sword. When Gu Ken turned around, he had already sheathed the sword. He smiled and said, "Let's go. Heaven and earth give birth to life and collect corpses. Don't worry about it." Now, Gu Ken's family business was not small. In addition to the Verdant Canyon Island that Lu Jimao won back, there were many islands under his name. Therefore Gu Ken rarely came to the house in the alley. However, every time he came back from a trip or took a break from work, he would come here to stay for a night. There was enough corn today. Although he could only eat a small half each time, the child still ate until his belly was round. Gu Ken was thinking about something. He had gone through a lot of twists and turns to carefully place the 2 chess pieces in Jingyang Mountain and the Su family in Qingfeng City. Even he didn't know when he would be able to use them. Since he couldn't rush it, he would take it slow. The child burped and simply sat on the ground. He looked at the guy surnamed Gu and asked, "Other than me, who would be so easy to talk to and let you eat a big chunk of corn?" Gu Ken glanced at him. The child was suddenly a little scared. Gu Ken laughed and pointed at the child's face. "Wipe your snot." The child immediately sniffed and didn't even need to wipe it with the back of his sleeve. Gu Ken thought for a moment and said, It's probably very difficult for me and that person to return to the relationship we had before. But it's okay. As long as I don't make a big mistake, not even once, he can only keep thinking about me. There are so many good friends in the world who break up at the drop of a hat. They don't even have a falling out, but they still gradually drift apart. I feel more at ease when I'm not far from him like this. Gukin looked at the child who was sitting on the ground with his head shrunk. He smiled and said, "What do you think? Little snot?" The child didn't know why, but he felt that he didn't recognize the current Gukan, so he didn't dare to make a fuss like before. He said softly, "I'll do whatever you say. I'm young and don't know anything. I'll listen to you." Gukin laughed. "You're smart, but you're still a little lacking compared to me." This time the child wasn't afraid of him anymore. He rolled his eyes and said, "I'm smart? Go and ask the teacher about the teacher's ruler." Gukin made a sound of agreement and said with emotion, "That makes sense." Gukin suddenly stood up and said to the child, "Go sit in my room for a while. Remember not to mess around." The child didn't know what was going on, but he still obediently went to Gukan's room. However, he stood on his tiptoes by the windowsill, worried that something would happen to Gukan. So he was still a smart child. There was a kind of intelligence that was innate. Gukan looked at the door and said with a smile, "It's okay if you don't want to come in. I'll go out and see you." A weak scholar who had stuck his head out timidly appeared and introduced himself. "My name is Lu Qiqing. I'm from the Baishan country, which is very close to Lakeview Academy. I was originally traveling to study at Bookslip Lake. When I arrived at Cloud Tower City, I was confused and inexplicably stood here. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I'm definitely not a thief. I'm a proper gentleman, the kind with scholarly achievements." Gukin narrowed his eyes and cupped his fists. "Since there's no need for me to go out, I'd like to invite you to come out." The scholar's aura changed completely and he strode over the threshold. Lu Qiqing clicked his tongue in wonder. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Gukin stood up and said with a smile, "As long as you don't think that this child can't be left alive, it's fine." Lu Qiqing laughed when he heard this. Interesting. Wonderful. By the way, I originally came to take back the River Severing Sutra. I was worried that it would meet a bad person, but I didn't expect it to be a match made in heaven. Kid, you look young, but your cultivation level is quite high. What's your name?" Gukin had a strange expression and thought of something. "Senior, are you going to take in another disciple?" Lu Qiqing's expression changed slightly. He was a little embarrassed and sighed. "It's embarrassing to be in such a situation." Gukin said, "Senior, please speak properly. We need to discuss things properly." Gukin paused for a moment and stared at this scholar, who was definitely at an extremely high cultivation level. However, he didn't show any respect. Otherwise, Senior will be disappointed after being pleased for a moment. Lu Qiqing copied Gukan and said, "That makes sense." Then Lu Qiqing smiled. "You shouldn't stay in this small pond. You should go to the White Emperor city of the Central Divine Continent." The Dali dynasty's national strength was rising with each passing day. Recently, there had been a continuous drizzle in Dali's old middle peak, which was annoying. The Great Li dynasty originally had 5 mountains, but now they had all been demoted to mountain deities. In addition to the new North Peak, the cloud-covering mountain, 3 mountains were about to be selected to serve as the North Peak's mountain to assist the crown prince. In the past, the entire Aquarius continent had not been so particular. In the vast world, the Central Divine Continent had done something similar in history, but the results were not obvious. It could even be said that the consequences were far-reaching. This was because this was a waste of money and effort. It was also not liked and it was easy to cause problems. The reason was simple. These vassal mountain ranges were usually very far away from Mount Du. They were not the kind of mountains that were adjacent to Mount Du. The old mountain gods were nominally living under someone else's roof and were inferior to the mountain lord of Mount Du. Once they became the mountain lord of the Mount Du, the rules and restrictions increased tremendously. This was because the mountain lord could do whatever he wanted and arrive at his own mountain at an extremely fast speed. According to the etiquette set by the scholarly sage, the imperial court originally only had the Ministry of Rites, which could inspect and evaluate the merits and demerits of a mountain god. Although the Minister of Rights and the Assistant Minister did not dare to neglect this matter, after all, this was an important matter for the country. However, the specific matters were all handled by the imperial physician of the Department for Purging officials. The one that they had to deal with all year round was actually this imperial physician who was not of high rank but held real power. Not only that, Shanjun and Dayu could wantonly plunder the fate chi of mountains and rivers from the mountains where the mountain god temple was located. Of course, Dayu could also give the crown prince's mountain in return. However, even if Shanjun said it with certainty, could it really be believed? A green-clothed woman was walking on the mountain path with an oil paper umbrella in her hand. This trip was to reason with them. If they could not be reasoned with, then they would eat something. After all, the entire area of the Old Middle Peak could be considered the new territory of the Dragon Spring Sword sect. On the way north, she picked up a little girl on the way and brought her along. The charming little girl smiled and asked, "Sister Xiaoxiao, do you know the name of the paper umbrella in our hands?" Wan Xiao said absent-mindedly, "I don't know." "Hold flowers. Isn't it very vivid and very nice?" "Yes." "Sister Xiaoxiao, why are you always so listless?" "I finished the pastries. I'm hungry." "That makes sense. Sister Xiaoxiao, have you heard that eating bayberries without spitting out the seeds and eating watermelons without spitting out the seeds can make you feel better?" Wan Xiao laughed and patted the little girl's head. "Look at how smart you are." The little girl raised her feet and looked at her muddy shoes. She said gloomily, "Annoying." Wan Xiao nodded. "Very annoying indeed." The little girl moved a few steps away. Then she stepped on the mud heavily and asked, "Sister Xiaoxiao, do you have a sweetheart?" Wan Xiao smiled and narrowed her eyes. "Yes." The little girl turned around and raised the oil paper umbrella higher. She looked at Sister Xiaoxiao's profile for a long time and said softly, "Sister Xiaoxiao, you are so nice. Why doesn't he go out with you?" Wan Xiao thought for a moment and said, "He has always been in my heart." The little girl put her finger on her cheek and made a face. "Sister Xiaoxiao, you are a woman. You're not shy at all." Wan Xiao began to answer the little girl who had a lot of questions. "Is that so?" In the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. The woman who had been wearing red clothes year after year did not stay in the Cliff Academy today but went to an ordinary orange garden in the suburbs of the capital. It was a pity that it was not winter yet. Otherwise, the oranges hanging on the trees would look like little girls in red clothes. Li Baoping just had a sudden idea today. She remembered that she had passed by this place earlier and wanted to take a look. After seeing it, she was satisfied and went back the way she came. On the way back, she met two people who made Li Baoping even happier. One was Little Charcoal, who carried a small bamboo box and held a walking stick. The other was the guy who was nicknamed Big White Goose by Little Charcoal. Pei Qian ran towards Li Baoping. Li Baoping rubbed Pei Qian's head. "Taller? Take it easy. Don't turn from a short winter melon to a tall bamboo pole." Pei Qian, who was originally in high spirits, immediately became worried. Li Baoping pinched Pei Qian's face and laughed. "I am just teasing you. Why is your little brain still so slow?" Pei Qian had a lot to say to Sister Baoping. Li Baoping gestured to Pei Qian not to be anxious. She turned and asked, "Is little martial uncle okay?" Cui Dongshan smiled and nodded. "Little martial uncle, Sir Master will be back." Pei Qian said angrily, "Put Master in front of Sir." Li Baoping looked at the two guys who were chasing each other. She took a deep breath and rubbed her cheeks with both hands. It was a pity that little martial uncle was not here. Otherwise, it would snow in winter and everyone could have a snowball fight together. After growing up, she met little martial uncle the least. Of course, she and little martial uncle were on the same team. On the big tree at the top of Cliff Academy, Cui Dongshan, Li Baoping and Pei Qian climbed up one by one. They were extremely skilled. They sat side by side on the branches. Pei Qian wanted to sit in the middle. Cui Dongshan could not compete with him. Li Baoping gave in to him. Pei Qian succeeded and was overjoyed. Li Baoping had already heard Pei Qian talk about his experiences along the way. He spoke very slowly. He had just finished talking about taking the ferry to Old Dragon City on Oxhorn Mountain. Cui Dongshan hugged the back of his head with both hands and shook his legs. The capital of the Great Sui Kingdom at night was brightly lit. Most of the prosperous places in the world were probably like this. The moon melted in the light wind. Wealth and peace were the way of the world. Cui Dongshan closed his eyes and did not want to look at these anymore. He had seen far too many of them. He only hoped that Sir would return to his hometown early in a beautiful season. "632. Qin Pingon went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi alone and witnessed Q-Sword with his own eyes. There was actually someone who could challenge the Great Wall of Sword Qi? None of the immortal sects and clans in vast heaven would believe it. They would even laugh their heads off. This battle of swords in the wilderness was absolutely real. It had begun on a dark night with almost no moonlight. Qin Pingon only saw that on the battlefield in the south, there were first bits and pieces of sword light vaguely lit up. And then more and more, just like when he traveled under the mountains in his early years, he saw lotus lanterns floating into the river. When the lanterns converged, there were tens of thousands of sparks that could compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Finally, the intrinsic flying swords drew out streaks of light as they slowly flew towards the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Finally, they formed an extremely resplendent galaxy. Looking down from the top of the city wall, it was as if an immortal was in the sky, looking down at the lights of the mortal world. If one were to disregard the relationship between friend and foe, the scene in front of one's eyes was truly spectacular. As the hidden official, Qin Pingon did not need to draw his sword, nor could he draw his sword, because he would soon return to the summer palace on the north side of the city wall. It wasn't that Miao and Lin Junbai didn't do a good job, but Qin Pingon still couldn't set his mind at ease. This was an obsession that had both pros and cons. Qin Pingon felt that even if he wanted to change it, now was not the time. It was just like how he had forced himself to seek external help in the past. He still needed to get used to it slowly. Qin Pingon stood at the top of the city wall near the thatched cottage and sighed. This kind of mutual exchange of swords is unprecedented and will never be repeated. The eldest sword immortal smiled and said, "It's most likely true that no one will be able to surpass it in the future. It's not really unprecedented. In the early days when the swordsmen of the mortal world raised their swords, they questioned the heavens and swords fell from the heavens like a golden rain. It was even more beautiful than this. At that time, do you know who were the Qi refinement warriors who protected and held the fort for the swordsmen in the mortal world? There was the Supreme Saint Master, the Tao Ancestor, the Buddha Ancestor, and nearly half of the 100 schools of thought. Everyone was selfless and honored to die." Qin Pingon recalled the time when he and Cui Dongshan were traveling together. On the way back, the young man in white had said a lot of strange things. Qin Pingon said softly, "It is said that at that time, there was no such thing as 3 religions and 100 schools of thought. The knowledge of each school was only in its embryonic form. Whether it was the sword cultivators of my generation, the Qi cultivators, or the flood dragons of the 4 seas, they were all allies who fought side by side. Even the desolate world stopped fighting the humans. They didn't help, but they didn't hinder us either." Qin Qingdu nodded, revealing a rare look of reminiscence. "Me, the dragon monarch clairvoyance, and those sword cultivators of the same generation who had long been forgotten by history, one after another, drew our swords and ascended." Qin Pingon squatted down and reached out to touch the cool ground of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He looked up at the battlefield in the south. "Boss, sword immortal, back then everyone was struggling to survive. If they didn't do so, they wouldn't have been able to survive. I'm not belittling your heroic deeds. I don't dare, and I'm not willing. Now that 10,000 years have passed, I've been to the 3 continents. It's not like I haven't seen the world. So I dare to say that the world as a whole is still good and stable." "Boss, sword immortal, all of you are like the seniors of a large family clan. You can see clearly the juniors' right and wrong. In fact, all of you are already very forgiving. However, I still hope that all of you will not be disappointed. If all of you are completely disappointed, the juniors will have fewer chances to correct their mistakes." Qin Qingdu remained silent. Qin Pingon wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Qingdu smiled. "Since you're the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, you should have the courage to speak frankly." Qin Pingon placed his palm on the ground and said, "I still feel that the world is getting better and better. It's moving up step by step. I believe so. Boss, sword immortal, don't think that these 10,000 years have only been lonely. The world behind us has been stable for 10,000 years. Smoke rises from the chimneys at the foot of the mountain and the celestial aura on the mountain. Generally speaking, Everyone has their own goals and aspirations. Even when I was young, I wasn't afraid of death. Later on, when I became an apprentice of the dragon kiln, I started thinking about earning money and living well. The people's thoughts are as messy as weeds. But there needs to be soil for it to take root and sprout, right? As long as there's soil, there are thousands of possibilities. Qin Pingon raised his head and said, "Boss, Sword Immortal, do what you need to do. But don't be disappointed, don't be sad, okay?" The old man squatted down and reached out to press the young man's head. He smiled and said, "Young people will always be young. They haven't seen the world. Even if you've seen the sword I taught you, you still don't know the true heart of a sword cultivator." The old man withdrew his hand. "Sword cultivators of my age have all come from the deepest despair step by step. Convicts? In the earliest days, who wasn't a convict in the human world? So it's not too much of a disappointment. Of course, there will be some disappointment, but it's definitely not as complete as you think. For 10,000 years, what I've seen more is a little hope here and there. In the ashes of hope, spring grass may grow again in the coming year. The grass on the plains. Although the Great Wall of Sword Qi doesn't have such a scene, even if I stay on the city wall, it seems like I can smell the fragrance of spring grass from the Great Wall of Sword Qi every year." Qin Pingon was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but laugh. "I didn't expect Sword Immortal Boss to say such words. It's very poetic." Qin Qingdo smiled. "I'll tell you 2 more interesting things. Remember, don't be in a hurry to reveal the heavenly secrets." Qin Pingon said seriously, "Go ahead, Sword Immortal Boss." Qin Qingdo changed his mind and shook his head. "We'll talk about it in the future." Qin Pingon was about to leave. Qin Qingdo suddenly said, "Willow Tendon Realm Sword Cultivator, 2 intrinsic flying swords. Peak level 7 pure martial artist. It's still not enough." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "Sword Immortal Boss, don't be so harsh on me. Among my peers, I'm already considered very good. On the path of martial arts, at least I can see Cao Ci's back. As a Qi refinement warrior of the lower 5 realms, to be able to win a chance for Sword Immortal Boss and become a hidden official, I don't dare to say that it's a credit, but it's not too much to say that it's hard work, right? Moreover, I don't think this Willow Tendon realm is bad. It's good luck and good luck. If I'm not careful." Qin Qingdo immediately dispelled Qin Pingon's wishful thinking. He shook his head and said, "You don't have the fate to see through the mystery of the retention realm. Don't even think of ascending to the upper 5 realms." Qin Pingon smiled bitterly. "Boss, can't Sword Immortal Boss wait until I've ascended to the 4th realm before saying this?" Qin Qingdo said, "Have you thought of the last person among the 3 Sword Immortal spots?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "It's difficult. I can't think of it at the moment." Qin Qingdo waved his hand. "If you can't even think of something important, what's the use of having a hidden official like you? Go to the summer residence and use your brain more. Strive to ascend to the cave abode realm and martial artist realm as soon as possible." Qin Pingon bade farewell and left. He only asked Qin Qingdo one thing and Qin Qingdo agreed. It was about leaving the city to kill demons. Qin Qingdo said it didn't matter. As long as he was willing to deal with the hidden official sword cultivator and it didn't affect his official business, it didn't matter. When Qin Pingon summoned his talisman boat, he glanced at the thatched cottage. Senior brother was still recuperating in seclusion. Xiaochu's punch was truly vicious. Sword Immortal Boss said that if it were someone like Yu Qing, he would have died long ago. Even Lu Ji and Nalan Chaowei would have dropped in their realms. Qin Pingon's talisman boat had just left the northern city when someone landed on the ferry. Qin Pingon asked, "You're leaving?" Lu Xianyang nodded and said, "I reckon we'll have to leave in the next 2 days. The matter of setting up defenses along the coast of the South Saw continent has long been on the agenda. There's a lot of work to be done." Qin Pingon brought up the old matter again. "Ask Sword Immortal Boss. You must wait for me regarding Xingyang Mountain. You must be careful." Lu Xianyang was puzzled. "It's fine if you haven't seen my sword. But is there a need to be so careful when dealing with Xingyang Mountain?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "There's a need. Trust me." Lu Xianyang asked, "Li Tuanjing alone can suppress Xingyang Mountain for hundreds of years. Is he worthy of being so serious about?" Qin Pingon said, "Lu Xianyang, the conflict between Wind Thunder Garden and Xingyang Mountain in the early years is a world of difference from Xingyang Mountain in the future. Xingyang Mountain and the Su clan of Qingfeng City are both potential sects of the Aquarius continent. Among them, Xingyang Mountain will divide up the majority of the Sword Dao destiny of the Zhuang dynasty. This is something the Dragon Spring Sword sect can't do. This is because no matter how much the emperor of the Song clan respects Master Ruan, he will never allow the Dragon Spring Sword sect to monopolize the land of the old Zhongyue Sword sect. Apart from the fact that Master Ruan's own sect has too few members, which is a natural limitation, the Song clan's action will also allow Xingyang Mountain to be close to the Song clan. Once it becomes a sect, Xingyang Mountain will be connected to the Song clan. Is this still the conflict between Li Tuanjing and the many-sword cultivator ancestors of Xingyang Mountain in the early years? Qin Pingon sighed and shook his head. Then he said in a more serious tone, I can't say more. Anyway, Xingyang Mountain is one of the most important parts of the grand scheme of the Dali dynasty. It's indispensable. When the time comes, what you and I will ask for is really just the protective formation of Xingyang Mountain and those old sword cultivators. Lu Xianyang stared at Qin Pingon in a daze. Qin Pingon asked, What's wrong? Lu Xianyang smiled and said, Are you mistaken? Who said that we have to succeed in one go in the matter of Q-sword? Today I stabbed Xianxia with my sword and ran away when the situation turned bad. Tomorrow I'll come back and stab him in the crotch. Isn't that Q-sword? Do you really have to do as you say? Kill him in one go and even shatter his sword heart and heart into smithereens? Qin Pingon, now that you've become a mountain man, you're so concerned about your face? I remember that you and I weren't such people when we were young. We wouldn't do such a loss-making business, right? Don't you know what kind of person I, Lu Xianyang, am? I might not know what I say, but when I do things I'm quite reliable, right? Lu Xianyang's smile faded. When you do things you tell yourself that you're only thinking about doing nothing wrong. Is that really the case? You're wrong. You just didn't think of it, but you're doing the best thing. People like me are half stupid and half smart. I don't seek perfection. If I can deal with myself, I can also deal with my opponents. Living a life of confusion is a life of haggling over every detail. Living a comfortable life is also a life of suffering. How to live a life of suffering comfortably, you have to learn more from me. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm only saying that you're right and wrong. You're much better than me. But when you're alone you have to occasionally slack off and let yourself catch a breath. Books don't care to talk about this kind of logic, but when I didn't study I already understood it. I just didn't have the chance to tell you. It was rare for Qin Pingon to be stunned. He was stunned for a long time. Lu Xianyang smiled and said, Little Snot is no longer Little Snot. Your Uncle Lu is still your Uncle Lu. Qin Pingon nodded. I understand. Lu Xianyang shook his head. It's not that you understand. You have to remember. Qin Pingon smiled and said, You have the final say. The two of them sat facing each other in the talisman boat. Life is full of partings. It's so easy to meet and part with the spring breeze and autumn flowers. I only hope that it won't be too difficult to meet again. Lu Xianyang was silent for a moment. He blinked and said, You haven't done that? Qin Pingon looked puzzled. Lu Xianyang looked around. There was no one around. He reached out a finger and touched it. Qin Pingon quickly slapped Lu Xianyang's hand away. He lowered his voice and said, Do you want to die? Don't drag me down with you. Lu Xianyang was stunned. We haven't even held hands. I'm not a well-educated person. I've been honest since I was young. Don't lie to me. Qin Pingon felt as if he was struck by lightning. Lu Xianyang's face was full of sorrow. You're even worse off than me. You're not single. Qin Pingon smiled and said, You should find my future sister-in-law first before you talk about this. Lu Xianyang shook his head and leaned back in the boat. It's hard to find a woman who doesn't covet my looks. The talisman boat stopped at the entrance of the summer palace. According to the rules of the hidden officials, no outsiders were allowed to enter the palace. The two of them landed on the ground. Qin Pingon kept the talisman boat in his sleeve. Lu Xianyang didn't leave immediately. Lu Xianyang stood in front of Qin Pingon. He helped him straighten his collar and patted his shoulder. He nodded and said, Let's go. When I'm not around you can't just take care of others. Remember to take care of yourself. Qin Pingon nodded and said, You should be careful too. Lu Xianyang was about to turn around when Qin Pingon threw him a seal. He smiled and said, This is the only one of its kind. Remember to keep it well. You might be able to sell it for a sky-high price in the future. Lu Xianyang didn't even look at it. He kept it in his sleeve and left on the wind. Qin Pingon stood in place and didn't retract his gaze for a long time. The gates of the summer palace were wide open. There was no gatekeeper. Qin Pingon walked all the way to the main hall. Chou Miao asked, "Hidden official, we've finished planning the layout. We've discussed it just now. 3 people at a time will go to the city wall to attack. This won't affect the plan. Moreover, watching the battle from afar is better than being there yourself. It's easier to grasp the details." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Who are the first 3? Chou Miao stood up. Miyu and Dong Bud followed suit. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Go ahead. But don't worry about me, Xianxia. Deng Liang, remember, don't stay there and refuse to leave. After 10 days we'll have to change people. It'll be me, Jianxian, Pang Yuanji and Lin Junbai. After that it'll be Song Gaoyuan, Chao Gun and Xianxin. After that it'll be Luo Zhini, Su Ning and Chang Taiqing. Finally it'll be Gu Jianlong, Wang Xinshui, Guizhujiu and possibly me." Qin Pingon didn't have any doubts about Chou Miao and the other 3. He was a young junior that eldest sword immortal and Alliance admired. However, Qin Pingon still had some misgivings about Luo Zhini and the other 2. Therefore he placed them behind Deng Liang and Song Gaoyuan. However, if he placed Luo Zhini and the other 2 at the back, even behind Gu Jianlong and the other 2, it would be too much. Moreover, letting Luo Zhini and the other 2 travel together was also a kind of dispensable compensation. Therefore it was reasonable for Luo Zhini and the other 2 to have a prejudice against hidden official. As long as it didn't affect the overall situation and they did what they should do, Qin Pingon didn't mind this little bit of prejudice. In fact, Qin Pingon had the same attitude as Qin Sanqiu towards this group of money-picking sword cultivators who were most familiar with the local customs of the wilderness. They admired and yearned for them. However, it was important to be wary of others. Therefore Luo Zhini and the other 2 didn't like him. Qin Pingon didn't care. If he really wanted to be a good person, he shouldn't have been hidden official. Chou Miao and the other 2 left the main hall and left the summer palace on their swords. Most of the sword cultivators of the hidden official were young and wise. They knew that this war would last for a long time. The shortest was 3 to 5 years and the longest was more than 10 years. However, the intensity of the war was still beyond their imagination. With Huang Luan holding the fort, the demon cultivators had a flood of magical treasures. The Lotus Nunnery Master was the backbone of the demon army, leading tens of thousands of demon sword cultivators to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After the 2 battles, millions of demons from the wilderness would leave their homes under the leadership of the demon cultivators. They would swarm madly towards the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was said that the road to the battlefield in the north was filled with piles of skeletons. It was the Great Wall of Sword Qi's turn to bear the brunt of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After enduring the Q-sword of the savage world, it was time for the sword cultivators on top of the city wall to engage in battle. Qin Pingon didn't enter the main hall immediately. He took a stroll in the square outside the door. The hidden official's bloodline was already used to this hidden official's behavior. He would often walk around the courtyard alone, drawing circles as he walked. He thought of something and said a few words to the sword cultivators in the house. Qin Pingon remembered the conversation in the main hall. It was Chou Miao and Deng Liang who started the conversation. Chou Miao's vision was more far-sighted. When the hidden official's lineage had roughly deduced the next battle after the Ant faction siege, Chou Miao said that the savage world was definitely not as simple as changing the timing and location of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Deng Liang made an example. He said that when he was traveling under the mountain as a rogue cultivator in his early years, he passed by a county city and witnessed a street fight between 2 Jianghu sections. Almost 100 people were killed or injured. The side that won a Pyrrhic victory not only gained all the territory, but also created a great deterrent force in the neighboring counties. The local government, the Jianghu forces, and the rich were all afraid of the outlaws. They all had their own thoughts. There were many who sacrificed their wealth to avoid the disaster. There were many who took the initiative to join the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Gradually, the sects in the neighboring counties lost their momentum. Qin Pingon didn't say anything at that time. It was not appropriate to use this to describe the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the wilderness, and the vast world. But the result of the inference was correct. Qin Pingon asked the saints of Confucianism and Buddhism who were guarding the city. What the wilderness wanted to do was to immediately gain a foothold in the vast world after conquering the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the Inverted Mountain. They wanted to immediately change the territory of the vast world into the territory of the wilderness. They wanted to change the territory of the vast world and gain an advantage. Or rather, they wanted to do their best to win opportunities for the great demons and reduce the mysterious pressure of the Great Way. Therefore, the seemingly insignificant demon army that died in the Great Wall of Sword Qi was definitely not in vain. They would be of great use in the future. Miyu, who was sitting in the house like a door god, suddenly asked, "Hidden official, have you become a sword cultivator?" Qin Pingon turned his head and asked, "Why do you say so?" Miyu said, "As long as you think of what if as 10,000, it is often the truth." Qin Pingon didn't give an answer. He just smiled and said, "It's a pity that the great sword immortal me didn't go to my hometown to be a worshipper." (633) A group of more than 10 people crossed the gate from the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the summer to the inverted hanging mountain in the winter. They all used the camouflage spell and chose a night on the inverted hanging mountain to go to the Spring Banner House, one of the 4 private residences. Yan Ming and Nailand Saihuan, the 2 gods of wealth in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, were in the group. Except for the lone peak in the middle where the Great Lord of Heaven was guarding, no one noticed the sudden appearance of this group of people. The Great Lord of Heaven looked down at the gate. Beside him was the old perfected cultivator with the golden horsetail whisk. The latter asked softly, "Master, will they cause trouble?" The Great Lord of Heaven sneered, "Who will cause trouble? Those merchants who only care about money? Do they dare?" The old perfected cultivator reached out and stroked the golden threads made of dragon whiskers. "If they just use their power to suppress others, they may not succeed." The Great Lord of Heaven looked at a man in the group and nodded. The latter glanced at the Great Lord of Heaven on the peak and nodded as well. The Great Lord of Heaven seemed to have just come to see this person. After greeting him, he turned and left, saying, "After I go into seclusion, you will take care of things. It's very simple. Don't care about anything." As the first disciple of the Great Lord of Heaven, the old perfected cultivator was stunned. He held the horsetail whisk in his other hand, bowed and said softly, "Yes, master." The old perfected cultivator then couldn't help but ask, "Master, what about Martial Uncle Jiang?" Once the master went into seclusion, no one in the inverted hanging mountain could control the little Taoist boy from the main branch of the Beko Keikyang building. Anyway, as a perfected cultivator, he didn't dare to control him in terms of seniority or cultivation. The more different the Taoist lineage was, the more difficult it was to reason with. The Great Lord of Heaven turned to look at the old gate. A little Taoist boy was sitting on a futon and flipping through a book. He was chatting with sword immortal Zhang Lu, who was drinking wine beside him. The Great Lord of Heaven hesitated for a moment and said, "Let him be. Jiang Yunxing has been quite obedient in the past few hundred years. He has been guarding the gate of the inverted mountain. If it was in my hometown, a few inverted mountains would not be enough for him to torment. My youngest martial uncle dotes on him the most. Every time he went to the Deshiendu temple to cause trouble, he would bring Jiang Yunxing along. If not for Daoist son's murderous intent towards Jiang Yunxing and little martial uncle's foresight, Jiang Yunxing wouldn't have to come to the vast world to seek refuge." Taoist son of the Green Netherworld, 10 of the great mystic temple's sword immortal lineage. The old Shinran sighed with emotion. "Martial Uncle Jiang, you are bound to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster." Fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. In a different world, fate had reversed. Perhaps the reason why Martial Granduncle brought Martial Uncle Jiang to the Deshiendu temple in the early years and made a scene, provoking Daoist son's murderous intent, was actually all done on purpose. At Daoist son's level, as long as he was far away from the Beko Keikyang building, especially near his own Daoist temple, he could completely manifest the great Tao and change the world's fate. Martial Granduncle of the Third Sect Master's move was probably the so-called work of an immortal. Of course, the premise was that he could escort Jiang Yunxing out of the Green Netherworld realm alive. The great Heavenly Lord had already gone into seclusion. The old Shinran stayed by the railing, overlooking the entire inverted hanging mountain. People only knew that the inverted hanging mountain was the largest mountain seal. Few people knew that the 8 scenic spots, including the Release Pavilion and the Elk Cliff and the lone peak beneath their feet, were an ancient array formation passed down from the 3 mountains' 9 marquises. What was ultimately created was an existence similar to the ancient ascension platform. The old Shinran was a disciple that the great heavenly lord took in from the vast world. His hometown was here. However, the old Shinran was similar to the old Josie who carried the wormwood to the sea for the third sect master Lu Qin. For cultivators, the place where they were born before they ascended the mountain was their first home. After ascending the mountain, the place where they cultivated was their true home. Therefore, whether it was the old Shinran who guarded the inverted hanging mountain or the old Josie who drifted on the sea year after year, they all hoped to go to the green netherworld realm to cultivate the Great Tao. However, the Great Tao was high and the journey was long. If there was no one to lead them, how could they ascend to the other world if their realm was not high enough? The old Shinran looked at the cultivators who sneaked into the inverted hanging mountain and felt that it was meaningless. Since the honored master had given the order to ignore everything, the old Shinran used his supernatural powers and directly appeared at the Release Pavilion in the dead of night. In another instant, the Shinran who had killed countless flood dragons and used it to refine his natal horsetail whisk appeared above the sea. Since he had nothing to do, he wanted to take a look at the flood dragon gully. If not for Jiang Yunqing's words to this true lord, all the descendants of the true dragon in the flood dragon ravine would have died long ago. The true lord only needed to wait for the rabbits to show up and kill those flood dragons one by one. That horsetail whisk should have been an immortal weapon long ago. Little by little he accumulated the items on the mountain and successfully refined them into immortal weapons. This was the ability of the old Shinran. Thinking about that ancient secret, the old Shinran stood above the vast blue sea inside. Back then, the only person who could persuade the sword immortal to keep his sword was actually Lu Qin. Outside of the 6 extremes, he traveled to the land of nothingness and lived in the wilderness of Wushu. Interacting with the spirit of heaven and earth alone, the third chief was truly worthy of the title of perfected person. It was no wonder that in the eyes of this uncle master, all the celestial sects in the world were just Wushu nests. The celestial spells that could move mountains and overturn seas were nothing more than moles drinking water. Regarding the third chief, the more the old Shinran thought about it, the more he felt that he was insignificant. For a moment he was absent-minded. The little Taoist boy exclaimed and turned to look at the railing of the tall building on the peak of the lone peak. He pinched his fingers and calculated. The sword immortal Zhang Lu asked curiously, "What's wrong?" The little Taoist boy said, "It's similar to Buddhism's gradual enlightenment to the state of enlightenment. It's similar, but it's still lacking a warning." Zhang Lu smiled and said, "You've accumulated hundreds of years of friendship. Aren't you going to help?" The little Taoist boy shook his head and said, "Not everyone can warn others. Anyway, I don't have that ability. With one blow, if the blow is slightly off, those who are not gradually enlightened will only end up with bumps all over their heads." Zhang Lu smiled and said, continue reading. Generally speaking, whenever the heavens in the book spend the night by the lake or deep pool, there should be a beauty taking off her clothes to take a bath." The little Taoist boy did not immediately flip the book. Instead he suddenly said, "Take it easy. He has not used this door twice." Zhang Lu smiled and said, "He's still as sentimental as ever. This kid will probably not sincerely praise your Taoist knowledge for the rest of his life." The little Taoist boy shook his head and said, "It's only about the matter, not the person. It's not like that. True feelings and sincerity are all good seedlings for cultivation. Actually, our Taoism's knowledge is broader and deeper than you think. You can't ignore our Taoism just because my Taoist techniques are not good enough." Zhang Lu yawned and said, "If you don't flip the book and help me perk up, I won't be able to stay up the night." The little Taoist boy began flipping the book. Not long ago, the Fuyao Continent's mountain water caves ferry boat had just sailed 1,000 miles out of the inverted mountains when it suddenly received a message from a flying sword from a private residence in the inverted mountains. The old nascent soul cultivator pondered for a long time. As expected, the sword room on the ferry boat had received many flying swords from their fellow Taoists. In the end, the old Yuanying cultivator weighed the pros and cons and chose to quietly leave the ferry boat and return to the inverted mountain. It was not only the mountain water cave. In fact, the few people in charge of the ferry boat who were discussing secret matters at the Lingjijai Inn had also just left the inverted mountain not long ago. They all received flying swords from their own channels and needed to make a trip back to the inverted mountain. In fact, almost all the ferry boats that were at the inverted mountain or not too far away from the inverted mountain were all invited to Xiao Yunyan's Spring Banner House as guests. The inviters were neither Yan Ming nor Nalan Zihuan, but the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This was a strange thing that had never happened in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This was not a small matter that outsiders could put on airs and make excuses for. Of course, many big merchants were also curious as to who the person in charge of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was. Who had the right to do so? Could it be the old sword celestial Nalan Ziwei who had been schemed against by the unknown Mountain Water Cave's elder ancestor? If it was this person, it would save them a lot of trouble. Therefore, all the cross-continent ferries that received the news, most of which were from the Central Plains and the Snow-White Continent, secretly returned. Most of them agreed to meet along the way as they needed to speculate the intentions of the Great Wall of Sword Qi with people they were familiar with. There was definitely no danger to their lives. The Great Wall of Sword Qi would not go crazy. What they were afraid of was that the Great Wall of Sword Qi would make a foolish move and create new problems that would hinder them from earning money. However, if they could make the final decision and work together to dispel the arrogance of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it would be a good thing for once and for all. The owner of the Spring Banner House, Xiao Yunyan, personally welcomed the guests at the entrance. Together with the few remaining trusted elders in the residence, he led the guests to various places in the residence. Xiao Yunyan's expression was amiable. Many of the ferry's managers were flattered. Because Sword Celestial Xiao Yunyan had that string of precious gourd vines, those who owed him incense were either from big sects or renowned sword celestials. Therefore, the Spring Banner House was not something that the Plum Blossom Garden or the Water Essence Palace of the Rain Dragon sect could compare to. At the inverted Hanging Mountain, those who could stay in the Yuan Sua residence were well-deserving rich people. However, those who could enter the Spring Banner House were usually accomplished in the Great Tao and had a bright future. The Spring Banner House had roughly arranged for more than 10 secluded courtyards. The people in charge of each continent's ferries were gathered together. Before everyone entered their respective courtyards, Sword Celestial Xiao Yunyan would say with a smile, "Everyone, please have some tea before heading to the Spring Banner House for a meeting." Southwest Fuyao Continent's Mountain River Cavern's nascent soul cultivator, White Brook, did not know what Sword Celestial Xiao was up to. However, when he entered the courtyard, he saw a person sitting in the main room looking up at him. White Brook's heart tightened as he lamented incessantly. That person was none other than Fuyao Continent's Sword Celestial Xie. This person was a true rogue cultivator. Even though he had become a Sword Celestial, he did not have the intention to establish a sect. He liked to wander the world and finally came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He did not interact with any of the immortal mountains in Fuyao Continent. This was especially so for Xie, who had never concealed his extremely poor impression of the Mountain River Cavern. He did not even nod at the Mountain River Cavern's patriarch when they met. In the main room, there were a few ferries managers who shared the same feelings as White Brook. All of them sat upright. In another courtyard, a Golden Armor Continent's ferries manager entered and similarly saw a woman resting with her eyes closed on the main seat. She carried a sword on her back. Her looks were not important. What was important was the long sword behind her, Fuyao. Its name shook both Golden Armor and Fuyao continents. This led to an extremely interesting story of an old friend. A long sword that was named after a continent, and the owner of the sword was not a sword cultivator of this continent. How could it not have a legendary story? Female Sword Celestial Song Pin. There was once a great poet of Fuyao continent who saw Song Pin from afar and could not forget her for the rest of his life. He had yearned for Song Pin for many years and was completely infatuated with her. In his life he had never married. Just the sentimental poems he wrote for her could be compiled into a collection. Among them, the most famous one was, "I once saw you and dreamed of you, your eyes were clear and bright." Not only that, there were a few songs and poems written in Song Pin's tone. They were actually quite moving, making people feel funny and pitiful. The few old cultivators on the cross-continent ferries had a worried expression. When they saw the newcomer, their expressions did not turn for the better. They did not have the leisure and sentimental mood of that poet. They only felt that it was easy to enter the Spring Banner Temple but not easy to leave. Song Pin opened his eyes and stretched out 2 fingers. He picked up the wine cup beside him and drank it in one gulp. Everyone is here? Then I'll be the big one and invite everyone to drink before we talk. The Sword Immortal personally invited everyone to drink and first drank a toast. Northwest Flowing Dawn Continent Sword Immortal Pooh. He was a thin and tall old man with a withered face. He did not sit in the room but stood at the door to admire the snow. The few old cultivators on the ferries could only stand in the corridor and watch the heavy snow. Pooh. He was once the most eccentric Sword Immortal in Flowing Dawn Continent. He killed people based on his emotions. It was said that after Wen Jian was defeated at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he stayed at the Great Wall of Sword Qi to cultivate in seclusion. Pooh. He waited for everyone to arrive. You all do business and like to sell. Since we're all from the same place, why don't you give me some face? Are you selling? Everyone looked at each other. One of them plucked up his courage and lightly cupped his fists, asking, "May I ask if Sword Immortal Pooh is asking this question as a sword cultivator from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, or as a sword immortal from the Dawnflow continent?" Pooh. He glanced at this nascent soul cultivator who did not give him any face. Scram. Pass a message to your ancestor Li Sun. When I return to Flowing Dawn Continent, I will bring 2 or 3 friends and my sword to your ancestral hall as guests. Before the nascent soul cultivator could salvage the situation, Pooh. He took out his life-bound flying sword and pointed it at the ferry manager's forehead. It was as if he was going to detain him on the spot. The other party did not dare to move at all. Then, Pooh. He grabbed the other party's neck and casually threw him onto the street outside Spring Banner Temple. He spoke to him with his heart lake ripples. Your ferry is called Secret Embellishment, right? Doesn't look sturdy enough. Why don't I change it for you? Can a hidden unpolished Jade Realm Sword cultivator Lung Ran protect it? The nascent soul cultivator who was about to leave resentfully was stunned. This cross-continent ferry was the lifeblood of the sect. It was famous for its large and sturdy size. It was named Secret Embellishment because of its large accumulation of magic treasures. It was also because of this that the sect specially hired an unpolished Jade Realm Sword Immortal Lung Ran to guard it. However, other than himself, no one else on the ferry knew about this. After all, the Sword Immortal's actions could be counted with one's fingers. The nascent soul cultivator braced himself and returned to Spring Banner Temple, intending to apologize to Pooh. He was not afraid of any action of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After all, no one would die and they would not target him alone. However, he was afraid that Pooh would not let him go. He and the entire sect would be implicated and suffer a fate worse than death. Among the 4 troublesome ghosts on the mountain, sword cultivators were the most troublesome. It was obvious how difficult it would be to deal with a shameless sword immortal who was a native of the same continent as them if they became enemies. Should he sell such face? There were several people on the South Swirling Continent ferry. In a courtyard they were chatting happily with their own sword immortal Yuan Qingshu, who had a wide range of friends. Yuan Qingshu was different from Pooh, Xieji and Song Pin. Not only did he bring wine but he also drank with them amicably. He even said that the wine was the most famous wine of the Great Wall of Sword Qi's Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven. However, he mentioned one thing at the end. He said that his 6 direct disciples could go to the immortal abodes of his friends and be worshipped in name. As for the official matter of today's meeting, there was no hurry. After drinking they went to the central hall. They would talk about it later. There were more people on the White Peak continent, second only to the fairy merchants of the Central Divine Continent. The female sword immortal Xianxia. Xianxia was a very strange sword immortal. She grew up in the White Peak continent, but made her fortune in the Central Divine Continent. She was not willing to call herself a sword cultivator of the White Peak continent. She said that a continent that could not even defend the word North did not deserve to be called a native of the White Peak continent. Generally speaking, for someone with such a bad temper, even if they were a sword immortal, they were destined to not be able to survive in the prosperous Snowy Peak continent. After all, the Snowy Peak continent's immortal clans were the least afraid of those lone powerhouses. But this could not stop Xianxia from having a few good friends in the Snowy Peak continent who happened to share the same rotten tastes. For example, one of them was a pure martial artist who loved to go to the cold north to hunt monsters, and the latter just happened to have a close relationship with the Snowy Peak Continent's Lu family. In addition, Xianxia had always despised the sword cultivators of the White Peak Continent. However, this time at the Great Wall of Sword Qi she was smiling with Deng Liang and the other juniors for the first time. Today Xianxia waited until the 7 or 8 people were seated. Her opening speech was extremely intimidating. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi I've used my sword twice. I've already accumulated enough battle merits to kill an immortal great demon. I have succeeded in my mission and retired. It was not to the extent of causing an uproar. However, everyone's hearts were already filled with fear. Now that the Great Wall of Sword Qi was heavily guarded, the circulation of information was extremely limited. Moreover, no one dared to inquire about it. However, there was one matter that everyone on the Hanging Mountain Road knew about. It was Xianxia who used her sword to destroy the Great Tao foundation of an unpolished jade sword cultivator. According to the rules of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, her battle merit was equivalent to killing a half-immortal great demon. She was also the person with the greatest battle merit in the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi. To be honest, the merchants of the White Peak Continent, other than the dispensable glory they saw more in their eyes. What they really thought of was the business opportunities within. If anyone could recruit Xianxia to be a consecrator of the Mountain Gate, it would definitely be a profitable business. However, no one dared to open their mouth. Everyone knew what kind of temper the female sword immortal Xianxia had. Saying such words would be asking for trouble. Why did everyone feel fear? It was because Xianxia, a casual sword immortal who did not care about worldly affairs and had no fixed residence, had taken the initiative to discuss business for the first time. What good could it be? As expected. I owe someone a favor, so when I return to the White Peak Continent, I will travel with all of you. Xianxia's following words caused everyone to be extremely anxious. He said, for those who do business, there is no one who does not want to earn money. It is reasonable and there is nothing wrong with it. He does not care about it and can empathize with all of you. In this world there is no business where both parties are willing to do business and can earn money. It is not your fault but him. So not only can all of you relax, there will be a pleasant surprise. After we finish our discussion at the Central Hall, I'll know which one of you has the least money, which one of you is the poorest, which one of you is the most desperate to earn money from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Since it's on the way, I'll be able to return that person a favor. After we leave the inverted hanging mountain, I'll personally escort this cross-continent ferry back to the White Snow Continent. Xianxia, who was carrying a bamboo sword sheath, looked at everyone and sneered. If the escort is not successful, then I, Xianxia, am not capable enough. The White Peak Continent's ferry stewards, after everyone had gathered, they saw the floating duckweed sword lake sect leader, Li Kai. Everyone stood up solemnly and cupped their fists. It was not a jade unpolished sword immortal or a sect leader who deserved such a sincere greeting, but Li Kai dared to come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, that was all. Li Kai did not take a seat. After returning the greeting, he picked up a pot of wine that he had prepared and went straight to the point. Han Huizi will not go back and I should be about the same. That's all, let's drink. The sword immortal of the Wind Snow Temple, Wei Jin, met the 2 managers of the ferries in Old Dragon City. He did not talk about official matters, but only asked about the recent situation of the Aquarius continent. Then he concluded, when I reach the immortal realm, if I don't die in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I will make a trip to the North Continent in the future and meet the Heavenly Lord Xiesherwen again. The 2 old cultivators, who were already somewhat reserved, became even more uneasy. The Eastern Aquarius continent was located in a corner, and had the smallest territory, and immortal stage Wei Jin was recognized as an extremely rare great sword immortal embryo in the history of the Aquarius continent. Who dared to not take it seriously. As long as Wei Jin broke through to the immortal stage, Xinyao Zong Qizhen, who was originally the leader of the immortal cultivators in the continent, and Jinjing sect, who had changed from a dragon crossing the river to a local snake, should also reconsider, right? In fact, some time ago, as the most stagnant and unsmooth news in the 9 continents, Old Dragon City's ferry had received some small news that the jade unpolished sword immortal stage Wei Jin had reached a bottleneck. Tonight, Wei Jin had directly exposed this layer of window paper, So the two old stewards of Old Dragon City who depended on each other for survival became more and more nervous. Great Sword Immortal Wei, we have no relatives, nor do we have any grievances or enmity. Why are you telling us this to two small stewards? Wei Jin drank alone, and it was still the most expensive wine in that deceitful shop. 1 pot of wine for a small sum of money. Tonight, everyone's words were carefully chosen, and it was fine to talk about the old days with the people of the same hometown. But first they had to finish talking about the contents of the paper. Otherwise, why would Wei Jin talk about the boring content of breaking through to the next realm with two merchants who had nothing to do with him? However, it was true that he wanted the sword-seeking heavenly monarch Xianxia. The largest courtyard in Spring Banner House was filled with the people in charge of the cross-continent ferry of the Central Divine Continent. Compared to the solemn and treacherous atmosphere in the courtyards of the other continents, the merchants and cultivators here were all calm and composed, and there were even two old jade unpolished realm cultivators, Wuxia and Xianxia, who were personally overseeing the cross-continent ferry for their sect, but they did not have the identity of a steward as it was too degrading. Wuxia was a sword cultivator and they were used to storms and waves. The two old immortals sat next to each other, chatting and laughing, and their voices were not soft. Other than their identities in the Central Divine Continent, it was also because the Great Wall of Sword Chi's hospitality could not suppress them. Miyu, a jade unpolished realm sword cultivator, was 2 realms away from the expected old sword immortal Nalan Xiaowei. There was also sword immortal Wuxia from the Xiaoyuan dynasty who was half a family member. It was still unknown who he would help. Why would the Great Wall of Sword Chi send such 2 people to entertain their guests? It could be seen that Spring Banner House was destined to be peaceful tonight. Wuxia and Xianxia, the 2 old cultivators of the upper 5 realms, felt a little more relaxed. They could even look at sword immortal Miyu and the female nascent soul cultivator with a playful gaze. The latter's aptitude was extremely good, but she wanted to be the manager of this bumpy and unrewarding ferry. But wasn't it because she was trapped by love? The Central Divine Continent was filled with talents. Why would she be so obsessed with Miyu? If Miyu could leave the Great Wall of Sword Chi and be willing to become Dao companions with her, she would be able to climb up the social ladder. However, although Miyu was affectionate, he was still a sword immortal from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. How could he go to the Central Divine Continent? Sword immortal Wuxia was not good with words. According to the person's instructions, there was no need for Wuxia to say anything. He was just sitting here to accompany the guests. Wuxia turned to sword immortal Wuxia and asked with a smile, "Why did Yan Ming and Nalan Saihuan not appear? Could it be that they are at the central hall waiting for us to finish our tea?" Sword immortal Wuxia shook his head. "I'm not sure." Wuxia nodded. "No hurry." They were both sword immortals of the unpolished jade realm, but sword immortal Wuxia had an additional identity. No one dared to underestimate him. He was the junior nephew of Zhou Xian, one of the 10 of the Central Divine Continent. No matter how much Mr. Zhou looked down on this stupid junior nephew, it should not be a reason for outsiders to look down on sword immortal Wuxia. The more sword immortal Wuxia was a good person, the more they should not offend him. Therefore it seemed that the Great Wall of Sword Chi had Wuxia come out to entertain them. It was not a mediocre move. However, when the two sides fought over money, sword immortal Wuxia's face would not be of much use. After all, sword immortal Wuxia was not Zhou Xian. Sword immortal Wuxia sighed in his heart. In a while, when they meet that young man, it will be their turn to have a headache. Sword immortal Wuxia, who was in a complicated mood, even felt that if the person who had represented the Great Wall of Sword Chi to fight against the future Mountain Water Grotto ancestor of the Fuyao continent was not the old sword immortal Nalan Xiaowei, but the young man who should be in the central hall of Spring Banner House, they would have a chance. Because sword immortal Wuxia could not imagine that there would be a day when Lin Junbai would be willing to be under someone else. The female Yuanying said to Miyu with her heart ripples, "Miyu, you will pay the price. I will risk being punished by the sect after this to make you lose all your face. Besides, I may not pay any price, but you will definitely have to bear the consequences." At this point, there was a hint of joy in the woman's voice. What a good excuse. "Miyu, did you not think that you would have a day like this?" Miyu looked at the woman, his words were full of regret and heartache. His heart was full of emotion, but it was the kind of murmur that was unique to Miyu. "I never thought that the graceful girl back then would become so unlovable." Blame me, blame me. The woman was speechless, her face became more and more resentful, and her heart was full of sorrow. Many of the words that were about to come out of her mouth seemed to have been shattered by her gritting her teeth. She could not say a word. She fell in love with someone, and it was that person who was more affectionate but was not liked. It was as if there was no chance of winning in this life. Miyu did not speak anymore, his expression was gloomy. He looked at her and then looked away a little, as if he was only looking at her from the corner of his eyes. He could look at her, but he did not dare to look at her. In the central hall of Spring Banner House, there was a young man leaning against the door with an ancient jade token hanging from his waist. In the room, Yan Ming and Nailan Seihuan had already taken their seats, but neither of them was able to sit on the main seat beside the four immortal table. Not only that, the two Yuanying sword cultivators' seats were relatively at the back. Nailan Seihuan felt a little awkward, but Yan Ming did not care. Previously she was tricked by that guy who was full of nonsense. After that, Nailan Saihuan reported the details to Nailan Xiaowei. As a result, her ancestor looked at her like she was a fool for a long time. In a fit of anger, Nailan Saihuan wanted to completely overturn the agreement between the two sides. She did not expect the ancestor to let her forget about it and do what they talked about. The owner of Spring Banner House, Sword Immortal Xiao Yunyan, was standing beside the young man outside the door. He did not care at all if the place was occupied. The two people who met for the first time were chatting about North Continent's Lu Jinglong and Water Classic Mountain's Fairy Lu Sui, and they hit it off very well. Xiao Yunyan said that Lu Jinglong's Dao was promising, and he hoped to become the first Ascendant Realm Sword Immortal in the North Continent in the future. The young man said that Fairy Lu was gentle, moving, and considerate. She and Lu Jinglong were a match made in heaven. He also praised Fairy Lu's teacher a few times. Xiao Yunyan did not care whether the speaker was sincere or not. He had been here for hundreds of years, even if it was some polite words, it was good to listen to. The heavy snowfall on inverted Hanging Mountain did not take long. Beauties and snow were a perfect match since ancient times. After chatting about the gourd vines and the fine wine of Huangliang Blessed Land, Xiao Yunyan asked, "Can we call them over now?" The young man smiled and said, "There's no hurry. We can't let the Sword Immortals go to inverted Hanging Mountain for nothing. We can let those who are used to touching immortal coins experience more of a Sword Immortal's elegance like me." Xiao Yunyan nodded and said, "We should have done so long ago." The young man, who had been chatting a lot, remained silent on this matter. He only covered his sleeves with his hands and tapped his fingers inside as he looked at the heavy snowfall. It would be great if the snowflakes cost money. Xiao Yunyan looked up as well. It was rare for him to be calm. "Last year's old dream, I dreamed that I was by your side, but I suddenly felt that I was in a foreign land. This year's new dream, I suddenly came to Water Classic Mountain and saw that she was still smiling like a flower." The young man suddenly said, "Sword Immortal Xiao, after tonight's matter, let's discuss the matter you promised the Sword Qi Great Wall. We can change it. The matter will still be the same, but the outcome can be different. None of the three parties will make things difficult for you." Xiao Yunyan frowned and asked, "Do you have the final say?" The young man smiled and said, "If I don't have the final say, who has the final say?" Xiao Yunyan felt relieved. The Sword Immortal, who had already made up his mind to die in inverted Hanging Mountain, took a few steps back and cupped his fists to thank the young man. The young man accepted it calmly, but reached out his sleeve and cupped his fists in return. As long as it did not involve life and death, nothing would happen. Xiao Yunyan, who was relieved, returned the favor and said, "We can count Spring Banner House in on the business." The young man immediately reached out and grabbed Xiao Yunyan's arm. "Righteous. As expected of a Sword Immortal. We didn't watch the snow for nothing. I've been waiting for Sword Immortal Xiao's words for a long time." Xiao Yunyan was caught off guard. He guessed that the merchants would be in for a bad time tonight. This was because other than the ones who served the guests, there were two other Sword Immortals who had returned from enjoying the scenery, Sun Jiuan and Gao Kuei. Other than that, Sword Qi Great Wall Sword Immortal Miyu. Middle Plains Divine Continents Xiao Yuan Dynasty's Ku Xia. South Whirlpool Continents Yuan Qingshu. Northwest Flowing Dawn Continents Pu He. West Gold First Continents Song Ping. Southwest Fuyao Continents Xieji. White Snow Continent's female sword immortal Xianxia. North Continent's Fuping sword Lakes Li Kai. Aquarius Continent's Wei Jin. A large group of Sword Qi Great Wall's native sword immortals and foreign sword immortals suddenly left Great Wall of Sword Qi and gathered at Inverted Hanging Mountain. This was something that had never happened in the history of Great Wall of Sword Qi. Xiao Yunyan bade farewell and took the lead to enter the house. He sat down on his chair. It was only a few steps away as it was closest to the central hall's entrance. Among the sword immortals who visited Inverted Hanging Mountain tonight, there was no one from Tongye Continent. This was because Tongye Continent was the only continent that did not have cross-continent ferries. Coincidentally, there were no sword immortals practicing their swordsmanship at Great Wall of Sword Qi. It could be said that both sides were compatible. However, the man who nodded to the great heavenly lord had restrained his sword qi to the extreme. He quietly left Inverted Hanging Mountain with a fifth realm sword immortal from Tongye Continent who was traveling alone at Great Wall of Sword Qi. They went to Tongye Sect, which was the most desolate place in Tongye Continent. However, this time they were not asking for swords. They were helping Tongye Continent and the world. If not, he would not be willing to leave Great Wall of Sword Qi and let his junior brother stay alone. Scholars were most afraid of righteousness. He had always thought of himself as a scholar at the foot of the mountain, not a sword immortal on the mountain. More importantly, when he went to Tongye Continent he would be able to use more swords in the future. Moreover, it was possible that he would be alone with no sword immortals by his side. His junior brother had schemed and asked his senior brother to go to South Whirlpool Continent. He said that the situation there was the most dangerous there in the future. However, after hearing the words of a certain little bastard, he decided to go to Tongye Continent. His junior brother was filled with regret. Qin Qingdu was quite happy at that time. It was a long journey. Along the way they would not stop at Jiaolong Gully and Raindragon Sect. They would only stop at Luhua Island for a while to determine whether the Cave of Fortune was the legendary Taoist Gao Zhen or the hidden great demon that Cui Dongshan mentioned. If it was an expert they would sit and discuss Taoism. If it was a great demon they would kill it with a sword. There were very few difficult things for Zhou Continent. This time the person who went with Zhou Continent was a young golden core sword immortal from Tongye Continent. Although he was young, in fact he was about the same age as Zhou Continent. The young golden core sword immortal was called Wang Shixi. He was a sword immortal from the mountains. Among the sword immortals he could be called a genius sword immortal at this age. Unfortunately, when he arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi he could not find many people from the same hometown. Unfortunately, the Great Wall of Sword Qi was full of sword immortals. Wang Shixi's realm was not high, so he was in a very awkward situation. The only place that could be considered a neighbor was the Baoping Continent. Other than the Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin, there were no other sword immortals. Wang Shixi naturally did not dare to find Wei Jin to exchange pleasantries. What could they talk about when they met? In the end, in the more than 10 years in the Great Wall of Sword Qi he was really alone and immersed in cultivation. He went to the city wall several times to kill demons, but the harvest was not much. It was only enough to support him to stay in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was just that in the past 2 years things had gotten better. Because he often went to a small wine shop to buy wine, he had no friends. Unless there were few customers, it was difficult to drink at the table. He could only squat by the roadside and drink a pot of wine and eat a bowl of yangchan noodles. Compared to the loneliness in the past, the taste was really good. This time, returning to his hometown was a big surprise. He did not expect to be able to travel with Zhou Continent's sword immortal. However, Wang Shixi knew the seriousness of the matter, so he remained silent along the way. As they approached the Flood Dragon Ravine, Zhou Continent's left and right said, "There's no need to be too reserved. If you have any doubts about your cultivation, feel free to ask." Wang Shixi said softly, "My realm is low, so it's not a big problem. It won't be too late to ask when we reach the Tongye Continent." Zhou Continent did not make things difficult for this sword cultivator of the same age. Zhou Continent's left and right looked in the direction of the Inverted Hanging Mountain. The night was dark. Between the heavens and the earth, jade fluttered in the wind. The snowy light shone brighter than silver. Wang Shixi asked curiously, "I chose to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi at this time. Senior, why are you still willing to take the initiative to teach me sword techniques?" Zhou Continent's left and right retracted his gaze and smiled. Tongye Continent's Mountain Zhe Yi cultivator, Jindan expert Wang Shixi, alone. In the past 14 years, you have ascended the city wall thrice and been forced to leave the city thrice. So continents left and right are the same kind of people, so I'm not teaching you about the sword. I'm just sparring with you. Wang Shixi was speechless. He wanted to say something several times but stopped. So continents left and right said, if you have something to say, say it. Wang Shixi smiled and said, I thought it was the second shopkeeper talking to me. So continents left and right laughed. Qin Pingon and I are from the same sect. It's not strange for you to think that our words and actions are similar. Wang Shixi said, Senior, I believe that Swacontinent's left and right will become famous in the future. Swacontinent's left and right shook his head. Just wait and see. The world will only think that he has done too little. All the things that he did not admit in the past will become reasons to attack him. The last disciple of the sage of literature, Swacontinent's junior brother, a young man that even Qin Qing has to look at with new eyes, and a new hidden official who is far away from the battlefield. These are all excellent reasons to deny my junior brother in the future. If he dies, it's only right. Then let's not talk about it. But as long as he doesn't die in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it's all wrong. Wang Shixi's heart was heavy. Swacontinent's left and right said, it's not strange. You'll get used to it. Swacontinent's left and right flew east with Wang Shixi. They did not speak anymore. Inverted Hanging Mountain Spring Banner House. Spring Banner House's central hall was decorated according to the etiquette of a scholarly family in the world. There was a painting of a celestial mountain in the central hall. It was from an unknown mountain in the North Continent. On both sides of the wall, there were couplets of Confucianism about cultivating one's body and family. There was also a plaque that said Lu Bei Tang. A long table was placed in front of the wooden wall. In front of the table was a four-immortal table with 2 chairs on both sides. Chairs were placed in an orderly manner between the door and the wall, facing each other from the east and the west. Those who entered the door would have their own little world as they sat. The people in charge of the various continents' fairies and managers entered the hall one after another. After Bai Shi of the Mountain Water Cave sat down, he exchanged glances with his old friends. They did not dare to speak their minds, but they could see a little worry in each other's eyes. The placement of the chairs in the hall was very particular. The foundation of the sect, the size of the fairy business, and the personal reputation of the fairy's manager seemed to have been calculated. For example, Bai Shi discovered that the manager of the Southern Basket Fairy in the Bale Mountain continent was an unknown Jindan bottleneck cultivator. He had always been doing medium-sized business. Among the managers of the fairy, he was the kind of person who did not have much to say at the wine table. However, today's seating arrangement was extremely polite. Bai Shi knew that this person was actually a hidden talisman cultivator of the unpolished jade realm. The reason why he was doing business across continents in the inverted hanging mountain was because he had an ulterior motive. Every time he secretly went to the Jiaolong Valley to do a real hidden business, he used immortal money in exchange for his exclusive secret technique and the opportunity to absorb dragon qi. When he arrived at the Bale Mountain continent, he would sell a few rare talisman containing pure dragon qi to the Lu family of the Bale Mountain continent at a sky-high price. The old ancestor told Bai Shi to pay attention to the situation. There was no need to deliberately make friends with this person. He only needed to pay attention to his eyes and words after meeting him. Bai Shi dared to say that this old Jindan cultivator looked calm, but in fact he was definitely not feeling good. Finally, everyone took their seats. The dozen or so sword immortals who had left the Great Wall of Sword Qi sat on the seats on the right. Their seats were closer to the seats on the left, which was even more sparse. It just so happened that a continent's sword immortal and a continent's fairy manager sat face to face. Therefore, it was only at this moment that the dozens of fairy managers began to re-evaluate the young man. Every guest present was a sly old fox with his or her own business acumen. More or less, they had paid attention to this young man before. The central hall of Spring Banner House occupied a large area, with many pillars and many couplets hanging on them. The young man had been looking up to admire the words on the couplets. For example, the 2 old immortals of the upper 5 realms, Wuxia and Tang Feiqian of the Middle Earth Divine Continent, had carefully observed this slightly abrupt young man. After seeing the general depth, they were a little confused. They did not really think that the other party was just a cultivator of the lower 5 realms. They were a little calculative and unanimously regarded the person as a young sword immortal who was good at concealing his aura. The chairs on both sides of the 4 immortal table below the horizontal board were still empty. However, there was a jade token placed on the 4 immortal table. Looking at the position of the jade token, it was placed near the vast heaven fairy manager. Not only Wuxia but almost everyone had some guesses. Could it be that the immortal sword immortal of the Grand Hui Sword sect Han Huizi would occupy one of the 2 seats, and then there would be a grand sword immortal at the end such as Naren Huowei? Or even one of the family heads of the Dong, Qin and Qi family? Otherwise, why would there be so many sword immortals holding the fort? It was a pity that it was too difficult to obtain news from the Great Wall of Sword Qi now. Furthermore, no one dared to act rashly and act without authorization. Even an easygoing sword immortal like Sun Jian had already closed his doors and declined guests. Later on he went directly to the top of the city. All the servants in the residence either followed him to the top of the city or were grounded. There were once people who felt that there was no need to do so. Not long after they snuck out they died. Therefore the news that was circulating in the inverted hanging mountain was the news that the Great Wall of Sword Qi felt there was no need to hide. When everyone took their seats, the sword immortals opposite them had already taken their seats. Different sword immortals, different temperaments, different sitting postures and different auras. Even Wu Qiu felt a sense of suffocation. Unknowingly, they were all facing off against the dozens of sword immortals who were lined up in a row. The key was that it was obvious which sword immortals were from the vast world, but tonight all of them claimed to be sword immortals from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Other than the Central Plains and the North Continent, the other 6 continents' representatives already felt that it was very difficult to endure being treated as guests by the sword immortals of their hometowns. They did not expect it to be even more torturous here. After all, the dozens of people in charge of the fairies from all the continents had seen many storms and waves, but who could personally experience this kind of situation? All of the sword immortals were mute. One had to know that such a situation would only occur when a sword immortal was about to fight to the death with another person. Why would they need to speak to someone who was about to die? In the hall, the owner of the Spring Banner House, sword immortal Xiao Yunyan, sat near the door and did not speak. Actually, his position determined that he would not be the first to speak tonight. Yan Ming and Nailand Saihuan did not show any signs of speaking either. All of the sword immortals were silent. Miyu Weijin, Sunjun, Gaokue, Yuan Qingshu, Xie Songhua, Puhi Songpin, Xieji Li Kai and Xiao Yunyan. There were also 2 nascent soul sword immortals, Yan Ming and Nailand Saihuan. Some of the older and more cowardly stewards began to sweat from their foreheads. Could it be that they were going to be wiped out? Some stewards carefully glanced at the 2 empty main seats. Some stewards also sized up the young man standing beside the pillar in the distance. Coincidentally, the young man's eyes met and he smiled at the steward. The old steward's smile was forced and his face was a little stiff. The young man did not speak, but once he spoke, it was like a mountain crashing into a lake. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow. As he walked towards the main seat, he chuckled and said, "Since everyone is here, let's start talking." As soon as he said this, some of the lazy sword immortals also started to sit up straight. When he walked to the main seat on the right side of the 4 immortal table, Miyu was the first to stand up. 11 sword immortals and 2 nascent soul sword immortals stood up almost at the same time. The dozens of people on the other side were so frightened that they hurriedly stood up. Some of them who stood up a little slower wished that they could give themselves 2 big slaps on the spot. They did not know what was going on and still felt like they were falling into a fog. However, they could not stop the sword immortals from scaring people to death. After the young man sat down, all of the sword immortals sat down. The young man stretched out a finger and lightly tapped the table. The jade tablet flipped and fell, revealing the 2 ancient words "Hidden Official." In the hall, it was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. All of the businessmen who came to the inverted hanging mountain to seek wealth quickly glanced at the jade tablet. Then all of them held their breath and focused as if they were facing a great enemy. The young man whose identity was finally revealed smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am Qin Pingon, the new hidden official of the Sword Qi Great Wall." 634. The hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Isn't that the legendary young lady with pigtails? It was rumored that she could shatter the true body of a great demon in the desolate land with just her fists. She was the most combative person in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. How did it become this unfamiliar young man? But even if he did not dare to believe it, he had to believe it now. With so many sword immortals present, the young man could not speak without thinking. Or rather, even if he did not believe it, he had to pretend to believe it. Otherwise, if he was beheaded and thrown out of the inverted hanging mountain by the flying swords of the sword immortals of this continent, who would be responsible for this grudge? Could they form a group and fight together against the same enemy to settle the score with the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Don't forget, people of the same trade were always enemies. Many fairy businesses were in conflict with each other. An old steward of the snow-white continent pondered for a while, stood up and bowed, saying slowly, "Congratulations to Sword Immortal Chen for being promoted to Hidden Official. I am Dai Mingho, the steward of the snow-white continent's Tai Tang Fairy. My cultivation realm is not worth mentioning. I am afraid of dirtying your ears. Junior dares to say for tonight's meeting, it is already our great honor for you to appear alone. How can we dare to disobey your words? Actually, there is no need to trouble so many Sword Immortal seniors. Junior is slow-witted and does not know the progress of the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I only know that any Sword Immortal seniors are the most powerful experts in the world. Staying at the inverted hanging mountain for a while will reduce the number of Sword Immortals. It is a pity." Wuxia's mouth curled up, but he suppressed it. Dai Mingho's words were both soft and hard. It was a good start. As expected of a Jindan expert on the path of cultivation, an upper 5 realms in business. With so many Sword Immortals that are famous in one continent and several continents, rather than discussing business with us merchants, why not go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to kill demons? It is more suitable. It is more in line with the bearing of a Sword Immortal. Wuxia felt that he had to thank the Tai Tang Fairy. After all, Dai Mingho took such a huge risk to speak. It was to fight for the interests of all the fairies in the 8 continents. If a Sword Immortal really wanted to kill someone, Wuxia would definitely stop him. The female Sword Immortal Xianxia, who was sitting opposite the steward of the snow-white continent, frowned. Good heavens, the snow-capped continent that he was in charge of had actually become the first person to jump out and cause trouble for him? Qin Pingon had been patiently listening to the old Jindan. His eyes had been fixed on Dai Hao, who was speaking like a needle in a velvet glove. However, he stretched out his hand and gestured to Xianxia twice, indicating that it was not a big deal and that it was a small matter. Qin Pingon nodded at the old gold core steward and said with a smile, "First of all, I'm not a Sword Immortal. Whether I'm a Sword Immortal or not is another matter altogether. If you're interested, you can take a guess. I've taken many intercontinental ferries and know that the journey is long and arduous. It's really impossible to travel without something to relieve boredom. Secondly, the true Sword Immortals present, such as Sword Immortal Xia, who was sitting opposite Dai Hao, could be advised by outsiders when to strike or sheath his sword. It was a good thing that a good person was willing to say something sincere. Dai Hao, you've made a good start. Let's talk like this from now on. Be frank and be frank." This disappointed many of the stewards, who thought that the young man would fly into a rage out of humiliation and turn hostile on the spot. Qin Pingon paused for a moment and tapped the table lightly. His smile did not diminish. "But at the end of the day, it is beyond my control. Not to mention me, even our boss Sword Immortal is never restrained. But simple Sword Immortals are Sword Immortals after all. Their bodies and swords are free. Otherwise, why would they be the leader of the troublesome ghosts of the 4 great mountains? Isn't it because they never cared about immortal money, sage principles, or sect rules?" The steward of Fuyao Continent's Tile Basin Ferry was Bai Shi. Opposite him was Sword Immortal Xieji. Opposite the Gold Armor Continent's ferry steward was the female Sword Immortal Song Pin, who first offered a toast and then a punishment. Opposite the Flowing Dawn Continent was Sword Immortal Pu He. She was the one who threw a nascent soul fairy steward out of Spring Banner House like a chick. She even said that she would bring 2 or 3 friends to reminisce with Li Sun at the Ancestral Hall. The steward of the 3 continents ferry was deeply moved by the new hidden official's words. Qin Pingon maintained a pleasant expression, as though he was chatting with an acquaintance. "Dai Hao, although I appreciate your good intentions, it seems that it would be better for someone else from another continent to say these words. It is a little inappropriate for you to say it. Sword Immortal Xia attacked twice. The first time he destroyed the great Tao foundation of a pure Jade Realm demon. The second time he completely destroyed an ordinary pure Jade Realm demon. His soul dissipated, leaving nothing behind. As for his nascent soul and golden core, they are naturally gone as well. Therefore, Sword Immortal Xia is considered to have accomplished his mission. Not only will he not return to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he will instead leave the inverted hanging mountain with all of you and return to the pure Jade continent. Regarding this matter, could it be that Sword Immortal Xia was too busy reminiscing with his fellow countrymen and did not mention it? Qin Pingon turned to look at Xie Songhua. Xie Songhua stared at Dai Hao and said, "He did. I guess old Immortal Dai forgot." Qin Pingon waved his hand and glanced at the heavy snow outside the Spring Banner house. He said, "It's all right. Just treat it as me saying it again. It's rare to meet a fellow countryman in a foreign land. No matter what, it's worth reminding him again." Dai Hao stood up but did not dare to sit down. If he sat down, he would feel as though he was sitting on pins and needles. "Why are you still standing? If everyone sits and you stand alone, it will be hard to avoid suspicion of looking down on a sword immortal." Qin Pingon restrained his smile and said to the old golden core, "Sit." Dai Hao immediately sat down. Wuxia and Tang Feiqian, the two pure Jade Realm cultivators of the Central Plains, quickly looked at each other. It seems that this new hidden official is not a sword immortal. The pure Jade Realm cultivator of the pure Jade Realm on the Snow-White Continent's southern basket fairy was Jiang Gaotai. He was very old but had a young appearance. His seat was very close to the front, next to Tang Feiqian. He had some relationship with the Tai Tang ferry boat Dai Hao. In addition, he was directly exposed by the Great Wall of Sword Qi. His disguise was removed. Among the merchants present, which one of them was not an old fox with fiery golden eyes? Jiang Gaotai was worried that the business of Jiaolong Gully would be obstructed and ruined by someone. This made Jiang Gaotai, whether it was for public or private reasons, should say a few words. Otherwise, in such a big snow-white continent, would that woman Xie Songhua really choke him? Jiang Gaotai did not even stand up. He directly opened his mouth and said, "Master Hidden Official, our realms are not worth mentioning. In terms of fighting ability, perhaps all of us together, 2 or 3 sword immortals working together, this Spring Banner House's guests will all die." Xie Songhua narrowed her eyes. She raised one hand and gently stroked the chair's armrest. Jiang Gaotai turned a blind eye to this and continued, "People like us who reek of money are good at things. Since we aren't fighting, we naturally can't save our lives. We can only do some small business and earn some hard-earned money. If Master Hidden Official feels that we can negotiate, then we will. If you don't feel the need to negotiate with us, then for the sake of our survival, we will accept the deal no matter how unsuitable it is. I don't care what my fellow Taoists from other continents think. My Jiang Gaotai and a tattered Nanji fairy will take the lead. Master Hidden Official, you can name your price. Even if it's a losing deal, I will accept it." Master Hidden Official, who celebrated Sword Immortal Chen's promotion to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Wuxia, Bai Shi and the others all looked at Jiang Gaotai in a new light. He was not sloppy at all. Excellent. The only thing that Wuxia was worried about was not the young hidden official who hid a knife behind his smile. Instead, he was worried about the people from his own continent, such as the North Continent and the White Border Continent, who had a feud with each other. Previously, Spring Banner House's Xiao Yunyan had personally arranged for a continent's ferry managers to gather in a courtyard. Then he had treated the guests as a sword immortal from his own continent. The conflict between the North Continent and the White Border Continent was known to the world. Therefore, an old nascent soul sword cultivator manager from the North Continent wanted to immediately tear down Jiang Gaotai's platform. Even if he did not drink wine with the floating duckweed sword lake sect master, Li Kai, as long as the White Border Continent's brat was showing off his power, the North Continent was willing to go against him. The two ferry managers from the White Border Continent spoke one after another. Did they really think that the North Continent was dead? In the vast world, only the ferry from the North Continent to the inverted hanging mountain earned the least money. However, all the ferry managers, including the old nascent soul sword cultivator, received Li Kai's telepathic reminder. "Ignore this guy. Tonight's meeting is just for show." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Stand up and speak. In the vast world, etiquette is the most important thing." When the young hidden official said that, the expressions of most of the fairy managers opposite the sword immortal changed. Get Dai Hao to sit down and then get Jiang Gaotai to stand up? Did you Qin Pingon finish explaining all the F***king reasons? Jiang Gaotai's expression turned gloomy. His life had been smooth sailing and he had encountered many opportunities. Even when he was doing business with the White Border Continent's Lu family, he had never suffered such humiliation. Qin Pingon held his hands in his sleeves as he smiled at Jiang Gaotai. Dai Hao and the Great Wall of Sword Qi had said that they did not wish to delay the Sword Immortal from killing the demons, so the young hidden official said a bunch of nonsense. The most important sentence was that Sword Immortal Xia had destroyed the nascent soul and golden core of an unpolished Jade Realm demon. Was he referring to the old golden core Dai Hao? Jiang Gaotai took a step back in order to advance. It was obvious that he did not want to give the Sword Immortal a chance to attack, and at the same time he could test the Great Wall of Sword Qi's bottom line. In the end, the young hidden official said the etiquette of the vast world? Many of the old managers felt extremely awkward. Weren't these matters the best way to reason with the vast world? Jiang Gaotai smiled and stood up with cupped fists and said, I was lacking in etiquette. I apologize to Lord Hidden Official. Wuxia, Tang Fei Qian, Bai Shi and the others secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Jiang Gaotai had given the young man a chance to make an example out of him. Unexpectedly, the young man smiled and said, I accept your apology. We can sit down and talk. Jiang Gaotai, an unpolished Jade Realm cultivator of the upper 5 realms, stood in place with an ashen face. If he were to fight with the young hidden official in the business field, no matter how difficult it would be in private, Jiang Gaotai was a businessman, so he would not be so embarrassed. What really worried Jiang Gaotai was that he had lost face at Spring Banner House tonight. He had been skinned alive and thrown on the ground, stepped on again and in the end stepped on again. It would affect many of his private transactions with the White Border Continent's Lu family in the future. Jiang Gaotai acted as if he did not want to be fooled and was about to leave. Xianxia said, Lord Hidden Official, then I'll take this southern basket back to my hometown. You don't have to send me off. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xian was even more thorough. He stood up and stood at the gate, the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the Southern Basket Ferry. I believe that Lord Hidden Official will not stop you. As an outsider, I don't care about these things. It's just a coincidence that Zhou Xian is the owner of Spring Banner House. So before Sword Fairy Xia leaves, please allow me to accompany fairy owner Jiang to walk around Spring Banner House. Zhou Xian did not want Xianxia to act too extreme, so as not to affect her future achievements. He was alone, so it did not matter. Jiang Gaotai stopped and laughed. He turned to look at the smiling young man. Lord Hidden Official, do you think we're fools? Is this how the Great Wall of Sword Qi opens its doors to customers? I'd like to see how many fairies will still be docked at Inverted Hanging Mountain in half a year's time. Qin Pingon smiled and said, Fairy owner Jiang is a smart person. Otherwise, how could you have reached the unpolished Jade Realm? How could you not know etiquette? Most likely you weren't willing to do business with the Great Wall of Sword Qi from the beginning. No matter, we'll still let fairy owner Jiang go out and let our owner, Sword Fairy Xiao, accompany you to enjoy the scenery. To prevent any misunderstandings, I'd like to mention something here. I have to explain that Sword Fairy Xiao has nothing to do with us. For tonight's meeting, we chose the Spring Banner House with the best scenery. I paid for Sword Fairy Xiao and Sword Fairy Xiao on behalf of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Zhou Xian smiled and said, Sword Fairy Xiao has graced our humble Spring Banner House with your presence. Therefore there's still a discount. Qin Pingon sighed and looked a little sad. He said to Gaotai Jiang, My surname isn't Dai. I can't bear the accusation of forcing a trade. Even though I'm heartbroken that the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the Nanji Fairy can't do business, I can only blame myself for not being capable enough. It's a pity that I didn't even have the chance to bid. Fairy owner Jiang doesn't even want to hear my offer. As the old saying goes, the words of a lowly person carry little weight. You should be more tactful. I've made a fool of myself in front of everyone. Qin Pingon stood up and looked at Gaotai Jiang, who still hadn't moved. I won't bicker about fairy owner Jiang's lack of patience. Don't misunderstand that I'm not sincere enough. Instead, you're splashing dirty water on me. Gentlemen, break off relations and don't speak ill of me. At the end of the day, let's return the favor and part on good terms. Then Qin Pingon didn't look at Gao Tai Jiang anymore. He looked at Wuxia, Tang Feiqian and White Brook. The Great Wall of Sword Qi is very sincere in its hospitality. Dai Hao has spoken. So has Fairy Owner Jiang. Now there's one more person who can speak before the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After that I'll speak again. Anyway, I only have one goal. From today onwards, if the various fairy owners earn less money than before, let alone you, the Great Wall of Sword Qi and I won't do such business. At this point, Qin Pingon shifted his gaze from the other side to the Sword Immortals. Sword Immortal Xia, aren't you going to send Fairy Owner Jiang off with Sword Immortal Xiao? Xia Songhua stood up and looked at the young recluse who had personally helped her accumulate 2 battle merits. This female Sword Immortal who hated owing favors the most, looked guilty for the first time. Qin Pingon shook his head lightly. Xia Songhua smiled. She couldn't be bothered to be pretentious. She turned to Gao Tai Jiang and said, after leaving this door, Xia Songhua will only be the Sword Immortal Xia Songhua of the Snow White Continent. Fairy Owner Jiang, let me and Xiao Yunyan, 2 Sword Immortals of the same realm as you, accompany you around the Spring Banner House? Jiang Gaotai's mind turned quickly. He asked, Lord Recluse, is it true that the Great Wall of Sword Qi won't let us lose money? Qin Pingon walked to the other side of the 4 immortal table. He pressed his hand on the jade tablet with the ancient words Recluse on it. Then he turned to both sides and smiled without saying a word. Xiao Yunyan had already walked to the door. Xia Songhua had already emitted a trace of sword intent. The sword in the bamboo sword sheath behind her trembled. Tang Feiqian stood up and turned to the side. He cupped his fists towards the young man and said, I implore Lord Recluse to keep Fairy Owner Jiang. If we leave on bad terms it will not be good. If Lord Recluse is willing to let Nanji ferry boat do its best, wouldn't that be better? Tang Feiqian was not helping Jiang Gaotai live. He was helping himself. He was helping all the people who were doing business with the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He had to hide his resentment. As long as they left the Spring Banner House and the inverted suspended mountain, everything would be fine. Qin Pingon asked, Vast World's mountain scenery is full of twists and turns. All of you are familiar with it, so am I. Let's not talk about business. Let's talk about the consequences of Fairy Owner Jiang walking out of the door. Don't you know? Or do you think Fairy Owner Jiang doesn't know? Why do you want to stay? Why do you want to stay? You are the 3rd person to speak to me. Tell me properly. I will be patient and listen. Qin Pingon tapped the jade token with his finger and said with a smile, In this hall there are rules for doing business. These rules will only be bigger than a recluse like me. In short, we are all doing business. We can all erase our grudges with the immortal money. After spending some time with me, all of you will naturally understand that I am the fairest person in the Great Wall of Sword Qi when it comes to doing business. At the very least there should be one of. Sword Immortal Xieji laughed. That's right. Qin Pingon immediately said, We're family. Speaking for one of us will only make things worse. Xieji glanced at the Fuyao Continent's fairy stewards and said, Lord Recluse's words are unreasonable. I Xieji was born in the Fuyao Continent. I am the poor relative from the same hometown as these filthy rich immortal masters. Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin was expressionless from beginning to end. He sat on the chair with his eyes closed. When he heard this he felt helpless. Wild Sword Immortal Xieji's words couldn't have been taught by Qin Pingon in advance, right? They should be sincere words that came from the bottom of his heart. Tang Feiqian thought for a while and said cautiously, As long as Lord Recluse is willing to let Fairy Owner Jiang stay for a discussion, I am willing to make an exception and act on my own accord. The next time the ferry docks at the inverted mountain, I will reduce the price by 10%. Qin Pingon took the jade token and hung it on his waist. Then he sat back and said, Why should I let a fool of the upper 5 realms who doesn't earn money continue to sit here and disgust me? Do you really think that my title of recluse is less valuable than a Nanji that only knows how to steal some dragon chi from the Flood Dragon Gully? 10%. The dragon aura that the Lu clan of the Snow Mountain continent sold to the backer of Tang Feiqian is only worth 10% of the profit? You already looked down on me and now you want to look down on the great Tao of Jiang Gaotai. Tang Feiqian frowned. How did the Great Wall of Sword Qi know about such a secret? Qin Pingon said in a deep voice. Sword Immortal Wuxia. Sword Immortal Wuxia was about to get up. Here. If it was said that Xianxia owed Qin Pingan a huge favor, then the Shao Yuan dynasty where Sword Immortal Wuxia was from would owe him a great favor. As the future pillar of the Shao Yuan dynasty, Lin Junbai's future was bright. Sword Immortal Wuxia didn't have so many tricks up his sleeve. It was that simple. If he couldn't pay it back since he was Zhou Xian's martial nephew and had never asked his martial uncle for anything in his life, he could let Lin Junbai pass on a few words when he returned to the central divine continent. As for whether his martial uncle Zhou Xian would be willing to pay attention to his martial nephew's useless last words, Sword Immortal Wuxia didn't think about it. White Brook knew that among the Sword Immortals present, Sword Immortal Wuxia was the easiest to talk to. Once this person said something ruthless, it would be another shocking calamity for his side. Therefore, even if White Brook had to bite the bullet, he had to use his identity as the steward of the mountain and water caves tile basin ferry to stop Sword Immortal Wuxia and speak first. White Brook had seen through it. When doing business with this young secluded official who was vaster than the world, he couldn't play tricks. White Brook stood up and said with an indifferent expression, "If Lord Secluded Official insists on leaving, then count me Mountain and Water Caves, White Brook, Indiana." White Brook even laughed and didn't hide his sarcasm. "I only hope that Sword Immortal Xia and Sword Immortal Shao don't think that my realm is too low and unworthy to travel with you." Xianxia only made a no sound and then said casually, "It doesn't matter if you're unworthy. I have plenty of sword chi in my bamboo box." Shao Yunyan stood at the door. Sword Immortal Wuxia turned to look at the young secluded official. Qin Pingan smiled and gestured with his hand, indicating that there was no need to stand up and speak. With White Brook's unexpected willingness to use his death to resolve the situation, they wouldn't be led by the nose by the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Soon, cultivators from the same continent who were familiar with White Brook also stood up. "Count me in." Even the nascent soul ship owner who was the first to be thrown out of the Spring Banner House by Pooh he resolutely stood up with White Brook even though he had apologized to the Sword Immortal like a dog. Duck Bell's ship owner Lu Yu would also like to experience the beauty of the Spring Banner House and Sword Immortal Xia's sword chi. Not only that, there was also an unknown ship owner who was only a young golden core cultivator. She was a woman and had a special identity. She was an immortal from the Southwest Sea. Her seat was towards the back and was not far from Shao Yunyan. She also stood up and said, "Rainbow Dresses ship owner Lu Xian would be lucky enough to have another Sword Immortal tour the Spring Banner House besides Sword Immortal Xia and Sword Immortal Shao." The one with the lowest realm was a female cultivator. This method of death was very particular. The last one to stand up was the Middle-earth nascent soul cultivator who had spoken telepathically with Miyu previously. She slowly stood up and smiled at Miyu. "Great Sword Immortal Me, nice to meet you. I wonder if your swordsmanship has improved after so many years." Miyu smiled and said, "I can't bear to." The female nascent soul cultivator sneered. Wuxia, who had been motionless, was extremely pleased. "That's right. This is the minor worldly phenomenon that the various continents' fairies should have when doing business with the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Aren't sword immortals the best at killing people? Now there are people and there's more than one of them. If they extend their necks they'll really be killed by you. Do you want to draw your swords and kill them?" Jiang Gaodai cupped his fists and said loudly, "Thank you everyone." Tang Feiqian, who had not sat down since he stood up, had a similar feeling as his good friend Wu Qiu. That young reclusive official, did he really think that everything would be under his control with a large group of sword immortals as backup and a jade token? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What does he think he is at such a young age? Li Kai stretched out a finger and rubbed the corner of her mouth. She wanted to kill one of them with her sword. However, in her heart the young reclusive official's voice sounded again. She was still not anxious. Only then did Li Kai resist drawing her sword. Wei Jin had already opened his eyes. The two old Dragon City ferry managers who wanted to make a move immediately became obedient. The ferry owners of the South Hassa continent were still relatively quiet. As for the North continent, they had no intention of getting involved at all. At this time, after the impassioned atmosphere in the hall, everyone gradually discovered that the young man who should have been in a terrible fix had long since rested his chin on one hand, leaning against the four immortal table and looking at everyone with a smile. North Continent, Aquarius Continent, South Hassa Continent. Everything was negotiable. One was because of the ancient customs. One was because it was too difficult to talk. One was because it was too close to the inverted hanging mountain. After all, there was the Melochen clan, and Qinchunan had just left the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The Central Divine Continent, Snow Peak Continent, and Fuyao Continent were the most difficult to negotiate. One was because they were used to being arrogant and looking down on the heroes of the 8 continents. One was because no matter how big the world was, it was not as important as money. One was the one who had done the inverted hanging mountain business and was the one with the most ability to earn money. Xianxia Continent, Wuxia Continent, whether it was negotiable or not depended on the situation. Right now it was a situation where it was not negotiable. Qin Pingan's gaze finally swept past the 2 old Dragon City ferry managers, and looked at them a few more times. The Aquarius Continent's ferry ships were actually the 6 old Dragon City ferries, the Fu family's treasure-swallowing whale, and the floating island known as the Inverted Hanging Mountain. The Sun family had a mountain sea turtle that was captured and tamed by their ancestors, and the Fan family had the Osmanthus Island. Of the 2 housekeepers who were guests at Spring Banner House, one was the Fu family's treasure-swallowing whale manager, the other was the Ding family's ferry owner. He had been to Old Dragon City a few times, but had never met the 2 of them. Even if the 2 of them had heard of Qin Pingan, they would probably think that it was someone else. The young hidden official languid laughed. "Mama, a good business that benefits both of us. Must we put our heads on the table and weigh the weight? I don't think there is a need." Tang Feiqian laughed coldly. Just now, the ones who wanted to kill and use the name of the Sword Immortal to decide the life and death of others, I don't think we are the ones. Qin Pingan maintained his posture and smiled. I am young and hot-blooded, and with the power in my hands I am a little arrogant. Wuxia took a sip of Spring Banner House's tea and gently placed the teacup down and laughed. All of us have no future in our lives and are completely different from Master Hidden Official. We are not the same people and cannot say the same things. It is truly not easy for us to earn money, and all of us are risking our lives for it. Why don't we change the location and time to talk? Still the same words, Master Hidden Official's words are very useful. There is no need to trouble the Sword Immortals. Perhaps Master Hidden Official doesn't even need to show up personally. If it were Master Yen or Sword Immortal Naren, it would be enough to deal with us small fry. Qin Pingan smiled and said, Previously I said that there are rules when you go out and there are rules when you sit here. For example, everything can be settled on the matter of the immortal money. It was noisy just now, so you guys didn't think too much. So I'll make it clearer. This time I came to Inverted Hanging Mountain because I wanted to change a large number of ship owners, such as... Qin Pingan looked at the female Jindan cultivator sitting at the back. Lu Shen, the owner of Nikhang, I am willing to spend 200 grains of grain rain money, or the equivalent of the pill shop's resources, in exchange for Lu Shen's junior sister to take over Nikhang. The price is not fair, but she is already dead, so what? Will she not come to Inverted Hanging Mountain to earn money in the future? She is gone, but the boat is still there. At least she can earn 200 grains of grain rain money. Why choose you first? Simple, you are a soft persimmon. When I kill you, your mountain and teachers won't even dare to fart. The female Jindan cultivator's face turned pale. Jiang Gaoli immediately laughed. I wonder how much grain rain money my head is worth in Master Hidden Official's eyes. Qin Pingan shook his head. You are a dead man. There is no need to spend a single grain of my divine money. Sword Immortal Xia will take care of the Lu family of the White Snow Continent. Sword Immortal Ku Xia will also speak a few words with his uncle Master Zhou Xian in the Central Plains to take care of Tang Feiqian and his backer. Everyone is in the business, so you should know that cultivation level is not that important. Qin Pingan said, Sword Immortal Xia, don't go out first. If boat owner Jiang says another word, kill her. Otherwise they will think that Master Hidden Official doesn't even dare to kill a chicken to warn the monkeys. Xia Songhua exhaled heavily. She could finally use her sword to kill. Qin Pingan turned to look at White Brook. Your patriarch has an old grudge with the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The enmity between us is too great. Since the previous reclusive officials ignored you, I'll do it. Don't leave tonight. I will ask Sword Immortal Xieji to make an extra trip to protect your ceramic basin ferry. Return it to the mountain and water cavern of the Fuyao continent smoothly. Make things clear with that patriarch. Once the grudge is settled, business will continue as before. Come if you don't want to come, bear the consequences. This time, it was the Sword Immortal's turn to stand up. Wild Sword Immortal Xianxia stood up and said with a sigh, "It has been many years since we killed Master Fuji. How nostalgic." Qin Pingon continued, "Tonight if you don't leave your seat and make a fuss, you are all the Great Wall of Sword Chi's esteemed guests." Qin Pingon smiled. "If we don't reveal all the details, some of the dregs of character will be stirred up from the mud and put on the table for everyone to see. Let the cross-continent ferry and the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and then let the ferry owners look at each other carefully. How can we do long-term business with confidence?" Qin Pingon said. "Miyu." Miyu stood up and looked at the female nascent soul cultivator with a cold gaze. "Sorry, that was the last time I lied to you. Actually, I am willing to part with it." The nascent soul cultivator's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Then Miyu took out a booklet from his sleeve, looked around and casually picked a steward who hadn't stood up, but had almost stood up just now. Then Miyu listed the 18 generations of the steward's ancestors. It was not only the origin of the master who was the direct disciple who was the most valued, how were the descendants at the foot of the mountain, where were the big and small private residences. It was not only the private properties of the inverted mountain, but also the residences and courtyards in various parts of the continent. Even those like Wuxia and Tangfeiqian who had family properties in other continents were all recorded in the book. Miyu casually revealed everything. There was even a lot of knowledge about which fairies were not the companions of the mountain but were better than the companions of the mountain. Miyu also mentioned the family properties of the two fairy owners as if he was very familiar with them. Then Qin Pingon smiled. "That's enough, you can't do the same thing more than 3 times. Miyu nodded. "I am now the leader of the hidden official's lineage, who was personally appointed by the hidden official." Qin Pingon called out another name and said, "Pu-He." Pu-He stood up and stared at the nascent soul cultivator who had apologized to him previously. His eyes were gloomy as he said, "I just don't understand. How can there be such a businessman in the world who almost died and wants to die again? I want to see if that unpolished jade realm will kneel on the ground and beg me to give him face when I board the ferry." Qin Pingon looked at the 2 main figures of the 8 continents ferry. Wuxia Tangfeiqian. Old immortals of the upper 5 realms. The 2 of you even bought residences at Julie Mountain in the North Continent. Then in front of me you call yourself a small fry and say that it's hard to earn money. Li Kai stood up. "I won't leave the inverted mountain, but I can send a flying sword message to the Fuping sword sect and the Taihui sword sect. Just say that there are some rumors in the inverted mountain that the 2 old immortals colluded with the demon race. That's right, Sword Immortal Wuxia, Yu Zhuanfu, Zhu Mei, and the rest of the juniors haven't left the Great Wall of Sword Chi, right? Let them tell the Central Plains Divine Continent about this, so that the 2 old immortals can prove their innocence and prevent innocent people from being wrongly accused." Sword Immortal Wuxia stood up immediately. "Not difficult. That's how it should be." Qin Pingon blinked and said with a puzzled face, "Do you think that I want to become enemies with the mountain behind you? Is it necessary? It's not that bad. I just don't like you guys. Except for a very small number of people who are going to die, I still do things with propriety. Moreover, I'll apologize afterwards and pay a lot of money. So, in the long run no one will lose out. Do you really think that I called the Sword Immortal over just to drink tea with you? Trash like you who don't want to earn money for free, are you worthy?" Sun Jian also stood up with a smile. "I still have some ties with everyone here as well as the sects and ancestors behind you. As for personal grudges, I have never had any. So I don't dare to trouble our hidden official with the matter of compensation. I will do it." Yan Ming stood up. "As for the compensation, my Yan family still has some money. Yan Ming will do it until the compensation is done." Nayland Saihuan didn't move. Tonight's events had exceeded her expectations by far too much. Qin Pingon changed his gaze. "Don't let outsiders see a joke. My face doesn't matter, but Nayland Xiaowei's face is worth some money." Nayland Saihuan could only stand up slowly. Qin Pingon completely lost his smile. Although he still maintained his lazy posture, he still stared at this nascent soul sword cultivator who had done a lot of business. Nayland Saihuan braced herself and remained silent. Qin Pingon asked, "Is the seat wrong? Should you, Nayland Saihuan, sit there?" Nayland Saihuan's eyes were fierce and she was about to speak. Sword Immortal Gao Kuei stood up and turned to look at Nayland Saihuan. Nayland Saihuan was about to call out the 3 words, Qin Pingon, but she immediately swallowed them back down. This inexplicable change. It made Wuxia and other outsiders feel more and more horrified. This young hidden official who had said that he was a vile person intoxicated by success was truly ruthless. Could it be that he was going to slaughter his own people as well? It was hard to say whether a villain was intoxicated or not. This young man was very black-hearted. As for the statement that he held great power in his hands, it was really not ambiguous at all. Wuxia finally stood up and cupped his fists. "Hidden official, there is no need to do this. Business is business. Let's both take a step back and ask for a happy ending. Let's ask for a long-term flow of money." The young hidden official just held his chin with one hand and looked at the heavy snow outside the door. Qin Pingon seemed to be talking to himself. Do you really think that the Great Wall of Sword Qi doesn't have any good relations with people in the world? Do you think that the Great Wall of Sword Qi doesn't exist without these? It's nothing more than not doing things like you, so you mistakenly think that sword immortals are brainless? Do you know why you are still standing but not dead? Qin Pingon asked and answered his own question. That is in the long history of nearly 10,000 years. Since the first cross-continent ferry to the inverted mountain appeared in the South Saw continent, it started with the Pillow Water. If I remember correctly, the second one was the sect that had disappeared in the Fuyao continent, Yunduan Mountain, and the Tilt Ferry. The third one was the Tongye continent, which no longer has a cross-continent ferry. It was the Tong Umbrella that capsized and died in a shipwreck. After the news was sent back to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the sword immortals could only silently draw their swords and pay tribute to it from afar. This matter is too long ago. I'm afraid that many of the native sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi are not very clear about it. Qin Pingon sat up straight. In the earliest days, almost all the ferries that rushed to the inverted mountain were not for money. It was equivalent to giving money to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even if the situation changed with the passage of time, and in fact it changed a lot, it's fine. Our Great Wall of Sword Qi will still remember your kindness for the 8 continents under the vast heavens. Why was Nayland Roiwei so angry back then that he did not go to the Rain Dragon sect's territory to draw his sword? Now you know the reason, right? It's not because the patriarch of the Mountain River Grotto was smart, nor was it because of his beautiful alliance. With a single strike of his sword he was gone. You earned money, but in the end, the ferry sent supplies to the inverted mountain and then moved them to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Without you, the Great Wall of Sword Qi would have long fallen. Our Great Wall of Sword Qi has to admit this and will admit it. Qin Pingon stood up and suddenly smiled. He stretched out his hands and gestured a few times. Sit down. What are you waiting for? I said I would kill, so I really did kill. Is there any reason? Do you really believe me? The young recluse chuckled and said, Ship owner Jiang, sit. Lucian, sit as well. Everyone sit down and talk. Harmony breeds wealth. We are businessmen. It's outrageous to fight and kill. Mi did not take a seat. Therefore no one dared to sit down. Xie Songhua, Pu He, Xie Ji and the rest of the world's sword cultivators clearly had killing intent, but they were still there. Qin Pingon walked to the back of Nayland Saihuan's chair. He stretched out 2 fingers and gently pressed on the shoulder of the female nascent soul sword cultivator. He reminded her with a smile in his mind, take a seat first or die. In your hands, there are so many businesses that have crossed the line. The secret records and files of the recluse's lineage are all recorded in your account. That's why I say you're still too stupid. Do you really think your patriarch's business skills are inferior to yours? You're 10,000 miles away from the old sword immortal. Nayland Roiwei has already saved your life once. He won't be able to save you a second time. Nayland Saihuan felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her mind was blank and her face was pale. She slowly sat down. Then the young recluse stretched out his arms and leaned against the back of Nayland Saihuan's chair. He looked at the ferry stewards who were at a loss and said helplessly, treat with courtesy, suppress with power, reason with reason and emotion with emotion. I'm just a small recluse. I've done everything I can tonight. Why isn't everyone giving me any face? Thus everyone sat down. That young recluse who popped out of nowhere was sinister, vicious and mentally ill. Qin Pingon walked back to his original position, but he didn't sit down. He slowly said, I can't guarantee that you'll make more money than before. But I can guarantee that you'll make a lot of money. This sentence can be believed. It's okay if you don't believe it. In the future, the account books on your desk will get thicker and thicker. You won't be able to fool anyone. Miyu stood up and shook his sleeves. Universe in the sleeve swept out a booklet and hovered in front of all the fairy stewards. Qin Pingon continued, all the materials needed by the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the future are on the list. They are carefully divided according to the heavenly routes. The prices are also written on the list. As for the specific discount, it depends on your ability to dig 3 feet into the ground in the vast world. As for the other fairy stewards who can't participate in tonight's meeting, I'll have to trouble you to help me pass on the message. Because in the future the Great Wall of Sword Qi will not accept any of the materials in the past. But for some materials the Great Wall of Sword Qi will not refuse and the price will only be higher. The 8 continents have their own specialties. If you agree to the Great Wall of Sword Qi on credit, if you don't agree to us on credit, the former is friendship and the latter is the duty of a businessman to seek wealth. You can discuss with me in private. Whether you want to use credit to exchange for the benefits you can find elsewhere can also be discussed. All the fairy stewards began to carefully browse through the booklet. At this point Qin Pingon smiled and looked at the Mountain River Grotto Yuanying Cultivator by Shi. Are you surprised? Actually, one of the things you planned was to unload and then load before coming to the inverted hanging mountain. You wanted a fairy to monopolize a few types of materials and asked for a high price, so as to avoid bargaining with each other and selling to the Great Wall of Sword Qi cheaply. Isn't it a coincidence that the Great Wall of Sword Qi helped you do it? Old immortal White Brook, ask yourself honestly, this is how the Great Wall of Sword Qi deals with you openly. Why are you still acting so sneakily? Why do you have to do this? As for who leaked your idea, don't bother to find out. With the rich products of the Fuyao continent and the capabilities of the Mountain River Grotto, you will be busy earning money in the future. Why bother with such a small matter? When the cultivators of the snowy continent saw this, they were stunned for a long time. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was going to buy snow and spend money in the future. When the steward of the Fu family in Old Dragon City flipped to this page, he also felt that it was a little interesting. This was because the price of the Xianxia Mountain's special product, the Cloud Root Stone, had increased. Even the North Continent's fairy stewards, who were the least willing to earn big money, did not know whether to laugh or cry. While it seemed that after returning to their continent, they would have to sit down and have a good talk with the Skeleton Beach and the Hemp Sect. In the end, Qin Pingon said, the money from now on is for everyone to earn as much as they want. If there are people who stop the cross-continent ferry in our continent and do not want to earn this immortal money, and insist on acting like a child and fighting over personal feelings, that's fine too. The mountains will not change and the rivers will continue to flow. This friendship will be slowly settled. Also, other than official business, the fairy stewards should also think about your own Tao. If you want additional items from the Pill Workshop or some immortal treasures, the Great Wall of Sword Qi will record them all. As long as you can do it, we will help you exchange items. If you need more immortal money, of course we will tell you directly. During this period, I promise that the Great Wall of Sword Qi will not earn any extra money. Treat it as an extra small benefit for everyone. Jiang Gaotai flipped through the thick book without batting an eyelid. He asked telepathically, Hidden official, are you really not going to kill people and only do business? Qin Pingon smiled and said, only looking at the results and not the process, shouldn't I be thanking you? If there is a day when we stop doing business, we will settle the score after autumn. But don't worry, every business that is done, the price is right there. Not only is it consensual, but it can also be considered as a favor from you, so there is hope that we will be even. After that, the world is so big, whether we will meet again in this life is another matter. Jiang Gaotai was skeptical. Qin Pingon either used telepathically to reply to some people's quiet inquiries, or he took the initiative to talk to people. Your young city lord Fu Nanhua, what is his current cultivation level? Fairy Lu, I was talking nonsense earlier. Your right-hand junior sister is indeed your trusted aide. In fact, she is extremely respectful to you. Don't hate me, you sword immortal. How could he bear to kill you? Of course he is just putting on an act for this hidden official. If you are sad because of this, you will make him even sadder. You are so infatuated that you have failed to live up to your expectations. The young hidden official spoke casually, as if he was exchanging pleasantries with an acquaintance. However, when those words landed in the minds of the ferry managers, the latter had to carefully chew on every word, afraid that they would miss out on some mystery. Because even if no one had any communication, they all had lingering fears about one thing. At some point in time, this young man wanted to kill everyone sitting in the room opposite the sword immortal. It might be true or it might be false. But what if it was true? Qin Pingon continued to hold his chin with one hand and looked at the heavy snow outside the door. At this moment, Lu Xianyang's ferry should be returning to the South Hassa continent soon. On the ferry that had long left the inverted mountain, Lu Xianyang was reading a book under the light in the room. There was a seal on the table. Order. Great Sword Immortal Qin Pingon First Seal, Elder Brother Lu Xianyang Hui Xiyuan. Seal. Move the mountains and drain the seas. Lu Xianyang glanced at the seal and smiled knowingly. Good boy, when it came to bragging he learned from him. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.